This roast was happening not even 3 weeks after September 11th, so there was a big discussion about what was right in terms of taste.
There hadn't been any comedy in New York. It was very fresh.
It was about a week after September 11th. This was September 11th, 1968, so I don't know what the big deal was. But no, I went up and I said, well, I can't stay late tonight. I have to catch a flight to LA. I couldn't get a direct flight. We have to make a stop at the Empire State Building. Oh, you're back. I have to catch a flight to California. I can't get a direct flight. They said they have to stop at the Empire State Building first.
Here comes Gilbert, and he just went for broke. It was, it was unbelievable.
Gilbert Gottfried took the mic, took the room over.
He said he was trying to get a direct flight to Los Angeles.
He was nervous because his plane had a connection on the way home at the Empire State Building.
That was when the crowd turned. They started booing him. There was a guy in the audience shouting, "Too soon, too soon." The crowd was murmuring.
Somebody yelled too soon, and Gilbert, in his awkward way, sort of vamped for a second, holding onto the podium, hoping it was a time machine that he could just go back 2 minutes.
One guy yelled out too soon, which I thought meant I didn't take a long enough pause between the setup and the punchline. You know, I'm old enough to remember back to simpler, more innocent times when the worst thing you'd hear about the news was hijacked jetliners flying into buildings.
Oh, now, Gilbert, you're going to get into trouble again.
I wanted to talk about the crocodile hunter.
Did you?
Because I think...
You're going to make him sad.
Because I think, you know, it was tragic at the time. But I think... I don't know. People calling me, man, they're shocked. Oh, hey, you wouldn't believe it. Who got killed? The crocodile hunter.
Please don't make me laugh at this.
They were like, he was 44 years old. I'm like, that's a ripe old age for a crocodile hunter.
That's not...
And you know who had to be pissed about it were the crocodiles, because he got killed by some fruity fish. And so you know the crocodiles were like, hey man, that crocodile hunter got killed. Who did it, Frank? Nah, you don't even want to know, man.
Please don't do this anymore.
No, Bill, man, you had a chance once. The guy go, man, I had a chance. I had that mother. He was Tommy with a stick. I could have eat him and his kid.
I don't feel good about this.
You remember I ever tell you that story, Bill? Yeah, only 1,000 times.
Yeah, I'm not bringing up the fucking tsunamis. No, but how much money did you lose on that?
A lot more than we lost with the man grade.
The Aflac duck.
Yes.
Did you lose a lot of money?
No.
In future...
No. It was $5 a commercial.
That's more than we got for the man grade.
I bet that was a lot of fucking money. Because it was set, right? You didn't have...
I want to return this duck.
Why?
It's very annoying. It just says the same thing over and over again. Go ahead, say it. Say it. Just once, say it.
Would you go in and just do a whole year's in one?
No, they'd have me come in each time to do new ones.
Oh, they would.
And then they wound up firing me, getting a new guy to imitate my voice for less money, thus bringing closure to a horrible tragedy.
So there was a tsunami in Japan. You might have heard about it. Now, at the time, do you realize that Aflac does 75% of their business in Japan?
I found that out soon enough. Oh, yeah.
You think they could have told you that?
I done found that out.
So the Twitter account, @RealGilbert, oh, believe me, he makes it clear, too. Oh, it's real. Not even Joe Schmo. I'm going to have fun on this. It's me, Real Gilbert. He writes, okay. Japan is really advanced. They don't go to the beach. The beach comes to them. What do the Japanese have in common with Howard Stern? They're both radioactive. What does every Japanese person have in their apartment? Floodlights. I just split up with my girlfriend, but like the Japanese say, there'll be another one floating by any minute now. I do remember he was tweeting so much, my lights started dimming. Yeah.
See, but you notice when you were reading the tsunami jokes,
right.
Everybody here was laughing.
Yes, that's true.
And see, that's the thing.
That's what matters. You know what else?
Right. Yeah.
None of us were getting $1 million.
Yeah.
And also, we waited a good 48 hours after.
Oh, yeah. Well, that always got me
Right.
when they say too soon.
Why is it okay later?
Yeah, because it's like you can make a joke about the Titanic now.
Right.
And it's like, I'm thinking, so if you make a joke about the Titanic now and you're a good person because you didn't do it back then you're saying, okay, I waited. Fuck those people who died on the Titanic.
Too soon.
Well, at least you can't blame this on the Jews. It was an iceberg, not a Goldberg or a Silverberg.
Too soon.
Lincoln was a great thinker. I wonder what the last thing to go through his head was.
Ooh.
You know what the last thing was that Jackie Kennedy said to John? It's a nice day. Why don't we ride with the top down?
Too soon.
This is the worst motorcycle race I've ever been to.
Do you have a rule? The rule. Some people say it's like, tragedy plus time. Like, what's your time limit? When do you want to?
No, I like to do it right away.
So in your mind, Kelly, is there anything off limits in comedy?
No.
There's nothing.
No. If you were to drop dead right now,
You'd make a joke.
I'd turn to the camera, I'd have an hour on it.
Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Yesterday, Simpson trial judge Lance Ito allowed that mystery envelope to be opened, and it appears Simpson may already have won $10 million. Haitian General Raoul Cedras, who will be stepping down in 2 weeks, held a hasty garage sale of some knickknacks he'd acquired while in office. Big fans of the Haitian strongman, are you? Another breakthrough in the Middle East. Arab and Israeli negotiators working through the night accidentally resolved the baseball strike. And filmmaker Ken Burns announced that following his baseball series, his next documentary project will be a 12-hour, 8-part history of the dorky haircut. Former First Lady Barbara Bush published her memoirs this month. Readers were shocked by her revelation that while living at the White House, she had sex with former President George Bush. Scientists in Africa have discovered the oldest known human ancestor, born 4.4 million years ago. Although unearthed only days ago, he is already engaged to Anna Nicole Smith. The first deaf Miss America, Heather Whitestone, was crowned last week in Atlantic City. Although completely deaf, she is an expert lip reader. Personally, I don't think she's that pretty, not my cup of tea. Postal authorities removed a cigarette from a photo of blues artist Robert Johnson to help dignify the musician in a new stamp they've issued in his honor. This isn't the first time the post office has altered a photograph. In fact, the original photo used on the Elvis stamp was based on this photo. King enjoying a hoagie. A recent consumer poll showed that Hershey is America's favorite company, while Philip Morris is America's least favorite. In the middle, the company that makes chocolate cigarettes. Right in the middle, a South African professor claims that the Shroud of Turin was created in the Middle Ages using techniques similar to photography. Backing up his claim is the recent unearthing of a 2,000-year-old your face on a shroud concession booth.
Last month, an 80-year-old Albuquerque woman was awarded over $2 million in damages from McDonald's after she spilled some of their coffee in her lap and suffered severe burns. As a result, McDonald's this week has put a warning label on its coffee cups that read, "Caution, do you think you can manage to avoid pouring it directly on your crotch this time, you senile old hag? Think you can manage that, huh?" And the Shawshank Redemption picked up the New York Film Festival's coveted award for the stupidest movie title. All right, Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler. Gil Graham. I'm sorry, Gil Graham. Looks a bit like Adam Sandler. Take off that wig and the funny shirt, you know. Dead ringer for Sandler. In Washington, a 410-pound convicted killer is fighting his execution on constitutional grounds. He claims that if he is hanged, his head will be completely torn from his body, which would amount to cruel and unusual punishment. Now, having your head completely torn from your body is cruel, I'll grant you, but is it really that unusual? Well, David Hasselhoff is a huge rock star in Germany, where his latest album sold 5 million copies this week, which once again proves my theory: Germans love David Hasselhoff. A truck full of chickens overturned on the Long Island Expressway yesterday. Hundreds of chickens crossed the road, but nobody's been able to figure out why. And that's all for now. Good night and good luck.
NORM MACDONALD.
Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the news. Potential jurors for the O.J. Simpson case were asked to fill out a 75-page jury questionnaire this week. In the entire state of California, only one person got a perfect score: Chow Ming Wu, who, after the trial, plans to attend Caltech. O.J. Simpson's new fitness video was released this week, and hitting the shelves next week, Simpson's newest video, Dorf on Stocking. The crowd is torn. Tourism in India has taken a dramatic drop recently. The State Bureau of Tourism has two theories. One, airfares have gone up slightly in the past year, causing a decrease in travel worldwide. And two, the plague. In New York this week, Sammy the Bull Gravano was sentenced to just 5 years in prison for committing 19 murders. You better be careful, though, because New York has just passed a tough new law. 20 strikes and you're out. 4 Pittsburgh children were found in a house strewn with garbage and human waste after they'd been abandoned by their parents for 2 weeks. The couple was charged with child endangerment, but to their credit, they did bring the children a present. A t-shirt that reads, "My parents left me for 2 weeks in a house full of human waste, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt." A comet hit the planet Jupiter last July, and scientists now say the dark scars have almost completely disappeared. But the emotional scars will be there for a long, long time. Ford this week recalled 2 models of cars, saying that they might explode during refueling. At Ford, quality is job 1, and job 2, making your car explode. What's it like to lose $35 million? Just ask Dale Sturdivant of Honesdale, Pennsylvania. That's how much he lost this week at a local convenience store when he failed to guess any of the 6 winning numbers in the state's Pick 6 lottery. When reached for comment by Weekend Update, Sturdivant replied, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this? I bought a $3 lotto ticket. It didn't win. Why can't you leave me alone?" Christy Brinkley told reporters this week that her marriage to Billy Joel was over long before their divorce. The key moment, she said, came when she realized that she was Christy Brinkley and that she was married to Billy Joel. This week, Disney released a new CD featuring a rapping Mickey Mouse. To avoid controversy, the CD will not include the controversial hit single, Cat Killer. And in a related story, this week marked the 5,000th performance of the Broadway musical Cats. It also marked the 5,000th time a guy turned to his wife and said, "What the hell is this?" The Food and Drug Administration announced today that while 1 ounce of Special K with 4 ounces of milk is a good dietary source of protein, 1 ounce of Special K with 5 ounces of milk is deadly poison. 70% of diners polled this week said there should be no smoking in restaurants. And 80% of diners said that restaurants should give away their food for free. Fashion designer Giorgio Armani confessed last week to bribing Italian tax officials. He was sentenced to 6 months of wearing brown shoes with a blue suit. Visitors to New York's Times Square this winter are in for a bit of a surprise. Crazy people will be shooting at them. Well, David Hasselhoff is a huge star in Germany, where his series Baywatch celebrated its 100th straight week as the nation's top TV show, which once again proves my old theory: Germans love David Hasselhoff. And finally, John Wayne Bobbitt is going to be an adult film star. He has been signed to play himself in the John Wayne Bobbitt story. The part of his severed penis will be portrayed by Pauly Shore. And that's all for now. Good night and good luck. Thank you. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald. This is the news. The world was stunned this week when Yasser Arafat was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Actually, it's not that remarkable when you consider this year's other nominees: Raul Cedras, Mickey Rourke, and the guy who stabbed Monica Seles. Microsoft founder Bill Gates topped Forbes magazine's list of the wealthiest Americans this week, just beating out the #2 finisher, Mr. Monopoly. It was a big week for the old fella, who also placed second in a beauty contest, picking up a cool $10. In a related story, 3 of Hollywood's most powerful men, David Geffen, Steven Spielberg, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, joined forces last week to form their own movie studio. When asked what sort of films we could expect from them, the trio replied, "Mostly pornos." That's good news. All right. This week, Saddam Hussein pulled his troops back from the Kuwaiti border after realizing that a second invasion might hurt his chances for a Nobel Peace Prize. On Wall Street last week, trading was very heavy on the big board. Why? Because it's the big board. What are you, nuts? According to retailers, the most popular Halloween mask this year is O.J. Simpson. And the most popular Halloween greeting is, "I'll kill you and that guy who's bringing over your glasses," or treat. By the way, you can now purchase a bronze statue of the Juice for only $3,395. And for an even $5,000, you can buy one that Al Cowlings has kissed the ass of. Yoko Ono donated some John Lennon memorabilia to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this week. The items include his Sgt. Pepper uniform, an electric guitar he used at Shea Stadium, and the original handwritten lyrics to several songs that she ruined. New York City police charged this week that the 90-year-old mother of actor Peter Falk was systematically bilked out of $3 million in cash, jewels, and antiques by a con man. Peter Falk's mother, huh? Robbed? That sounds like a job for Matlock. Yeah. According to an obscure 14th century law, British Army Captain James Hewitt could be hanged for having an affair with Princess Diana. The punishment for having sex with Princess Diana is death. The punishment for having sex with Princess Anne is having sex with Princess Anne. Playboy founder Hugh Hefner recently attended his high school reunion. It was wonderful to see all my old friends, he said, but still it's nice to get back home to a house full of beautiful, naked 18-year-old women. Well, David Hasselhoff is a huge star in Germany, where his syndicated series Knight Rider places a consistent second behind Baywatch in the ratings, which once again proves my old theory: Germans love David Hasselhoff. Last week, British entrepreneur Richard Brown launched a new soft drink, Virgin Cola. Apparently, months of research determined that people were turned off by the names Slut Cola and Dr. Whore. People in 14 states have reported getting sick after eating Schwan ice cream. They're not sure which flavor is the problem. They're vanilla, they're chocolate, or they're uncooked pork swirl. And that's all for now. Good night and good luck. Judge Lance Ito this week barred all potential jurors from reading Faye Resnick's controversial new book, Nicole Brown Simpson, Diary of a Life Interrupted. The judge also barred them from reading Faye Resnick's other new book entitled Judge Lance Ito is a Big Fruit. In other book news, Prince Charles released an autobiography in which he states that he never loved Princess Di and that his father pressured him to marry her. The book is entitled, Of Course O.J. Did It. I mean, come on. And the Pope came out with a book this week, which contains a series of essays examining faith and morality in today's secular world and the changing role of the Catholic Church as it approaches the 21st century. The book is entitled, God Himself Told Me That O.J. is Guilty. Queen Elizabeth II visited Russia this week, becoming the first English monarch to set foot in the Soviet Union. The visit, which will last for 2 weeks, is expected to have absolutely no effect on anything whatsoever. To discourage worship of the Dalai Lama, the Chinese government has banned all photos of the exiled Tibetan leader, except for this photo from the 70s. New York City doorman Lenny Ladenhoff nearly fell over from shock when Princess Diana confided to him that she was feeling horny and invited him to drop by her hotel suite Thursday evening. Way to go, Lenny! Las Vegas mogul Steve Wynn has announced plans for a new hotel, 46 stories high, set on a 17-acre island in the middle of a 50-acre artificial lake on the Las Vegas Strip. In a related story, Motel 6 now has shampoo. Helmut Kohl was elected to his fourth term as Germany's chancellor this week. Experts say Mr. Kohl's success was guaranteed after he won the backing of singing sensation David Hasselhoff. Which once again proves my old theory, Germans love David Hasselhoff. The Brazilian teenager suing Michael Jackson for running him over with his van displayed his scars for a photographer this week. Jackson said through a spokesman that the suit was baseless, but he'd like to see more photos. A jury this week awarded $8.9 million to a man who said Tylenol destroyed his liver. Immediately following the decision, Tylenol announced its new advertising campaign. Take Tylenol, and you just might win $8.9 million. Well, a beef-flavored water for dog hit stores this week, and dogs are eagerly anticipating the arrival next month of the newest water flavor, other dogs' asses. And finally, in honor of the 50th anniversary of their first publication, Random House will be releasing special commemorative issues of many Dr. Seuss classics. The first to hit the bookshelves will be Green Eggs and Ham and O.J. is Guilty. And that's all for now. Good night. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the Fake News. Well, it's been a disastrous week for President Clinton. His party lost control of the House and Senate, and 31 governorships are now in Republican hands. The only bright spot? He was completely exonerated in the murder of Bob Crane. With Republican control of the Senate, Oregon's Bob Packwood will become chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. In a statement, he promised to massage the budget, goose interest rates, and, if possible, stick his tongue down the throat of inflation. And in Connecticut, where I live, a House race was won by a margin of just 2 votes. Well, that's good. My vote still wouldn't have made any difference at all. Young or old, male or female, everyone loves to visit the White House. In an act of conciliation, China released 8 political prisoners this week, but they made it clear that the other 79 million would be executed without a trial. A French man who calls himself the Snake Man was arrested this week after climbing up the side of a Manhattan high-rise. Yep, he climbed right up the side of a high-rise, just like a snake. This week is Taxi Cab Appreciation Week, so to all you taxi cab drivers out there, I'd appreciate it if you'd take a shower once in a while. How'd that be? A new hangover-free vodka is on the market. Yeah, the ads claim that the 80-proof vodka is so pure, it's virtually headache-free. But before you run out and buy it, remember, it causes massive anal bleeding. Dr. James Watts, a neurosurgeon who performed the first frontal lobotomy, died this week in Washington. If you recall, a lobotomy involves drilling holes in the skull and then inserting and rotating a knife to destroy brain cells. What a genius. He'll be missed. Well, Tom Cruise got ready for the premiere of his new movie, Interview with the Vampire, by sucking all the blood out of wife Nicole's... Liza Minnelli has gotten word she'll have to have a hip replacement operation. This marks the first time in 15 years that the name Liza Minnelli and the word hip have been used in the same sentence. George Foreman shocked the world this week. How about that, huh? He shocked the world when, after absorbing punishing blows to the head for 10 rounds, he knocked out Michael Moorer to regain the heavyweight crown. After the fight, Foreman said he felt great and that Moorer's punches had had no effect on him whatsoever. He then proceeded to grant a 20-minute interview to the Ring Post. Model Carrie Otis made news this week when she stated that she didn't want Mickey Rourke showing up at her work. Hey, join the club, lady. You think any of us want Mickey Rourke showing up at our work? Former First Lady Nancy Reagan reports that her husband has been relaxing at their ranch, riding horses and chopping wood. Sadly, eyewitnesses report that he was actually riding wood and chopping horses. The cast of Baywatch made a special appearance at Disney World in Florida, where they were mobbed by adoring fans, which proves my new theory. German tourists love David Hasselhoff. A 2-inch hummingbird that waited too long to fly south and ended up stranded in Alaska will be flown via commercial airline to California this week. You know, I have another solution to this. Kill the hummingbird. And our final story. Ted Kennedy says now that he's won re-election, he can finally relax, get off that crazy diet, and really let himself go. And that's all for now. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. Newly elected Governor George Pataki says he wants to bring the death penalty back to New York. First up, Mayor Rudy Giuliani. According to a poll taken last week, if the presidential elections were held tomorrow, the guy in the funny mask would win. Maybe if I said the word properly. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is warning people not to overeat on Thanksgiving because it can make you drowsy at the wheel. Well, that's bad news for me, you know, because after Thanksgiving dinner, I usually like to drive around a while till I sober up. Fergie, the Duchess of York, turned down a guest appearance on the hit show Baywatch. Now, my research has uncovered that Fergie is actually British, not German, which, while not proving, certainly does nothing to disprove my time-tested theory: Germans love David Hasselhoff. George Foreman says his upcoming autobiography will be an inspiration to every American who has tried to reach the impossible dream. And in a related story, former heavyweight champion Michael Moorer says that he wants his autobiography to be an inspiration to anyone who's ever been beaten up by an old man. In North Dakota this week, a hunter narrowly escaped death when a pocket knife in his breast pocket deflected a bullet shot by another hunter. Man, you know we have too many weapons in this country when people are getting shot in the knife. Judge Ito was interviewed this week by a local TV station in Los Angeles. Asked by the interviewer if it was appropriate for a supposedly impartial judge to be on TV with his case still pending, Ito said, "Maybe not, but how appropriate is it to kill your ex-wife?" It was revealed today that O.J. Simpson told police that Nicole Brown Simpson used to beat him up. He also claimed that she and Ron Goldman killed him. Talk show host Ricki Lake was arrested for vandalism after demonstrating against fur. She said wearing fur was in bad taste, then returned to her studio to tape a show entitled "Why Whores Get the Clap." Yeah, Ricki Lake, you know, she really is an animal lover, though. She has 3 cats, 2 dogs, and a big ass that follows her around everywhere. Well, there may be trouble in paradise. Lisa Marie Presley confirmed this week that she and Michael Jackson live in separate residences 50 miles away from each other. Lisa Marie was quoted as saying, "I guess being married to a homosexual pedophile wasn't such a great idea after all." Researchers have developed a so-called red wine pill, which gives all the benefits of red wine without the alcohol. Yeah, it's called a grape. In other entertainment news, one of the world's biggest stars just completed a whirlwind 3-week world tour. Tonight, he's agreed to come to Update to tell us about it. Ladies and gentlemen, David Hasselhoff.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My recent world tour was an incredible experience. I went to 21 countries in just 15 days, and I've got some amazing stories to tell. In Japan, for instance, I was invited to the state dinner at the Emperor's Palace. What I didn't know was
Whoa, hang on a second. Did you just say Japan?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, well, no offense, but I don't think anybody cares about Japan. Why don't you focus on the countries where you're popular?
Oh. Well, in China, we had an incredible experience. The entire cast of Baywatch was invited to the Great Wall, where the hundreds of thousands of Chinese people were chanting in unison, Baywatch.
Wait, Chinese people?
Yes, of course.
Look, why don't we skip China? In fact, rule out all of Asia.
Okay. Well, what do you want to hear about? I've got some great stories from all over the world.
I was thinking, some place where you're especially popular, like in Europe.
Oh. Well, in Italy...
Northern Europe.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I got you. There's one country that they absolutely love. Norway.
Norway? What are you, crazy? They like everybody in Norway. Nobody gives a damn about Norway. What the hell's wrong with you?
Look, what's going on here? I've never seen you like this.
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't want to be the one to bring it up, but how about Germany? How do the Germans feel about you?
Well, on this trip, we actually didn't stop in Germany.
I don't care about your stupid trip. Look, just tell me how you would characterize in one sentence the way Germans feel about you.
Well, I've always been fortunate to get a very positive response from the Germans.
Oh, my God. This is no time for false modesty. We're running late. We got to wrap this thing up. Do Germans love you?
Well, love is an awfully strong word.
Listen, David, let's say a guy had a theory, all right? A theory that he's devoted several years of his life to. And let's say he has a lot of evidence to back up this theory of his. Now, don't you think it would just be common courtesy to help that guy out, and not ruin his life?
Listen, I don't know what you want me to say here, pal.
Oh, my God. Here, I'll write it down. Here, say this.
Germans love me.
Which, once again, proves my theory. Germans love David Hasselhoff. And that's the news. See you next time. Thank you, David.
Auf Wiedersehen. Viel Glück, mein Lieber. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen.
Update with NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. GATT passed in the Senate this week, 76 for GATT, and 24 no idea what the hell GATT is. So that was a close one. U.S. Air is beginning a campaign to restore passenger confidence. I think just 2 little words will do that. We've landed. Blimpies has started supplying subs for Delta Airlines to serve in its flight, and in return, Delta is giving Blimpies barf bags to hand out in its restaurants. Standing outside a New York City courtroom this week, Paula Jones was berated by passing New Yorkers who called her names such as slut and whore. Observers say the situation grew even worse when the crowd realized who she was. Kenny G has a Christmas album out this year. Hey, happy birthday, Jesus. Hope you like crap. Yippee! Jerry Rubin died last week. Oh, I'm sorry. That should read, Yippee! Jerry Rubin died last week. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. My mistake completely. Just, I didn't read it right. And now it's time for Weekend Update's movie reviews. This week I saw Interview with the Vampire. And here's my review. Not gay enough. Last week, Queen Elizabeth won 10 pounds in her country's national lottery. However, she has no plans to quit her job as Queen of England. Yeah, I knew. You think I didn't know? A Brooklyn man crossing an expressway on Monday was hit by at least 10 cars. According to police, the man's body was spread over a 2-block area. Police also reported that various organs were flattened on the road and that his spine had been ripped out of his torso. The man is currently resting in stable condition at St. Mary's Hospital. The new ad campaign for Duracell batteries is already having a dramatic effect. Over 70% of consumers say they now find the batteries, quote, creepy and disturbing. Fake news. PLO leader Yasser Arafat announced this week that his wife is pregnant. The happy couple said they really don't care if the child is a boy or a girl, just as long as it hates Jews. The California Senate voted 38-0 to name State Route 118 the Ronald Reagan Freeway. The 83-year-old former president joked, "People have tried to drive over me for years. This is the first time I will actually welcome it." And then everybody enjoyed a good laugh, even though they had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Airline travelers' complaints have risen 22% over the last year. The single most common complaint was, "They lost my baggage," followed closely by, "I didn't like being in that fiery plane crash." Well, more bad news for Governor-elect George Pataki. An audit reveals that due to years of lax security, New York's reservoirs are, quote, 90% urine. Well, you got to hand it to Dan Quayle, huh, for finally changing his image. You used to look at him and think, potato spelled with an E. Now you look at him and think, blood clot. The U.S. Postal Service this week canceled plans for a stamp commemorating the bombing of Hiroshima. They will instead release a different stamp. Here it is that hopefully people will find it less offensive, that one. Jeffrey Dahmer's relatives are reportedly fighting over what to do with his body. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, some want to have sex with it while the rest want to put it in the fridge. So that's, should have stopped at the premise that time. The cast of America's hottest new show, ER, have landed themselves on the cover of Entertainment Weekly. They're all there, the most popular bunch of actors on TV. There's that guy and the other guy over there's the black guy there and the frizzy-haired lady and there's that blonde doctor girl over there. There they are. America's hottest group of actors. There they are. Well, a study this week reports seafood is good for you unless it's fried. Yet another groundbreaking story from the pages of the medical journal, Duh. A new study shows that a few simple tests may be able to determine which elderly drivers are most likely to have accidents. Sadly, the tests all involve a lot of old people driving cars into trees. Kind of sad. Scientists have created a genetically superior Christmas tree that will be taller, stronger, and tougher than other trees. One downside, if you don't like your presence, it will kill you. It's a hell of a downside there. And here's a story. Scientists have discovered that rats with spinal cord injuries were able to walk again after being treated with a combination drug therapy. That's good news, huh? Getting all those rats up and around again? A new FBI study shows that for the first time, Americans are more likely to be killed by a stranger than a loved one or acquaintance. Their advice? Introduce yourself to as many people as possible. A one-legged goose with a dart in its head. And I complain about my life, you know? It's tougher for the one-legged goose. Hey, Lisa Marie Presley said that she and Michael are still together and happy this week. She also made a revelation that she is actually a 9-year-old boy. Yeah! That it? Whoop! There I am. I thought I was over there. A sheepdog carrying $250,000 worth of cocaine in its stomach was found at JFK Airport earlier this week. A customs agent got suspicious when he saw 2 airline employees taking turns sniffing the dog's ass. And that's all the news. Thanks, folks. See you later. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. Secretary of State Warren Christopher this week again offered to quit his job, saying he's sick of being a damn secretary. This week, President Clinton gave Japanese Prime Minister Tomichi Moriyama a basket of Washington State apples. Afterwards, the Asian head of state said, hey, thanks for the apples. I guess I really owe you one now. Here we see the president and the first bitch. Hey, slow down, you bitch. Let me catch up. Hey. Hillary Clinton invited Newt Gingrich and his mother to the White House. Apparently, she's hoping they'll get caught in the crossfire. More bad news for Boris Yeltsin this week. In Chechnya, the entire Russian army was defeated by these 3 guys over here. And here is South Korea's annual The Running of the Tanks. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has given approval to a new bullet so brutally destructive that it will tear through your soft tissue, rip apart your vital organs, and then take all your money and live it up with your girlfriend in Aruba. Aruba. A 51-year-old cosmonaut set a world space endurance record this week after spending 367 days aboard the Russian space station Mir. And also, as a side note, he also smashed his own masturbation record. Well, the Grammy Award nominations were announced this week, and it was a lucky day for singer Billy Ray Cyrus. Apparently, he found a $5 bill in a taxi. Oprah Winfrey broke down and cried this week, saying she had once smoked crack cocaine. You know, I don't know what she's crying about. I mean, you know, some people in this world never get to smoke crack cocaine. It's ridiculous. Huh? In Walnut Creek, California, anyone who turns in his gun can get free therapy. And anyone who doesn't turn in his gun can get free anything. Well, let's get to O.J. O.J. Simpson's lawyers say they don't want the families of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman in the courtroom during the trial. They're afraid the presence of the family members will just remind O.J. of how much more killing he still has to do. And O.J. announced this week that he's coming out with a new book called I Want to Tell You. And if it's successful, O.J. will work on yet another book entitled From Football to Prison, My 25 Years of Showering with Other Men. And finally, twin daughters have been born to Andrew and Carrie Kennedy Cuomo, making former New York Governor Mario Cuomo a grandfather. The girls were named Pataki and Sucks.
Weekend Update with NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you. Thanks, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. Singer Billy Joel survived the massive earthquake which rocked Japan this week. The quake, which hit the port city of Kobe, killed nearly 5,000 people and demolished hundreds of buildings. To repeat, do not panic. Billy Joel has survived the earthquake. Here we see President Clinton looking for something, anything, to hug besides his wife. In an effort to feel smarter than somebody, Dan Quayle this week spoke to 4,000 Amway employees. Jimmy Carter has written a collection of poetry. It includes his latest poem, entitled Ode to a Country Full of Stupid, Ungrateful Bastards. Here's an amazing story. Twins born 95 days apart. Even more amazing, they were born to different mothers and they don't even look alike. That's hard to believe. Well, the NHL strike officially ended Thursday. After some adjustments to the schedule, the regular season started last night and the playoffs will start tomorrow. A blind man felt Princess Diana's face last week and said she is the prettiest woman I've ever seen. He then picked up a toilet plunger and said, "Thank you for this royal scepter. I shall treasure it always." According to the National Transportation Safety Board, sleepy truckers are responsible for 1,000 deaths a year. In second place, O.J. Simpson at 2 deaths a year. Well, O.J. Simpson's lawyers stopped feuding this week, finally. The Dream Team, F. Lee Bailey and Robert Shapiro, were able to put aside their differences and express their admiration for each other after O.J. threatened to cut their heads off. The United Paramount Network's new show, Star Trek Voyager, finished in first place Monday night with a 14.7 rating. For those of you who don't know, 1 rating point is equal to 950,000 nerds. Officials in Disney World have ordered their ride, the Extra Terror Estrial, to be shut down until it can be made scarier. When the attraction reopens in 2 weeks, it will be exactly the same, but missing 6 bolts. This week, a court banned gays from marching in Boston's St. Patrick's Day parade, but they will still allow them to be beaten up by drunken Irish guys. I'm afraid to know what you're applauding at there. Los Angeles Rams owner Georgia Frontier announced this week that her football team is moving to St. Louis. The good news for the Rams is that changing cities, that the ticket sales will increase and more fans will pack the stadium. The bad news for the Rams is they will still suck. Well, the Super Bowl is still a week away, but already the 49ers are leading 31-0. And finally, Amy Fisher charged this week that while in prison, she was raped by a guard. The guard, one Joseph Botafuco, has been reassigned to the prison auto body shop. So apparently that's the one we're ending on. Okay, that's it for now. See you next week.
NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. Surgeon General nominee Dr. Henry Foster, who claims he performed 39 abortions, is facing charges that he once said he performed 700. When asked if he made the statement, Foster was adamant in his response, saying, "If I told you 39 times, I told you 700 times, the answer is no." Well, the Super Bowl might be over, but the San Francisco 49ers just keep piling it on. They now lead the Chargers 83-40 to 27. So they've comfortably covered the spread. This week, the Disney company used Federal Express to ship an elephant cross-country. Disney said it would have used regular mail. The last time they tried it, the elephant fell behind a cabinet at the post office and was lost for 3 months. It was revealed this week that defense lawyer Johnny Cochran once abused his first wife. In his defense, Cochran said, "Hey, at least I didn't kill her like some people I know." In his book, O.J. Simpson says that he would have taken a bullet or stood in front of a train for Nicole. Man, I'm going to tell you, that is some bad luck when the one guy who would have died for you kills you. That's probably... You don't get worse luck than that. Tomorrow, Judge Lance Ito will take O.J. and the jury on a tour of the now famous crime scene. For the jury, it will be their first look at the actual location. Of course, for O.J., it will be just a case of been there, done that. And there's a new 24-hour cable channel. It's called the Golf Channel. It shows golf 24 hours a day, except for between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. when it shows the Byron Allen Show. The game Monopoly turned 60 years old this week. You know, things were so much simpler back then when people traveled around by hat or thimble. Those were the days, yeah. Last week, after more than a month of frigid darkness, jubilant residents of Canada's Arctic set off fireworks, danced, and ate caribou in celebration of their first glimpse of sunlight. And as the sun briefly illuminated the sky, they looked at each other and said, "Hey, what the hell is this we're eating? Was this caribou? Well, eating a hunk of caribou over here? What the?" Taco Bell this week introduced a new light menu, as well as a new slogan. Half the fat, but still tastes like crap.
Weekend Update with NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. It took a Long Island jury 10 hours to convict Colin Ferguson this week. It then took them 13 hours to walk across the street for lunch and 27 hours to eat it. And in football news, man, this is getting ridiculous. The 49ers now beat the Chargers 1,000,655 something to 27. All right. Not good with those long numbers. Judge Lance Ito was happy with the jurors' field trip to the crime scene last week. It went off without a hitch, said Ito. Not one murder. And this week, Simpson defense lawyers questioned witnesses about a half-melted container of ice cream found at the murder site. The Simpson defense has seized upon the ice cream for 2 reasons. 1, it may help fix the time of the murders. And 2, it was the only thing in the murder scene without any of O.J.'s blood on it. O.J.'s pal Al Cowlings now has a 1-900 number. For $2.99 a minute, Cowlings will tell callers that O.J. is innocent. And for $3.99 a minute, he'll try to do it without laughing. This week, President Clinton played golf with ex-presidents Gerald Ford and George Bush. Bush hit an old lady in the face with a golf ball, giving her a broken nose and 10 stitches. But don't be impressed. It took him 5 strokes to do it. A study says that pot use in high school is up sharply. Don't I know it? Oh, yeah. I'm joking. And I don't really sell drugs to children. And now a correction to a story we ran last week. Prince Charles is actually the one in the middle. So we apologize for that. According to a new survey, condom use is way up. Also way up, complicated, clumsy, unsatisfying sex. According to a survey, 58% of men would have sex with a woman they disliked. Although while having sex, they would really, really like them, and then afterwards not like them again. 130 years after the Civil War, the state of Mississippi has finally voted to abolish slavery. Representatives say they would have liked to have done it sooner, but they were delayed due to some awfully big cotton crops. They had some kind of big cotton thing. All right. After 50 years entertaining children, a fed-up Mickey Mouse finally started to eat one this week. And in a touching Valentine's Day gesture, a man gave his wife one of his own kidneys. Terrified, she dropped the kidney and ran out of the restaurant screaming. Roseanne was married on Valentine's Day, and gee, you know, as romantic as that sounds, I find myself far more interested in almost anything else that is going on the face of the planet. And finally, the Oscar nominations were announced this week, and Tom Hanks and Jodie Foster are in a heated competition in the Academy's controversial new category, Best Retard. All right, that's it for now. Thanks, folks. See you next week.
Date with Norm MacDonald.
God, thank you. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. Well, there's good news this week from strife-torn Ireland, where a historic peace agreement has just been signed. Gee, I wonder if anyone will celebrate by drinking. Former Interior Secretary James Watt was indicted this week for still having a large light bulb-shaped head. A stock market rally pushed the Dow Jones Industrial Average past the 4,000 mark for the first time ever. I have no idea what that means. Was O.J. Simpson high on speed the night of the murders? Absolutely not, said defense attorney Johnny Cochran today. And a simple test of any of O.J.'s blood found at the crime scene will prove it. And O.J. pal Al Cowling said this week that in looking for the truth in the O.J. Simpson case, he sometimes talks to a picture of Nicole Brown Simpson, something that in the past would have gotten him killed by O.J. If owners use replacement baseball players, hot dog vendors have vowed to go on strike. Boy, those owners are screwed now, huh? They'll never find other guys who can sell hot dogs. I don't think they'll be able to. Dr. William A. Moffat, the world's leading authority on the Dead Sea Scrolls, died this week at age 62. The cause of death? The curse of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This was Colin Ferguson's first week in prison. Ferguson has reportedly dismissed his cellmate, and from now on he will be acting as his own bitch. New medical research shows that men and women have different food cravings. Men preferring meat and women preferring sweets. Scientists trace this back to caveman days, when men had to go out and hunt for food while women sat on their fat asses eating chocolates. Washington Power twosome Mary Madeline and James Carville are expecting their first baby in July. No one knows if the baby will be a Democrat or a Republican, but doctors are sure of one thing. It will be weird looking. The richest girl in the world, billionaire Athena Onassis, celebrated her 10th birthday this week. What's it like to be the richest girl in the world? Well, to give you some idea, at the party, they had 2 cakes. The Mafia announced that they will drop their time-honored greeting of gently kissing each other on the cheek this week. But as for shooting people and stuffing them in the trunks of cars, full steam ahead. An intoxicated man was decapitated by a moving subway train this week after he fell off the platform while trying to show off for a woman he didn't know. The stunt worked. The two will be married in June. And finally, due to a change in policy, Amtrak employees will no longer be able to kick homeless people out of Penn Station based on the way they look. From now on, they will have to go solely on urine stench. Well, that's it. Thanks, folks. See you next week. Thank you. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. A Michigan man has been arrested for the murder of a co-worker following their joint appearance on the Jenny Jones show. Jenny Jones says she's very upset over the incident. How upset? Find out on the next Jenny Jones. F. Lee Bailey said this week that if the defense only knew what Ron Goldman's last words were, they might be able to find the real killer. You know, if you ask me, Goldman's last words were probably, hey, you're O.J. Simpson. And Bailey insists he's talked to potential witness Maximo Cordoba. I have not talked to F. Lee Bailey, says Maximo Cordoba. Who's right and who's wrong? Find out on the next Cordoba. Some teenagers are snorting or injecting Ritalin, a drug prescribed to treat attention deficit disorder in children. Drug abuse experts warn that Ritalin can cause accelerated blood pressure, along with enhanced mental alertness, a surge of energy, and an increased sense of self-confidence. And remember, kids, those are bad things. Well, tests got underway this week to see if those new outlawed bullets are really as dangerous as everyone says. According to a controversial new biography, Elizabeth Taylor likes her lovemaking loud, rough, and frequent. Coincidentally, that's also how she likes to eat. Oh no, O.J. has struck again. How about that? Not a good thing. A recent study shows the number of sexually active teenagers is leveling off at 53%, and another study shows the number of teenagers who tell their friends that they are sexually active is holding steady at 100%. Here we see LaToya Jackson wowing the crowds in St. Petersburg, Russia. Of course, in Russia, wowing means to disappoint or disgust. Well, newlyweds Tommy Lee and Pamela Anderson had their first argument this week. He wants kids, while she wants fake kids. And finally, well, it's official. There you go. Michael Jordan is leaving baseball to return to basketball. It is unclear whether the media will now refer to him by his old basketball nickname, Air Jordan, or his more recent baseball nickname, Senior Crappy. And that's it. Thanks, folks. See you next week. Thank you. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the news. Last week, as Pat Buchanan announced his decision to run for president, several people jumped on stage chanting, "Buchanan is a racist." As security began to wrestle them from the stage, Buchanan stopped them and said, "Let them continue. That's my slogan." Republican presidential candidate Phil Gramm of Texas said yesterday that if he and President Clinton met in the general election next year, he would, quote, chew him up and spit him out. President Clinton, on the other hand, says he would take Gramm, deep fry him, dip him in mayonnaise, and swallow him whole. Well, the nerve gas sarin, which was used in the Tokyo subway attack, is a colorless, odorless substance that swiftly paralyzes the respiratory system, fills the lungs with fluid, and drowns its victims. But it's still better than anything on the Warner Brothers network. Senator Bob Packwood said this week he favors reduced federal deficit over a tax cut. Then he added that in case anyone was curious, he prefers nice legs over large breasts. Well, how about this, huh? You know what makes me sick? When a society lets a guy like Colin Ferguson live for another 200 years. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. A new study says that people who quit smoking have healthier lungs. Yet another groundbreaking story from the pages of the medical journal, Duh. Hertz rental car company announced this week that it will buy 520,000 vehicles, increasing its worldwide fleet 24%. In addition, they will try to find a new spokesman who won't kill his ex-wife. And in court this week, Cato Kalin testified that O.J. Simpson did not appear angry before or after the period of his wife's murder. But Kalin admitted he could have been a touch edgy while he was actually murdering her. Might have been a... Leona Helmsley fired a maid this week for stealing her Victoria's Secret lingerie. And you think she looks hot here, huh? Imagine, if you would, with the... And finally, the Diamond Council of America advises that men spend 2 months' salary on an engagement ring, while the American Housing Company suggests that you spend 25% of your salary on rent. Interestingly, the U.S. Crack Association recommends that you spend all your salary on crack. And that's it for now. Good night, folks.
NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the news. This week in South Africa, Winnie Mandela was removed from the new government by her husband, President Nelson Mandela. A curious Bill Clinton later called Mr. Mandela to find out how exactly you go about doing something like that. In medical news this week, scientists report there may soon be a vaccine for drug addicts, which completely eliminates the craving for cocaine. They caution, however, that the vaccine is extremely dangerous, highly addictive, and costs $10,000 a gram. This is the only known photograph of terrorist Tahir Ayyash, Palestine's top bomb maker. To reassure you that there's little cause for alarm, however, you should know that this picture was taken by Palestine's top photographer. This week at the O.J. Simpson trial, the infamous bloody glove was finally introduced into evidence, and O.J. didn't help his case any by blurting out, "There it is, I've been looking all over for that thing." Whoa. I was wondering. And a new shocker in the O.J. Simpson trial. This afternoon, Judge Lance Ito dismissed yet another juror, a 45-year-old African-American male, for failing to tell the court that he had once worked for Hertz Rent-A-Car and that he had once held Nicole Brown Simpson's glasses while O.J. killed her. Well, Monica Seles said this week she doesn't like to watch women's tennis anymore. Hey, join the club, lady, all right? In a bid to boost low attendance, officials at the New Jersey State Aquarium have announced plans for a $4 million facelift. In addition, flashing neon signs will be placed outside the aquarium, stating that the fish are, quote, all nude all the time. Well, on a talk show recently, Joey Buttafuoco said of Amy Fisher, "I hope she gets hers and dies in prison like Jeffrey Dahmer. And when she does, I will go out and eat cake." Moments later, however, he admitted, "Look, I'll be honest with you, even if nothing bad happens to Amy Fisher, I'll probably go out and eat cake." Last week, Duchess of York Sarah Ferguson visited the Big Apple and showed off her 14-pound weight loss. Hopefully, this will not interfere with her official duties of sitting on her fat ass all day long. Julia Roberts told reporters this week that her marriage to Lyle Lovett has been over for some time. The key moment, she said, came when she realized that she was Julia Roberts and that she was married to Lyle Lovett. The gold-plated typewriter of Ian Fleming, author of the James Bond series, will be auctioned off May 5th. Though in perfect condition, it does have one small problem. When you hit the carriage return, it fires a fishing spear through your head. So that's... Well, singer Willie Nelson, who was arrested recently in Texas for marijuana possession, saw the charges against him drop this week. A judge ruled the arrest had been illegal because police didn't have probable cause to search his car for pot. How about the fact he's Willie Nelson? This week, in New Jersey, Patty, a 4-month-old pit bull who had been beaten senseless by his owner, was given a new home. While his former owner serves 2 weeks in jail for the beating, veterinarians say that it will take 4 to 6 weeks until Patty is fully recovered and ready to eat babies again. Well, the magazine POV came out this week with a list of the best and worst jobs to have in the next century. Their 3 best were, in this order, multimedia software designer, management consultant, and interactive advertising executive. While their worst, for the 3rd year in a row, crack whore.
McDonald.
Thanks, I'm Norm. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the news. Well, troubles continue for New York Senator Alphonse D'Amato. A week after offending many Japanese Americans with his impression of Judge Lance Ito, the senator entered a New York hospital complaining of mild chest pains this week. Attending physician, Dr. Hikuru Akosaki, examined the senator and found nothing serious, then performed a 6-hour rectal exam just to be sure. A bad week for the prosecution at the O.J. Simpson trial. Under intense cross-examination by defense lawyer Barry Scheck, LAPD crime expert Dennis Fung admitted that he may have contaminated the crime scene when he accidentally dropped a big bucket full of O.J.'s DNA. Dismissed Simpson juror Jeanette Harris revealed in interviews this week that the jury is torn by dissension and is already divided into two camps, those who think he is guilty and those who are really, really stupid. Israeli security forces have rounded up over 150 suspects in last week's suicide bombings. Suspects in a suicide bombings. Now, well, here's a hint. Look for the dead guys, and probably on the right track. A Cambridge, Massachusetts juror found City Councilman William Walsh not guilty of malicious destruction of property after he removed 2 dildos from a sculpture in the City Hall annex. Walsh's defense was that he was walking by, saw them, and said to himself, "Hey, free dildos." Look at there. Scientists in Japan have invented underwear for men with a special scent that they claim is irresistible to women. Let me tell you something. If you've got a woman's nose in your crotch, you don't need special underwear. I'll tell you that. Actor Arnold Schwarzenegger is vehemently denying accusations that he is the father of a 12-year-old girl living in Texas. You know, it's hard to believe, Arnold, especially considering that this is a picture of the girl. Well, Premiere Magazine's list of the 100 most powerful people in Hollywood hit the newsstands this month. In an odd bit of ranking, Demi Moore was ranked number 28, while her breasts were ranked 20 and 21. So the most restrictive smoking ban in the nation took effect this week in New York, and already the city has gained over 9,000 pounds. At a press conference this week, Washington Mayor Marion Barry said he wants private businesses to provide 5,000 summer jobs for a district youth program. He also wants some crack. Gosh, Hillary looks pretty in this photo here, doesn't she? Never realized she was such a looker till I see her here in this picture. At Virginia Commonwealth University, a professor is being sued following revelations that he spanked one of his students. It was the student's parents who first became suspicious when they asked, "What kind of marks are you getting?" And she replied, "Big red ones on my ass." So that's all for now. Good night. Thank you. Thanks. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the news. Our top story tonight, this week in the O.J. Simpson trial. After grisly photos of the murdered Nicole Brown Simpson were shown in court, O.J. turned his head away and wept. It was at that moment that he realized he would never be able to kill her again. 3 weeks ago, the FBI released this sketch of the Oklahoma bombing suspect known as John Doe No. 2. And this week, they had new information. They were able to revise the sketch. "Now we've got him for sure," said one FBI spokesman, "just as long as he doesn't take off that hat." Washington, D.C. Mayor Marion Barry is currently enjoying a 10-day trip to Africa. He says he loves everything about the continent, but he really misses crack. For the 5th year in a row, People magazine has named John F. Kennedy Jr. one of its 50 most beautiful people. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Big Red Nose magazine has named Ted Kennedy one of its 50 faces most ravaged by drink. Well, in Buffalo, Wyoming, a truck jackknifed this week, spilling hundreds of sticks of dynamite on the I-90 interstate, though officials noted that there is absolutely no danger as long as you're protected by magic. Yeah, I wish I was protected by magic. All right. Actor Charlie Sheen is reportedly engaged to model Donna Peel. Friends of Sheen say they knew Sheen was serious when he took Donna home to meet the hookers. In stock market news this week, April's three biggest losers were Cantab Pharmaceuticals, Champion Enterprises, and Crapco, which manufactures crap. And also crap-related items, most recently Mariah Carey's Christmas album. And also in music news, the Black Crowes have announced that they will donate profits from a recent concert to victims of the Oklahoma City's bombing. Then the band will smoke a huge amount of pot. Well, New Yorkers were asked in a recent survey what they thought of the new slicked-back hairdo Princess Di displayed on a recent trip to the city. 38% of New Yorkers approved, 45% disapproved, and 17% said, "You stopped me for this? Now I'm going to shoot you." Due to expected cutbacks in funding for PBS's The Frugal Gourmet, has announced that he'll be changing his name to The Cheap Bastard. Norm MacDonald, and this is the news. It is now believed that in the months before the Oklahoma bombing, suspect Timothy McVeigh may have sold drugs. Boy, is he in trouble now, huh, with that. A deadly outbreak of the Ebola virus is said to be responsible for more than 100 deaths in Africa and a couple of really bad movies here in the United States. Well, in a questionable move by the defense team this week, O.J. Simpson demonstrated how to stab two people at the same time. A Labor Department study shows that the number of temporary workers rose to 2 million in 1994. And that study doesn't even include the most temporary of the temporarily unemployed, Cato Kalin. Well, Gary Busey left the hospital this week after overdosing on cocaine last Friday. Doctors say Busey is okay and he should be back in the hospital in no time. Well, crime is down nearly 20% in New York City, with only 384 murders so far this year. Only 384? You know, if you ask me, that's still 307 too many. That's right. The Walt Disney Company has announced plans to build a $300 million hotel and entertainment complex in New York's Times Square. Construction begins next spring on their first attraction, Crack Horrors of the Caribbean. The American Academy of Pediatrics has released an updated list of unsafe baby products. Topping the list this year is the really, 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 really high chair. Well, last Friday in Washington, D.C., the city's elementary school students pledged to stay drug-free as a gift to their moms on Mother's Day. Meanwhile, D.C. Mayor Marion Barry got his mom a great big box of chocolates.
With NORM MACDONALD.
Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and I'll be there for you. Well, the trial of the century is over. Late yesterday, the fate of O.J. Simpson, the most famous murder suspect in United States history, was placed in the hands of the jurors. They must now decide whether to free him or get all their heads cut off. Testimony during the final week provided some spellbinding moments. In a brilliant move during closing arguments, Simpson attorney Johnny Cochran put on the knit cap prosecutors say O.J. wore the night he committed the murders. Although O.J. may have hurt his case when he suddenly blurted out, "Hey, easy with that. That's my lucky stabbing hat." In the course of his summation, Cochran also brought up Detective Mark Furman, calling him a, quote, genocidal racist and comparing him to Adolf Hitler. Furman later responded, "After all the things he said about me during this trial, it's a little late to start sucking up now." Meanwhile, Furman, who was expected to face disciplinary action by the LAPD, may get off lightly. Under the terms of a controversial plea bargain, the charges against him have been reduced to, quote, 1 count of using the word darky. Well, the much talked about film Showgirls opened this week, and here's my review. Basically a high-budget porno film, Showgirls is a thinly veiled excuse to show lots of naked buttocks, legs, and breasts. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a 10. Texas millionaire J. Howard Marshall may have died 2 months ago, but as we see here, he and wife Anna Nicole Smith can still enjoy a romantic evening at home. In Tennessee, police have arrested 2 teens with a computer for attempting to hook into a phone line at Republican state headquarters. The teens say they wanted free internet time, as well as information on how to keep down the underclass. And in California, a new restaurant has opened exclusively for dogs. Their specialty? A fried chicken dinner, said to be scrotum-licking good. Former Wilson Phillips member Carney Wilson's new talk show kicked off this month. According to Carney, her show will be different from the others in that guests will be treated with respect and dignity. And then she will eat them. Remember 12 Angry Men, the classic courtroom drama? Well, the first film about the O.J. Simpson case is in the works. It's entitled 9 Angry Black People, 2 Scared Asians, and a White Guy Who Hasn't Spoken Since Rosa Lopez. In Carlsbad, Texas, a tanker truck crashed into a prison bus, injuring 16 inmates. Doctors say it will be at least 2 weeks before the men are up and around and raping each other again. America's best-known atheist, Madalyn Murray O'Hair, is missing and hasn't been seen for weeks. Her family is asking everyone to not pray. And in music news, #1 on the college charts this summer was Better Than Ezra. And at #2, Ezra. Meanwhile, Elton John continues to deny rumors that he is engaged to his tennis racket. Finally, folks, next week, Jews everywhere will be celebrating the holiday of Yom Kippur, or as non-Jews refer to it, Wednesday. And that's all for now, folks. Good night.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thanks, I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Well, it is finally official. Murder is legal in the state of California. Two hours after the verdict, LA police had their first solid lead in the hunt for the real killers. A new witness has come forward who saw three men fleeing the crime scene the night of the murders. Police have released this sketch and would like to hear from anyone who has seen these three individuals. On Tuesday at 1:15, the moment the Simpson verdict was delivered, Court TV scored its highest ratings ever. An hour later, the channel went out of business. Well, that covers the main developments in the O.J. Simpson case this week. And after all, other important things are going on in the world. Now more O.J. Simpson. When Simpson trial juror Gina Rodborough returned home this week, her little girls were delighted to have her back. And no wonder. She lets him get away with murder. Meanwhile, in Washington, Mayor Marion Barry praised the verdict as, quote, wise and just. And he called upon people of all races to please get him some crack. The first Miss America, Margaret Gorman Cahill, died this week at the age of 90. A call-in vote will determine whether she'll be buried in a bathing suit or evening gown. Sorry about that. And with the Pope in New York City, some of the New York City's greediest and most heartless con men are getting rich selling fake tickets to the Mass in Central Park. Don't I know it? Look at how... Look here. Look at all this. A brother and sister in Florida carried on a sexual relationship for nearly 20 years, and now a judge must decide what to do with the 8 children that their incestuous union produced. Hey, how about keeping them the hell away from each other? How about that? Isn't that something else? Here is the answer to last week's update news quiz. The world's sexiest man is the one on the right. That's the one on the right. So nobody won, so the jackpot is now up to $500. Well, the long-running TV series The Love Boat is being made into a big-screen feature by New Line Cinema. The producers have announced that the entire original cast of Gavin MacLeod, Bernie Capel, Fred Grandy, Ted Lange, Lauren Tweez, and Jill Whalen will have to pay $7.50 to see the movie just like everybody else. In Oklahoma, sheriff's deputies are using police dogs to sniff for bodies buried on an 80-acre farm. The dogs have sniffed the ground for 3 days, but so far all they've dug up is another dog's ass. To mark its 75th anniversary, General Mills will abandon its traditional image of Betty Crocker and unveil a new multi-ethnic Betty Crocker, whose likeness will combine the features of 75 different kinds of women. Here she is. This week, supermodel Claudia Schiffer broke up with magician David Copperfield. Later, a devastated Copperfield wandered out onto the street and was hit by a bus. This, according to the current issue of Things I Wish Really Happened. According to a recent survey, the best tasting water in New York State comes from South Huntington on Long Island. And the worst tasting water comes from from Lou Reed's bong. And finally, physicist Stephen Hawking, who is wheelchair-bound and speaks through a computer voice box, was married earlier this month for a second time. You guys out there who can't get a date, start feeling sorry for yourselves now. That's all for now, folks. Good night. Thanks a lot. Enjoy.
NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Following his shocking acquittal 2 weeks ago, O.J. Simpson vowed never to rest until the real killers of Nicole Brown Simpson are brought to justice. And the manhunt continues. Meanwhile, this week, O.J. took girlfriend Paula Barbieri to see the erotic murder mystery Jade. Other moviegoers took the couple's presence in stride, though they did become uncomfortable when O.J. repeatedly shouted out, "You call that a stabbing? That's..." Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan has accused the National Park System of racism, claiming the agency deliberately undercounted the number of participants at his Million-Man March. A spokesman for the Park Service denies the charge, saying, quote, "Our estimate is based on state-of-the-art aerial photography. We stand by our number. Heil Hitler." Meanwhile, Washington, D.C. Mayor Marion Barry attended the march and called it a beautiful display of unity and solidarity among African Americans. His only complaint, the complete absence of crack. The Menendez brothers are back in court. They now claim that they shotgunned their mother and father over 20 times because they feared their parents possessed supernatural powers. Though they now admit, looking back on it, they were probably wrong. An 83-year-old Wisconsin woman who survived in her broken-down car for 8 days on just fruit juice and frost was rescued last week by family and friends, and they gave her a big welcome-home dinner. But in an ironic twist, they unknowingly served up as the main course fruit juice and frost. Polygram Records has acquired half of Entertainment Tonight host John Tesh's music label, paying Tesh $8 million for the right to distribute his new age music worldwide. If I ever decide to kill myself, that will be the last line of my suicide note. Last Tuesday in Mexico's election for the regional assembly, leftist opposition party thugs burned ballot boxes, detained election officials, and threatened voters with violence. Mexican authorities are calling it their most successful election ever. President Clinton was in Austin, Texas last Monday, the day of the Million Man March. The president said in a speech, "I am here to speak to you today because right now in Washington, D.C., there's like 1 million black guys." Less than 2 years after that horrific bus accident which nearly left her crippled, singer Gloria Estefan has been involved in a fatal boating accident in which a surfer was killed. Memo to self, cancel hang gliding with Gloria Estefan. Let me just cancel that out there. So cancel. A Labor Department task force says it will crack down on sweatshops in New York's Chinatown, where employees work 90-hour weeks for as little as 75 cents an hour. A spokesman for the sweatshop owner said, quote, "That's all we can afford to pay. This is a sweatshop. We make sweat." In Arkansas, a 25-year-old man has been arrested for going door to door, attempting to trade sticks of dynamite for sex or drugs. This disturbing case has people all across the nation asking themselves the same question. Why didn't I think of that? Angry over the Atlanta Braves and Cleveland Indians' use of Indian caricatures as logos, Native Americans showed up at the World Series tonight. They chanted for hours to protest Indian stereotypes, though it didn't help their cause any when it started to rain. And finally this week, Jeanne Calment of France turned 120 years, 238 days old, making her the oldest person who has ever lived. And though she can no longer shop for herself, see friends, or even get out of bed, she still has enough strength to say, "Oh God, I want to die." And that's all for now, folks. Thanks. Good night. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight. After initially vowing never to rest until his wife's killers are brought to justice, O.J. Simpson this week changed his pledge slightly. He now vows to have sex with hot-looking models. Simpson had been discussing marriage with girlfriend Paula Barbieri, but reportedly she has called the wedding off. Her fear was that if they married, she would be brutally murdered. And then someone would try to pin it on O.J. The actor who appeared in commercials for many years as the Marlboro Man has died of lung cancer. Asked if he contracted the disease by smoking, a spokesperson for the tobacco industry responded by saying, "What's that behind you?" then ran away. At the University of Massachusetts last week, a team of biologists created a mouse with a gigantic human ear sticking out its back. Afterwards, the triumphant scientists looked at each other and said, "What the hell did we just do? What kind of a crazy notion was that? It's some kind of a mouse with an ear sticking out of it." After 15-year-old Peggy Young of Irwin, Tennessee was caught skipping school, authorities sentenced her mother to 3 days in jail. So to all you kids out there, remember, party at Peggy's house. Talk show host Ricky Lake has announced that she will finally publicly apologize for her role in a destructive anti-fur demonstration. Then she will eat a huge can of frosting. HBO has finished casting its new movie about the talk show wars entitled The Late Shift. Tapped to play Jay Leno is Daniel Roebuck. The part of David Letterman will be played by Michael Higgins, and the part of Arsenio Hall will be played by Arsenio Hall. Cowboy legends Roy Roger and Dale Evans launched an internet site on the World Wide Web yesterday, so hackers can learn more about the Western duo. The most asked question so far, "Hey, aren't you guys dead?" In baseball news, Yankee captain Don Mattingly may be headed for Japan. Sources say that he's excited about the chance to play overseas, particularly in a league where he would have the biggest hog. In an interview out this week, Demi Moore says she would like to have another baby, this time a boy. to go along with her 3 daughters and 2 huge breasts. In the mating ritual of bees, the female follows in the mating ritual of bees, the male follows the female around, biting, slapping, and screeching until she lets him have his way with her. Nearly every time a male orangutan encounters a female, he rapes her. Among sea otters, males often grab a female's snout with their teeth or claws and drown her while attempting to mate. These stories and much more in the new book, I'm Not So Bad, by former Senator Bob Packwood. A new airport planned for San Diego would actually be located 3 miles out in the Pacific Ocean, built on 40 by 20-foot floating cylinders. It's all part of a plan by city officials to have a huge disaster. Thank you. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news, our top story tonight. Following Colin Powell's departure from the presidential race on Wednesday, Senator Phil Gramm said the Republican nomination is now a 2-man race between himself and Bob Dole. Lamar Alexander said it is now a 2-man race between himself and Bob Dole. And Senator Arlen Specter said, who the hell am I kidding? I don't have a chance in hell. Should Congress fail to raise the debt ceiling, this Wednesday, November the 15th, at 12:01 a.m., the U.S. will officially default on $4.9 trillion in debts to foreign governments. If that happens, the Treasury Department has issued this statement to all Americans. Whatever you do, don't answer the phone. No matter how hard he tries not to, House Speaker Newt Gingrich just continues to scare the bejesus out of little kids. Dr. Jack Kevorkian was responsible for another death this week, this time a 58-year-old woman. She is the 26th of Kevorkian's patients to die since 1990. When are people going to realize he is not a good doctor? Do not go to this man. He's incompetent. He's terrible. The L.A. District Attorney's Office has given Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden bonuses of over $10,000 for, quote, lengthy hard time duty, unquote, in the O.J. Simpson case. A spokesman for the DA said that the prosecutor's bonuses would have been even higher, except for the fact that they let a killer go free. In economic news, the Mexican peso yesterday sank to an all-time low as it showed up drunk to a family reunion and hit on its cousin, the centavo. In a recent interview, Christy Brinkley suggested that football players should have special gloves connected to lights on their helmets. That way, when they catch the ball, you'll know who has possession. Read these and other interesting ideas in Christie's new book, I'm an Idiot. A study on weight loss revealed this week that women who participate in a weekly diet program lost 50% more weight, snacked less, and bought more fruits and vegetables than women in general, which just goes to prove my new theory. Richard Simmons is gay. Well, next year's Monkees reunion tour will be the first to include all 4 original band members. That's because Michael Nesmith, who had not joined previous tours, has decided to come along. Nesmith, of course, is best known as the last original Monkee to run out of money. According to a new study from Yale University, in order to duplicate the physique of a Barbie doll, the average woman would have to grow to 7 feet, add 5 inches to her bust, and trim 6 inches from her waist. So ladies, you have your mission, now get to it. In Nashua, New Hampshire this week, a high school student, Chris Connolly, while attempting to dunk a basketball, lost his balance, crashed down on the rim, and shattered 2 front teeth. Gee, I wonder if by some crazy chance Chris is white. Researchers at Rockefeller University have learned an interesting new fact about the internal clock located inside the brain of fruit flies. It is very, very, very tiny. Former Playboy centerfold and Guess jeans model Anna Nicole Smith collapsed this week after she suddenly realized that she actually had sex with this guy. I think they were a couple of flaming supernovas. Well, finally in the news, what is America's most honest city? To find out, a team of sociologists left 10 wallets filled with cash on the street in various urban centers. In Atlanta, 7 of the wallets were returned. In Seattle, 9 of the wallets were returned. But not surprisingly, in New York City, only 1 of the wallets was returned. Empty and shoved up some dead guy's ass. Thank you. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight. According to a report out this week, O.J. Simpson is still extremely angry that Robert Shapiro began writing a book while he was defending the football legend. However, Simpson is extremely pleased that he got away with killing his wife and that waiter. This week, the New York City Taxi Commission named the 10 worst cab drivers in New York City. Mohammed Zaman, Akbed Alab, Yasser Abdul, Ali Rakima, Malik Gasagi, Himyar Lakimids, Sarbit Karim, Jazi Hassan, Zakadan Nosagi, Thamud Abdul Nasir. And the second worst offender is Abdul Ahmad Zakalili Bani Sabaligi Gadigi Hanganga Skorli Logli. Two 23-year-old women in China this week have set a record, living 12 days in a room with 888 deadly snakes. They now hold a place, a coveted place, in the Guinness Book of World Retard. A female prostitute who was mistaken for a man spent 15 hours in the men's jail in Denver, where she had consensual sex with 2 male prisoners, making that the first time anyone at any time in any prison ever has ever had consensual sex. Michael Gold, an unemployed drifter, has been stalking model Naomi Campbell now for 2 years. He has been screaming obscenities, spitting, throwing garbage, and threatening to kill her. Well, after 2 long years, Naomi finally gave in. The couple will be married in June. In publishing news, Magic Johnson has received a $5 million advance from Random House for his new book entitled What You Can Do to Avoid AIDS. Chapter 1, Don't Have Sex with Me. Actor Luke Perry says that his departure from the cast of Beverly Hills 90210 this week had nothing to do with artistic or personal conflicts. It's just that he's 50. In New Orleans, Antoinette Frank, an ex-police officer on death row for triple murder, said she knows nothing about skeletal remains that were found under her former home. But then, after thinking about it, she said, "Oh, that guy, yeah. He's the guy I killed and put under the house." Yeah, just slipped my mind. Sure, I remember that, yeah. Yeah, killed him, and then I put him under the house. Yeah, now I remember. Kentucky Fried Chicken has announced its second annual Salute to Mother's Day greeting card contest. You all remember last year's winner, To Mom. Roses are red, violets are blue. Eat lots and lots of fried chicken. Hoping to impress a girl, Kevin Hall, 18 years old, stuck a sawed-off shotgun in his pants and blasted off his genitals. You know, I don't know the girl, but I'm guessing that the stunt didn't work. I've learned that the hard way. Well, if I can be allowed a personal opinion, you know, I think Harrison Ford's new mustache works. And by works, I mean looks really gay. In what is considered a remarkably short period of time, the head of the Federal Advisory Board, Dr. Peter Mellman, has given speedy approval to a controversial new anti-obesity drug. It should be noted, however, Dr. Mellman's wife is a fat pig. Washington, D.C. Mayor Marion Barry has prostate cancer, but the disease was detected early, and he expects a full recovery. Doctors say in no time, Barry will be up and around and smoking crack again. Woody Allen is to be the subject of a documentary film which will follow his jazz band on its 1996 tour. According to its producers, the documentary will focus strictly on the parts of Allen's life that no one could give a rat's ass about. A new book claims that Madonna once smeared peanut butter all over John F. Kennedy Jr.'s body and then licked it off, which just goes to show you, Madonna's a whore. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, 20,000 American troops are on their way to Bosnia, but President Clinton has vowed, quote, "This will not be another Vietnam." Adding, "For one thing, I won't be in England leading peace demonstrations and cheering on the enemies of our country." In an attempt to reassure critics of the president's Bosnian policy, White House press spokesman Mike McCurry stressed that the administration does not intend that America be the world's policeman. He did acknowledge, however, that the Marines had just pulled over the country of Brazil for speeding. Like Johnny Carson there for a second. Beatle fans who play their new song, Free as a Bird, backwards will find a secret message by John Lennon. The message, "This song sucks." Former British cavalry officer James Hewitt, who was Lady Diana's secret lover, says he will never, ever disclose the contents of more than 100 love letters that she sent to him. This, according to Hewitt's new book, I Banged a Princess. After years of research, a team of biologists has succeeded in altering the genetic structure of mice to create a new breed of larger, hairier, more violently aggressive mice. They call their new creation the rat. Federal officials have ordered trash-burning plants to install safety guards after a worker in Maine was crushed to death this week when a conveyor caught his broom. Also, big signs will be placed on the compactors which say, if your broom gets stuck in the conveyor belt and you are about to be crushed, let go of the broom. In the current climate of gun violence, the NBA's Washington Bullets have decided to change the name of their franchise. When several D.C. politicians were asked for their suggestions, President Bill Clinton said the Presidents would be a good name. Senator Bob Dole said the Senators. And Mayor Marion Barry said, I'll be with you in a minute right after I smoke some crack. Confident that he is no threat to society, doctors at Prince William Psychiatric Hospital in Virginia have released William Mojeski 6 months after he scaled the White House fence to shoot the president. Mr. Mojeski's future plans include scaling the White House fence and shooting the president. In Niagara Falls, Arthur Curley has been charged with trying to make his girlfriend swallow a small brass bear, then urinating on her and setting fire to the oxygen tube that she uses to treat her emphysema. Read all about this kind of relationship in the new book, Men Who Make Their Girlfriends Swallow Brass Bears, Urinate on Them, and Set Fire to Their Oxygen Tubes, and the Women Who Love Them. A down-and-out O.J. Simpson, depressed that all of his money-making ideas have failed, has decided to go back to doing what he does best, killing people. At the Davis County Jail in Utah, a judge has ordered that 17-year-old Wes Howard be placed in the general prison population after he complained of being unfairly segregated from the adult inmates. The judge came to this decision over the strenuous objection of Wes Howard's ass. In a special ceremony sponsored by Publishers Clearinghouse, 16-year-old Amber Kambangan has been awarded $10,000 for her tireless work to feed the homeless. Although the young girl said that she would trade it all in a second, if only she could get a shiny new Lexus instead. And finally, this Christmas, Santa Claus will be starting a new look at up-to-date shopping malls around the country. They will now feature black Santas, Asian Santas, Hispanic Santas, and even Middle Eastern Santas. It is all part of a program to make little children cry. And that's it.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, charged by critics with failure to prepare an exit strategy for Bosnia, a defiant President Clinton today insisted that he has one ready. Should the situation deteriorate, he will have all 20,000 troops airlifted to England and smoking pot within 24 hours. Last week, the president vetoed a Republican bill to balance the budget, and he used a pen that belonged to former President Lyndon Johnson. Clinton has also been working his way through John F. Kennedy's vast supply of condoms. In New York this week, while rehearsing for his upcoming HBO special, pop star Michael Jackson collapsed on stage and was rushed to Beth Israel Hospital. Weekend Update has obtained this exclusive photo. While in the hospital, Michael Jackson had his room specially decorated with 2 huge photos of Shirley Temple. But don't get the wrong idea here. Michael Jackson is a homosexual pedophile. He is... In business news, Chrysler has alleged that former chairman Lee Iacocca gave away classified documents to other corporations. According to a spokesman, Chrysler is deeply concerned that other manufacturers have learned the secrets of building really crappy cars. Dr. Jack Kevorkian and 7 associates have unveiled new guidelines for doctors in planning physician-assisted suicide. Rule number 1, get paid in advance. In a surprise move, O.J. Simpson has offered to give an interview to CNN with, quote, absolutely no ground rules. But interviewers Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack have asked for one. Don't kill us. New York Governor George Pataki this week announced a plan to cut state scholarship aid to college students who do not maintain at least a C average. Sadly, the students hurt most by these cuts will be the idiots. Across the Great Plains, harsh weather and hungry boll weevils are the cause of one of the worst cotton harvests in years. Or so the Germans would have us believe. Native Americans in upstate New York are trying to Native Americans in upstate New York are trying to block plans to build a Kmart on the site of a Mohican burial ground. In addition, they were upset to learn that sales at this particular Kmart will be announced, "Attention Kmart savages." Doctors at the University of Pennsylvania Hospital are hard at work developing a new operation to remove an appendix without anesthesia. The operation is exactly the same as the one with anesthesia, with one key difference. It hurts like a bastard. The New York Public Interest Research Group has unveiled its 10th annual list of dangerous toys for the upcoming Christmas season. Topping the list this year, baby's first circular saw. This week in Minneapolis, the Minnesota Obesity Center officially opened. Its goals? To find ways to identify behaviors that lead to obesity. Also, it's a good place to meet fat chicks. Finally, in Connecticut, a mailman on his route was bitten and dragged by a Rottweiler that held on even after police shot it 5 times. Officers rescued the shaken mailman, who finished his rounds, went back to the post office, and shot 10 people. And that's the way it is. Enjoy your Sunday, folks. Thanks.
And update with NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Moments after the Bosnian peace treaty was signed in Paris, grenades rocked Sarajevo, killing 6 people. Asked if the renewed violence raises questions about the ceasefire, President Clinton hopped a plane to England and lit up a big fat joint. King of Pop Michael Jackson, who collapsed during rehearsals for a concert last week, has been released from the hospital. Doctors say his condition is stable and continues to improve, although he is still a freak. At a tearful press conference Thursday, Utah Congresswoman Enid Waldholtz blamed her financial troubles on her husband, alleged embezzler Joe Waldholtz. The Congresswoman says, she was blinded by love for Mr. Waldholtz, who, when they first met, claimed that he was not an embezzler and also that he was not a big fat guy. In sworn testimony this week, Paula Barbieri admitted that she had broken up with O.J. Simpson the very night Nicole Brown Simpson was killed. Boy, that had to be a tough day for O.J., huh? First he gets dumped by his girlfriend, then Colombian hitmen kill his wife. Man, that's... You gotta... You gotta feel for the guy. Former Oregon Senator Bob Packwood announced this week that he plans to start a consulting business on Capitol Hill. A spokesperson for Packwood's new firm, Maureen O'Donnell, said, hey, let go of my ass. This week, CBS aired the Martha Stewart Christmas special, in which she demonstrated that with an old soup can, some used tea bags, some string, and some sparkles, you can make a useless piece of crap. Frank Sinatra turned 80 this week. Frank Sinatra. And although the singer is said to be suffering from Alzheimer's, he had a typically festive birthday, singing a duet with a hooker and having sex with Tony Bennett. Probably going to end up in Jersey with a meat hook up my ass, but it was a good joke. All right. In Denver this week, Postal Clerk John Pitney startled co-workers when he arrived at work wearing a dress, a gorilla mask, and a strap-on dildo. Most startling of all, he didn't shoot anybody. So, after 30 years of non-stop touring, the Grateful Dead is finally breaking up. Fans of the group, formerly known as Deadheads, will now be called homeless people. In a recent interview, Jane Pauley recalled how back in the 70s, she coined the phrase bad hair day. In another recent interview, Larry King recalled how back in the 70s, he coined the phrase bad face day. Last Sunday's National Hockey League game between the Buffalo Sabres and the Tampa Bay Lightning was postponed due to record snowfall in Buffalo. Or so the Germans would have us believe. Recent studies indicate the number of people getting the AIDS virus appear to be declining sharply. But it is important for viewers to remember one thing. Sex without condoms feels better. Now I have to say this. It should be noted, however, I have no idea what I'm talking about. 18-year-old Julie Wozchak will be going to Paris after winning an essay contest sponsored by the Dayton Daily News. She won for her essay, which was entitled, Why I Want to Go to Paris with Some Old Guy from the Daily Dayton News. Dayton Daily News. Like that would have helped. Okay. Hollywood prostitute Divine Brown has written a book describing in lurid detail exactly what she did with Hugh Grant. The book sells for $25, but for $35, she'll show you. Last week, a hungry homeless man in a stolen truck led Pennsylvania and New Jersey police on a 100-mile chase before surrendering when he was promised 2 egg sandwiches. When are we going to stop negotiating with terrorists? It's just ridiculous. In Massachusetts, the state legislature will vote this week on whether to ban body-grabbing animal traps. Nervously awaiting the vote is the inventor of the body-grabbing trap, former Senator Bob Packwood. Wrong Way Corrigan, the man who once flew all the way to Ireland by mistake, died this week at the age of 88. It was just like him, said his wife. He was trying to live. You got it all wrong. And finally, next week, Christians everywhere will be celebrating Christmas, or as people born on December the 25th call it, screwed out of a present day. And that's all for now. Good night, folks. Thank you very much. I'm Norm MacDonald. And now here's the fake news. Our top story tonight. As new questions arise about Hillary Clinton's role in Whitewater, the president appears to be distancing himself from the First Lady. Earlier today in his weekly radio address, the president insisted, hey, I sleep with hundreds of girls. I can't vouch for all of them, you know? Meanwhile, the war of words between President Clinton and New York Times columnist William Safire continued to heat up. It all began when Safire called the First Lady a, quote, congenital liar. Clinton responded by saying Safire, quote, deserves a pop in the nose. Safire replied by offering to fight Bill Clinton, quote, anytime, any place. The president answered, quote, how about right now? Then hopped a plane to England and lit up a big fat joint. Is the First Lady a compulsive liar, though? It's beginning to look that way. In an interview on last night's 2020, intended to promote her new book, It Takes a Village, Mrs. Clinton folded under tough questioning by Barbara Walters and admitted that, in fact, it does not take a village, and furthermore, that she was aware that it does not take a village when she wrote the damn book. Oh, my tie looks funny? Thanks there, Bobby. I think maybe that joke had bigger problems than the tie, but in an effort to raise money for his enormous legal bills, O.J. Simpson this week began marketing a video which attempts to prove his innocence. Should the tape not sell, Simpson has a backup idea, his very own video of the actual murders themselves. In one of the most amazing stories to come out of New York's blizzard of '96, supermodel Claudia Schiffer trudged over a mile through waist-high snow this week in order to make it to a photo session. Even more amazing, she sleeps with this guy. And in Boise, the Idaho State Medical Board has censured Dr. LeVar Withers after dozens of women alleged that he fondled them while their legs were up in stirrups. An angry Dr. Withers replied, hey, if I'm such a monster, why didn't they just go to another dentist? In business news, AT&T this week announced the first of 40,000 layoffs. A spokesman for AT&T said, you know anyone who needs a good spokesman? And in California, Christian Brando was released from state prison Monday after serving nearly 5 years for killing his sister's boyfriend. Meanwhile, his father, Marlon Brando, ate 9 pizzas. Well, more bad news for Bill Clinton. This week, an appellate court ruled that Paula Jones can proceed with her sexual harassment suit against the president. Jones' suit is based on a 1991 hotel room encounter during which she alleges that then-Governor Clinton dropped his pants and exposed himself. She is seeking $700,000 in damages, $100,000 for trauma after seeing the governor's penis, and $300,000 for each thigh. Officials at the Philadelphia Zoo report they have actually been able to preserve sperm from an endangered one-horned rhinoceros. The sperm will remain frozen at the zoo until Michael Jackson comes by with a check and picks it up. This year's lack of snow in Alaska could help generate a surplus of moose next year because deep snow makes it harder for moose to search for food, which leaves them more vulnerable to wolves. Or so the Germans would have us believe. A 3-year-old Texas boy remains in fair condition after being assaulted by the family's pet cougar. No one knows why the attack occurred, but hey, how about because their pet is a cougar? How about 47-year-old Adrienne Brown, wife of soul legend James Brown, died suddenly last week. Most shocking of all, she was not killed by James Brown. And in Polk City, Florida, a man had his stolen car returned, but the cremated remains of his father, I say the cremated remains of his father, are still missing. Don't I know it? Yeah. That's right. Across the nation this Monday, banks and government offices will be closed in observance of Martin Luther King's birthday. Meanwhile, at the Riverbend Maximum Security Prison in Nashville, Dr. King's assassin, James Earl Ray, will spend the day being raped continuously. He's a bad guy, by the way, James Earl Ray, if you don't know that. If that helps. Finally, in U.S. News and World Report's list of the best and worst jobs for 1996 is out. Last year's best job, multimedia software consultant, was replaced by a new best job, bioindustrial engineer. And in the worst job category, last year's winner, crack whore, has lost its spot. The new worst job is assistant crack whore. That's all for now. Thanks, folks. Good night. Good night. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news, our top story tonight. The nation is still reeling from Thursday's bombshell announcement that Lisa Marie Presley has filed for divorce from Michael Jackson. According to friends, the two were never a good match. She's more of a stay-at-home type, and he's more of a homosexual pedophile. This week, in a speech honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., President Clinton said that if Dr. King were alive today, he would have supported the deployment of U.S. troops to Bosnia. Later, when asked how he could use the late civil rights leader's name in such a self-serving manner, Clinton hopped a plane to England and lit up a big fat joint. Meanwhile, President Clinton is hard at work on Tuesday's State of the Union address, in which he'll focus on crime, education, and the economy. At the request of the First Lady, part of the President's speech will be huge lies. This week on NBC's Dateline, 3 members of the Simpson jury explained their not guilty votes and argued that if Simpson had killed his wife, there should have been blood stains all over his gate, front door, and light switches. Also this week, Simpson friend Al Cowlings released his video, How to Get Blood Stains Off Gates, Front Doors, and Light Switches. And in Brentwood, O.J. himself was spotted manning a lemonade stand with his daughter, Sydney. Asked by reporters why sales were so poor, O.J. replied, "Beats me," and then he went back to cutting lemons with a giant knife. Well, bad news for ice cream moguls Ben and Jerry. This week, the Food and Drug Administration banned their newest flavor, Ben's back hair. In an interview last week, administrators of the FAA, David R. Hinson, explained why English is the only language used by pilots around the world. It turns out all the other languages are weird. Can't even hardly understand most of them. John Goodman has announced that he will not be returning to Roseanne next year. So how will the show get rid of him on screen? Well, insiders now say that over the last few episodes of the season, Roseanne will gradually eat him. And now, Weekend Update would like to wish a happy birthday to comic legend George Burns, who turned 100 years old today. You know, I don't know the secret to his longevity, but I think I speak for all of us when I say I hope Pauly Shore doesn't know it either. Barbara Jordan, the first African-American woman in Congress, died this week at the age of 59. Remarkably, singer James Brown had nothing to do with it. Eric Etheridge, editor of George magazine, has quit over policy differences with the publication's editor-in-chief, John F. Kennedy Jr. Translation, they're both banging the same receptionist. Finally, legendary pool hustler Minnesota Fats passed away Wednesday. You know now he's probably up in heaven, racking them up for a game with St. Peter. Or maybe he's in hell, where demons gnawed his flesh and the agonies of the damned never cease. Either way, he'll be missed. And that's all for now, folks. That's the way it is. Good night. Thanks, folks. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, according to the latest CNN poll of Iowa voters, Steve Forbes has pulled ahead of Senator Bob Dole in the race for Republican presidential nomination. However, he still trails both Ross Perot and John DuPont in the race for craziest rich guy. Meanwhile, Republican hopeful Phil Gramm says that Bob Dole should not get the nomination because he backed President Clinton's plan to send troops to Bosnia. Dole responded that Gramm should not be nominated for president because, well, look at him. Take a gander at the fella. More questions about Hillary Rodham Clinton's truthfulness. In an interview this week, the First Lady claimed that she won the women's 100-meter dash at the 1956 Olympics, and that she had an IQ of, quote, over 700. When it was pointed out to her that these were not especially good lies, Mrs. Clinton responded, "I know, I have a problem," and then added, "I invented the formula for 7-Up." Last week, basketball legend Magic Johnson rejoined the Los Angeles Lakers 4 years after learning he was HIV positive. NBA doctors have assured the league's players that they have absolutely nothing to worry about, as long as when they are guarding Magic, they remember not to have sex with him. And late today, rescuers intensified their search of shark-infested waters off the Dominican Republic. for those still missing after the crash of a chartered 757. Also joining the search, sharks. Last Sunday, during halftime at the Pro Bowl, New York police officer Michael Volino, who had been coached in place kicking by the New York Jets, missed a 35-yard field goal, thus blowing his chance to win $1 million. Experts said his chief mistake was being coached by the New York Jets. In his civil court deposition this week, O.J. Simpson denied under oath that he ever punched, kicked, or slapped his ex-wife Nicole. Oh, great. As if O.J. isn't busy enough tracking down the real killers. Now he's got to track down the real wife beater, too. This guy is crazy. Well, more bad news for ice cream moguls Ben and Jerry in their continuing battle with the Food and Drug Administration. This week, the FDA banned their newest flavor, stuff from Ben's beard. Meddling bureaucracy wrecking that. And in Louisiana, Amtrak has agreed to drop its speed limit from 75 miles per hour to 69, following a meeting between train safety experts and giggly high school kids. Stephen Simmons, the Pennsylvania man who smoked 800 cigarettes in under 6 minutes, has earned himself a coveted place in the Guinness Book of World Records. The record? World's most massive heart attack. Well, at a local town meeting in Montpelier, Vermont last week, representatives from the McDonald's Corporation who want to put a restaurant in a historic district were booed by angry residents, but they were cheered by the town fat guy. Every town has one, the town fat guy. In Fort Pierce, Florida, many Bell South customers will no longer pay long-distance phone rates for nearby calls, but will instead be charged with a flat rate of 25 cents. Or so the Germans would have us believe. Today in New York, the world's best chess player, Garry Kasparov, will challenge the world's best chess-playing computer, the IBM 9000. No matter who wins, man or machine, one thing is certain. No one gives a crap about chess. 2 weeks ago, a record number of viewers around the world watched the Dallas Cowboys beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in Super Bowl 30. The game was the closest in recent years, as the Cowboys, who had been favored by 14 points, sealed a 10-point victory with Larry Brown's interception of a Neil O'Donnell pass in the closing minutes. Larry has graciously agreed to talk with us about the game tonight on Weekend Update. So here, from the Dallas Cowboys, Super Bowl MVP, Larry Brown! Larry, thanks for coming, Larry.
My pleasure, Norm.
Now, Larry, I know this is not an easy question, but the Cowboys were favored by 14 points, and you only won by 10. You didn't cover the spread. What went wrong?
Well, Norm, I don't know that anything went wrong. We knew that Pittsburgh had a fine football team, and we were just happy to come away with the win.
Yeah, right. But was there a point in the fourth quarter when you and your teammates looked at each other and said, it's just not our day. It wasn't meant to be. We're not going to cover the spread, and people who bet on us are going to lose a lot of money.
No, we were just happy that we won the game. You know, we went out and played hard and just happy to come away with the win.
Okay, well, Larry, at halftime, the Cowboys were ahead 13-7. Was there a lot of talk in the locker room about the over-under?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, you're right. Let's get back to the spread. There's probably been a lot of crowing in Pittsburgh this week about how the Steelers beat the spread, but you know, if you ask me, the Steelers didn't beat the spread. The Cowboys beat themselves from beating the spread. Do you agree with that?
Norm, have we lost sight of the fact here that we did win the game?
No. Don't get me wrong, Larry. You personally have nothing to be ashamed of. You had a great game, and without your 2 interceptions, the Cowboys wouldn't even have come close to covering the spread. You can hold your head high, I'll tell you that.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you very much.
Okay. Larry, can I borrow $25,000?
Whoa! That's a lot of money, Norm. What's it for?
Well, I think you probably know.
Gee, I usually don't lend that much money, Norm.
Larry, they say they're going to kill me.
All right, Norm, but I want it back.
Okay, all right. Good. You're a good man, a scholar, and a gentleman. Thank you. And I'll get you this back right after Monday's Delaware State Lottery drawing. So don't worry about it.
You'd better.
Okay, Larry Brown, everybody. Larry Brown. All right. Thanks, buddy. That was great. And finally, in entertainment news, ex-Playboy centerfold Anna Nicole Smith has filed for bankruptcy. And saddest of all, she slept with this guy for nothing. Okay, folks, that's the way it is. Good night.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald. Now, here's the fake news. Our top story tonight. Following his poor finish in the Iowa caucuses, Texas Senator Phil Gramm is withdrawn from the presidential race and will soon announce his full backing and support for first-place finisher Bob Dole. In response, Dole said, "I am screwed." In Whitewater news, federal regulators quizzed Hillary Clinton at the White House this week and gave her a perfect score on the lying section. She's a dirty liar. Meanwhile, President Clinton turned flood-damaged sections of the Pacific Northwest this week and promised that every flood victim will receive meals, blankets, and pup tents. Meanwhile, millionaire Stephen Forbes promised every flood victim a case of champagne and a rare Austrian music box. Hey, more controversy for Minister Louis Farrakhan. During his recent trip to Iran, the Nation of Islam leader said to reporters, "You can quote me, God will destroy America by the hands of Muslims." And then, in the most shocking part of his statement, Farrakhan added, "Happy President's Day, everybody!" Speaking out against the new Pentagon policy, President Clinton has vowed to keep HIV-positive soldiers in the military. Many in Congressmen wanted them discharged, arguing that their presence in the armed forces will make our enemies afraid to fight wars with us. Earlier this week, the Food and Drug Administration gave approval to Nicorette chewing gum, an over-the-counter aid for those trying to quit smoking. Next, the agency will rule on another addiction-fighting product. The title of that one is, "I Can't Believe It's Not Crack." You know where there's great crack is Detroit. Now, you hear about it, but you got to really try it. In the former Soviet Union this week, there's a phone call here. Here I have a phone. Let me see now. Who would this be? Hello?
Hey, Norm, what's up? It's OJ.
OJ, hey. Hi, OJ. Hey, what have you been up to?
I just got back from the movie.
Oh, the movie. What'd you say?
Beautiful girls.
Oh, yeah. Who's in that again?
Oh, you know, Uma Thurman, Lauren Harlan, Mira Sorvino, Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell's in Beautiful Girls?
I know, Norm. I was nonplussed myself.
Anyway there, Juice. Hey, how's it going with the manhunt there for the killers?
Oh, Norm, don't ask.
Not good, huh?
That is an understatement. I'm no closer to finding the real killers today than I was when I started. It's like they vanished into thin air.
Oh, well, give it time there, OJ. You know, it can't be that bad.
Oh, believe me, it is that bad. Sometimes I feel like I might as well shut down the whole investigation.
Oh, come on now. Hey, did anything ever come out of that lead you picked up there about the shadowy figure leaving the crime scene?
No, you're not going to believe it. It turns out that was me.
Well, so I guess that's a dead end, huh?
Yeah.
Well, hey, how about that guy that was seen running back to your house by limo driver Alan Park?
Oh, guess what? That turns out that was me also.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do, huh?
Nothing you can do. Sometimes you just have to laugh. Anyway, Norm, while I have you here, I was going to ask you a favor.
Oh, yeah, sure, Juice. What is it?
I produced a video dealing with some of the inconsistencies in the evidence, and I've been having trouble getting the 800 number out on the airwaves.
Really? I'll put it out.
Okay, that would be great. It's 1-800-555-0165.
Oh, okay. That's 1-800-555-0165?
Right. 1-800-555-0165.
Okay, 1-800-555-0165. Okay. Hey, what's the video cost there, OJ? Was it like $100?
Oh, no. It's $29.95.
$29.95? Good Lord, that's nothing.
Yeah, well...
Practically giving it away.
We're trying to price it so that the average person can afford to buy it.
Well, OJ, the question is not can the average person afford to buy it. The question is, can the average person afford not to buy it?
Well, we think it's a quality video.
Well, the price is certainly right. Hey, let me ask you a favor, OJ. Can I give out that number one more time?
Sure.
Okay, then. That's 1-800-555-0165.
Right. Okay, Norm, I'm going to let you go.
Okay, Juice. Hey, take care, buddy. O.J. Simpson, everybody. O.J. Simpson. O.J. the Juice. Well, in a sworn deposition this week, O.J. Simpson claimed that he never, ever beat, choked, or hit his ex-wife with a closed or open fist. Luckily for O.J., lawyers forgot to ask if he'd ever cut her head off. According to DEA officials, Colombia's President Ernesto Samper is the target of a formal indictment, charged with accepting $6 million in Cali cartel drug money to finance his election campaign. In Colombia, the legal limit on drug money contributions, of course, $5 million. So he was... In entertainment news, there are reports that actor Charlie Sheen and model Donna Peel are splitting up. You know, when two people like this separate, there's really only one winner. Heidi Fleiss. See, that's, With peanut consumption in the United States down 10%, the Peanut Advisory Board has decided to launch a $600,000 publicity campaign. Most of the funds will go towards spreading ugly rumors about almonds and cashews. That's not right, huh? Finally, some good news for Steve Forbes in his recent sputtering presidential campaign. This week, he picked up the endorsement of Forbes magazine. Medical researchers at Duke University have found the human body's internal stopwatch. So if you've lost an internal stopwatch, please contact Duke University at the address below. There was an unusual prison escape this week in Washington, D.C., where 2 inmates hid in the back of a garbage truck and were dumped in a landfill. The 2 men, covered in filth and garbage, remained at large for nearly 3 days by convincing people they were Mickey Rourke and Keanu Reeves. Under a new ordinance, exotic, nude, and topless dancing will be banned in any establishment selling alcoholic beverages in the city of New Iberia, Louisiana, or as I now refer to it, the most horrible place on earth. A celebrated fertility statue, which many believe has the power to make women pregnant, began a nationwide tour this week. The hundreds of women who claim it caused their pregnancies are of different ages, races, and religions, but they all have one thing in common. They are all dirty, dirty whores. Dirty, dirty whores. Thank you very much. Thanks, I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, just days after winning the New Hampshire primary, Pat Buchanan has become the target of savage attacks within the Republican Party. On a positive note, however, he did pick up the enthusiastic endorsement of Bill Clinton, the President of the United States of America. Can't get much higher than that. In Colorado this week, Bob Dole warned that if Pat Buchanan is the Republican nominee, the party might lose both the presidency and control of Congress. In response, Buchanan warned that if anyone other than himself becomes president, blacks will retain the right to vote. 6 of one, half dozen of another. During an interview 2 weeks ago, Bob Dole said to a reporter, quote, "Whoever wins in New Hampshire will probably be the Republican nominee." When approached by the reporter for a quote following his stunning loss Tuesday, Dole locked himself in his campaign bus and pretended to be asleep. A new development in the O.J. Simpson civil trial this week, according to sworn testimony, Nicole Brown Simpson had told her therapist that she was afraid of getting beaten by O.J. Simpson. Asked why he didn't report this earlier, the therapist said, "I was afraid of getting beaten by O.J. Simpson." I said getting beaten, and that may have hurt a little. Following a new outbreak of the Ebola virus in Africa last week, health officials have issued the following warning to those who may have come in contact with the virus. Drink plenty of fluids and stay the hell away from me. Well, this week, world chess champion Garry Kasparov defeated an IBM computer in their 6-game chess series. Experts are calling the encounter between chess wizard and supercomputer historic because, for the first time ever, it brought together both geeks and nerds. And this week, the leaders of Bosnia, Serbia, and Croatia averted a threat to the peace accord by agreeing that suspected war criminals will be arrested only if they are among the 52 already indicted. The remaining war criminals will be allowed to continue as staff workers for Pat Buchanan. And in the state of Washington, deaths from heroin hit record levels during 1995. Sorry, crack, it just wasn't your year. Well, television history will be made this week when film legend Elizabeth Taylor appears as herself on all 4 CBS Monday night sitcoms. It's part of the network's new campaign, Must Eat TV. She enjoys eating. Well, the Learning Annex in New York is offering a new course to teach women how to smoke cigars. The fee to enroll in the class is $100. The fee to watch the class is $200. A shocking crime in Bunnell, Florida, where a 92-year-old man in a nursing home has been charged with sexually assaulting an 85-year-old woman. A nurse who witnessed the attack has not stopped vomiting. In St. Louis, archaeologists will use special radar on nearby landfills in an effort to find the 70-foot axle from a Ferris wheel, which was the centerpiece of the 1904 World's Fair. Or so the Germans would have us believe. And finally, in Falls City, Nebraska, John Lotter has been sentenced to death for attempting to kill 3 people in what prosecutors called a plot to silence a cross-dressing female who had accused him of rape. Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die. Okay, and that's the way it is, folks. Good night. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news, our top story tonight. After devastating losses in this week's Super Tuesday primaries, a humiliated Steve Forbes has dropped out of the presidential race. Reportedly, Forbes was so despondent that he was overheard to say, "I feel like $1 million." Meanwhile, Pat Buchanan has warned that if frontrunner Bob Dole chooses General Colin Powell as a running mate, his followers will march out of the Republican convention. Later, Buchanan admitted that actually his followers march everywhere they go. In a Michigan courtroom this week, Dr. Jack Kevorkian was acquitted of murder charges after jurors agreed that he had made a compelling argument for assisted suicide. Well, Chelsea Clinton turned 16 a few weeks ago, and apparently her father has been teaching her to drive. Early reports say that under the president's tutelage, the first daughter has become exceptionally good at cruising for chicks. According to a Senate Committee on Violence, Denise Brown has done more to bring attention to the cause of battered women than any other person. Well, almost any other person. Once again, OJ gets the short shrift. And in business news, this week Kmart introduced its new credit card, and already the chain has been swamped with applications. So if you apply for a Kmart credit card and are turned down, kill yourself. A new study has found that cheating is up dramatically on many of the nation's best college campuses, and, quote, students who cheat and get away with it continue to cheat into their adult lives. So says Rutgers University professor Don McCabe. Don McCabe is the feller's name. In Maine, a dog trained to dial 911 successfully notified paramedics after its owner's oxygen mask became loose. It was a close call, however, as 911 operators had trouble locating the address. Woof, woof. In Little Rock, Arkansas, a consumer group is proceeding with a petition drive to get a proposal on the November ballot that would exempt food from state sales tax. Or so the Germans would have us believe. Only weeks away from parenthood, Pamela Lee Anderson and her husband, rocker Tommy Lee, are considering names for their new baby. If it's a girl, they'll name it after the mother and call it Pamela. And if it's a boy, they'll name it after the father and call it Lucky Bastard. Well, Washington, D.C. Mayor Marion Barry says he has devised a money-saving plan that would close the district's Lorton prison and transfer its 7,000 inmates to private lockups. One hitch is that the financially strapped district doesn't have the startup money to implement the plan. Another hitch is that the guy who devised the plan smokes crack. So, 2 hitches. Well, the results are in for 1995, and once again, Microsoft CEO Bill Gates is the richest man in America. Gates says that he is grateful for his huge financial success, but it still makes him sad when he looks around and sees other people who have any money whatsoever. Last week in Colorado, 71 guns were traded for Denver Nuggets basketball tickets in a program called Operation Ceasefire. However, in a sad example of just how tough it is to stop the violence, earlier today, 2 people were stabbed to death with Denver Nugget tickets. The U.S. Public Health Service has begun using CIA spy technology from the 70s to detect tumors in women's breasts. Doctors can now determine if a breast has a cancerous tumor, and also if it has been squeezed by a communist. Well, in a recent interview, Christopher Reeve said that Robin Williams' comedy helped convince him to go on living. He then added that Pauly Shore's comedy made him pray for the sweet release that death would bring. Last year, German Shepherds were rated the nation's most effective police dogs by far, sniffing out more than $100 million worth of illegal drugs. Or so the German Shepherds would have us believe. Well, technical glitch of some sort there. And in Independence, Missouri, a library that was to be the second stop for an exhibit called Banned Books as Art has decided to ban the exhibit. Librarian Fran Murray, who personally ordered the ban, said she has nothing against any of the books. She just loves irony. And finally, on a sad note, the entire nation joins us here at Weekend Update in mourning the death of comic legend George Burns. Let this be a lesson to all you kids out there. Smoking kills. And that's it. See you next week, folks.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you very much. Thanks, folks. I'm Norm MacDonald. And now the fake news. Our top story tonight in Los Angeles this week, Lyle and Eric Menendez were found guilty of first-degree murder. So, to review California law, it is killing your wife, legal. Killing your parents, illegal. In the wake of the verdict, angry Menendez defense attorney Leslie Abramson said the jury simply chose not to believe the brothers' excuse that they had been sexually abused by their father, and says she knows why. Quote, "It's because my clients are black." This week, after 50 hours of failed budget talks with Bill Clinton, a frustrated Bob Dole said, quote, "We ought to have a new president," and added, "and he should be a really, really old guy." In other political news, Texas billionaire Ross Perot announced this week that if his party wants him to run for president, he will. According to Insider, it is the first step in Perot's plan to waste the last few years of Bob Dole's life. Yesterday on Rivera Live, Kato Kalin made the startling admission that he now thinks O.J. Simpson is guilty although authorities suspect this may just be part of an attempt by Cato to crash at Fred Goldman's place for a while. Meanwhile, Simpson Dream Team attorney Alan Dershowitz was back in the news this week, and good Lord is he ugly. Take a look at the guy. I mean, this is an ugly, ugly guy. No two ways about it. An ugly character. All right. In Paris, pop star Michael Jackson has announced a deal with a Saudi prince to launch an international chain of, quote, virtual reality wedding chapels. This makes this the most normal thing Michael Jackson has ever done. And in a recent interview, tenor Luciano Pavarotti says that he is so in love with his new girlfriend that he likes to run nude on the beach with her. Read all about this in this month's issue of Things That Make Me Vomit. That picture makes me vomit as well. Well, NCAA March Madness has hit two of our nation's governors. Before Thursday's UMass-Arkansas game, Massachusetts Governor Bill Weld challenged his Arkansas counterpart to a wager. Weld bet a crock of Boston baked beans on his team, while Arkansas Governor Jim Guy Tucker bet nearly $10 million in funds looted from failed SNL. Well, filming has finally begun on the long-awaited life story of Evita Peron, starring pop singer Madonna. According to its producers, the film is 100% historically accurate, except for the part where Mrs. Peron has group sex with the Houston Rockets. A Minnesota woman has patented a batting helmet that she designed for her daughters that features a cutout in the back for a ponytail to poke through. The helmet will be marketed to young girls and damn dirty hippies. This winter, the state of Maine had a record 260 snowmobile accidents, most of them caused by drinking and speeding. Although, if you're not drinking and speeding, what the hell's the point of riding a damn snowmobile? Not a lot of fun. In honor of this year's Academy Awards, Carnival Airlines is offering anyone named Oscar a free flight to or from Los Angeles. The airline had tried a similar promotion in the past for the Tony Awards, but according to airline spokesmen, they found that their planes were packed with too many, quote, greasy Italians. 3 years ago, an 11-year-old British schoolgirl put a message in a bottle and tossed it into the Atlantic Ocean. Well, this week, she was astounded to receive a reply from halfway around the world. Sadly, the reply read, "You're 11, what are you wearing?"
Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you very much. Thanks, folks. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news, our top story. Tonight, after a search of nearly 18 years, the man known as the Unabomber has apparently been caught. Theodore Kaczynski is described as a genius with degrees in mathematics from both Harvard and the University of Michigan. Well, now perhaps Americans can focus on our real enemy. Fancy book learning. Although only one of his victims was from California, Governor Pete Wilson is pushing to have the Unabomber suspect. According to airline spokesmen, they found that their planes were packed with too many, quote, greasy Italians. Three years ago, an 11-year-old British schoolgirl put a message in a bottle and tossed it into the Atlantic Ocean. Well, this week, she was astounded to receive a reply from halfway around the world. Sadly, the reply read, "You're 11, what are you wearing?"
Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you very much. Thanks, folks. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news, our top story. Tonight, after a search of nearly 18 years, the man known as the Unabomber has apparently been caught. Theodore Kaczynski is described as a genius with degrees in mathematics from both Harvard and the University of Michigan. Well, now perhaps Americans can focus on our real enemy. Fancy book learning. Although only one of his victims was from California, Governor Pete Wilson is pushing to have the Unabomber suspect tried in Los Angeles. Also pushing to have the Unabomber tried in Los Angeles, the Unabomber. It now appears that the $50 million lawsuit against Subway gunman Bernie Goetz, brought by one of the men he shot, will be heard by an all-minority jury. Attorney for Goetz, Darnay Hoffman, says he has advised his clients to carry himself humbly in court, make friendly eye contact with the all-minority jury, and start scraping together $50 million. Last week on Larry King Live, Marlon Brando made the shocking statement that Hollywood is, quote, run by Jews. In response, outraged Jewish organizations made it snow in New York in April. For years, Hillary Rodham Clinton has told people that she was named for the first man to climb Mount Everest, Sir Edmund Hillary. But as Esquire magazine recently pointed out, Sir Edmund did not climb Mount Everest until 1953, 6 years after Hillary was born. However, the First Lady does have a good explanation for the discrepancy. She loves to lie. Rap star Hammer is suing the Los Angeles Police Department after he and his entourage were mistakenly handcuffed by police. The most shocking part of this story, Hammer has an entourage. Last week, a jailbreak at the Adams County Prison in Pennsylvania ended with 4 inmates escaping in their underwear. Officials are surprised the escape worked, especially because during the break, the scantily clad prisoners frequently stopped to rape each other. In the new movie, Mrs. Winterbourne, talk show host Ricky Lake plays the part of a young mother-to-be. According to film's producers, Miss Lake was so serious about achieving a realistic pregnant look, she forced herself to lose 30 pounds. In Montel Williams' new book, Mountain, Get Out of My Way, the talk show host shares insights on how to set and achieve goals in life. Publishers expect it to be a bestseller, outdoing even his first book, Hair, Get Off of My Head. A Nobel Prize-winning scientist has been arrested on charges of sexually abusing a 15-year-old boy. Though the arrest really shouldn't come as a big surprise, his Nobel Prize was in child molesting. Finally, some good news. According to her doctor, legendary actress Katharine Hepburn is recovering nicely from her recent illness, and they have even upgraded her condition to decrepit. So that's nice. Well, you don't like her? You don't like Katharine Hepburn, for God's sake? And that's the way it is, folks. Good night.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, a shocking new development in the O.J. Simpson case. Late this afternoon, a high-ranking official in the Los Angeles Police Department admitted to Geraldo Rivera that the police did conspire to frame O.J. Simpson for the murders of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. However, they called the conspiracy off when they got to the murder scene and found that O.J. really did do it. On Thursday, Congress gave final approval to a sweeping new anti-terrorism bill. The new law permits foreign terrorists to be deported, limits federal appeals on death sentences, and allows for the immediate arrest of any Harvard graduate who lives in a dirty wooden shack. Well, earlier this week, actor Marlon Brando met with Jewish leaders to apologize for comments he made on Larry King Live. Among them that, quote, Hollywood is run by Jews. The Jewish leaders accepted the actor's apology and announced that Brando is now free to work again. In other show business news, it has been reported that superstar Madonna is pregnant. Although personally I find this a bit hard to believe. I mean, Madonna isn't even married. It's like crazy. This week, a New Jersey woman, Rita Glusman, was charged with hacking her husband to death with an axe, cutting the body into pieces, and having a cousin dump them in a river. According to police, Glusman learned how to do this by watching the program Martha Stewart Living. In a highly unusual ruling, the California State Supreme Court declared this week that O.J. Simpson attorney Alan Dershowitz is, quote, one ugly bastard. In sports, distance runner Jutta Pippig set a record by winning her third consecutive Boston Marathon, despite suffering from both her period and diarrhea throughout the 26-mile run. In addition, Pippig also set a record for causing the most spectators to make this face at a Boston Marathon. And in basketball news, Magic Johnson was suspended for 3 games and fined $10,000 for bumping official Scott Foster. Said a distraught Johnson after the game, "This is the worst thing that has ever happened to me." Well, for the second week in a row, Richard Gere's new film, Primal Fear, was #1 at the box office, leading many Hollywood insiders to wonder, hey, you think that gerbil story is true? Magician David Copperfield has announced plans to open his own theme restaurant. The theme, I don't deserve my girlfriend. In California, the state justice department has endorsed a plan that would update the term for a prostitute's customer from the traditional John to the new, more current-sounding term, Charlie Sheen. And finally, this Thursday, businesses around the country will be celebrating the 4th annual Take Our Daughters to Work Day, or as producer Aaron Spelling calls it, Thursday. That's all right. You don't have to do that. And that's the way it is, folks. Good night. See you later.
An update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, a former Arkansas banker told the Senate Whitewater Committee this week that he gave Bill Clinton a $20,000 loan as a favor, even though it was, quote, unacceptable banking practice. In response, President Clinton stated that he has no recollection of such a loan, while First Lady Hillary Clinton said, we've never even been to Arkansas. In Cincinnati, is Cincinnati Reds owner Marge Schott an anti-Semite? Well, it is beginning to look that way. According to a report out today, on the entire Cincinnati Reds team, there is not one Jewish player. The U.S. Tobacco Company has announced that between now and December 31, it will donate a portion of its sales, at least $1 million, to the National Volunteer Fire Council. In return, U.S. Tobacco asked that for the rest of the year, everyone pretend that cigarettes don't cause cancer. Subway gunman Bernie Goetz has apparently come up with a plan to pay off the enormous $43 million judgment against him. His plan? Mug somebody, get shot, sue them. Last week, during his latest trial on charges of assisted suicide, Dr. Jack Kevorkian startled a Michigan courtroom when he stood up and shouted, "This is a lynching." Everyone turned to look, and sure enough, he just lynched some old guy. Well, in business news, the Ford Motor Company reports a 22% drop in sales for the first quarter. Ford analysts blame the decline on a sluggish economy combined with a sudden upswing in interest rates. Also, their cars blow up. Last night, the epic disaster film Twister opened to big box office and some controversy. The Reverend Jesse Jackson has called for a boycott of the movie, claiming that not enough black people in the film are killed by tornadoes. In overseas news, an attempt to lift the ban on gays serving in the British Armed Forces has been defeated in Parliament. This raises a difficult legal question. How do you exactly tell if a British guy is gay? A berry found only in the Amazon rainforest and commonly used as an aphrodisiac is the base ingredient for Josta, the new soft drink Pepsi is marketing to teenagers. According to a Pepsi spokesman, the new drink will solve a problem that has long baffled researchers: how to make teenagers more horny. Last week, the United Artists Cinema chain agreed to make 300 of its theaters more accessible to people with disabilities. Also, disabled patrons will no longer have to buy an extra ticket for their wheelchair. Good. About time they overturned that barbaric practice. Okay. In his controversial new book, Bad as I Want to Be, Chicago Bulls forward Dennis Rodman says that the NBA is, quote, 50% sex. Jeez, man, I got to stop leaving at halftime. And in other show business news, Macaulay Culkin called police after his father, Kit Culkin, slapped him for not cleaning his room. Officers raced to the scene and immediately joined in, slapping Macaulay Culkin. Well, tomorrow is Mother's Day, and the results of the weekend update, Why My Mom is the Best essay contests are in. First place goes to Jennifer Hunter of Morristown, New Jersey, while last place was a tie between Eric and Lyle Menendez. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight. In an emotional press conference this week, Bob Dole announced that he was resigning from the U.S. Senate, where he had served for nearly 3 decades. Dole said he regretted leaving the Senate, but needed to focus all his energies on a goal many had once thought impossible: getting Bill Clinton reelected. Meanwhile, the Clinton administration has charged that the new Republican budget contains hidden tax breaks for big business and the wealthy. In response, Republican lawmakers said, shh. Arriving back in the U.S. after his week in London, O.J. Simpson was asked by a reporter why he hadn't spent Mother's Day with his children. A visibly annoyed Simpson replied, "Idiot, I didn't spend Mother's Day with my kids because I killed their mother." While in England, where he spoke at Oxford University, Simpson had defended actor Marlon Brando's criticism of Hollywood Jews. Later, from his island hideaway, Brando sent O.J. a telegram which read, "You're not helping." According to this week's Star magazine, Unabomber suspect Ted Kaczynski is still a virgin at the age of 53. This isn't too surprising when you consider that Kaczynski's best pickup line was, My dirty wood shack or yours? At the White House this week, President Clinton officially came out against same-sex marriages. What's more, the president said he is not too crazy about opposite-sex marriages either. According to published reports, MTV News anchor Tabitha Soren has been romantically linked with journalist Michael Lewis. Soren denies the reports, claiming she doesn't have time for a boyfriend because she's too busy pretending not to be stupid. It was revealed this week that mass murderer Richard Speck, while serving a life term in prison, was videotaped with hormone-induced breasts, snorting cocaine, and having sex with a man. The film was apparently made with prison video equipment and a $300,000 grant from the National Endowment for the Arts. Tomorrow night on 60 Minutes, Dr. Jack Kevorkian will sit for his first ever in-depth interview. According to producers, Kevorkian agreed to the interview only on condition that it be conducted by veteran correspondent Andy Rooney. Wait. Don't do it, Andy. It's a trap. It's a trap. In an interview in this month's Vanity Fair, actor Tom Cruise attempts to end once and for all rumors that he is gay. While performing in New York this week to a packed audience, Yoko Ono shocked the crowd by tearing up a Bible. Most shocking of all, Yoko Ono performed to a packed audience. This week, the FDA gave final approval to a device that prevents heart attacks by blasting the heart with a powerful jolt of electricity. If the device works properly, you will not have a heart attack. If it doesn't work properly, you will have a giant heart attack. Well, more O.J. Simpson news. On Friday, the Juice officially endorsed Bill Clinton for president, adding, quote, "I'd like to help him any way I can." To which the president replied, "Well, there is one thing." And finally, tonight, Weekend Update salute a fellow journalist on his retirement. John Tesh is leaving his job at Entertainment Tonight in order to concentrate on making horrible, horrible music. We'll miss you, John. And that's the way it is. See you next year, folks. Have a good summer. Thanks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, astronaut Shannon Lucid, back on Earth after a record 6 months in space, was welcomed home Tuesday with a phone call from President Clinton. Said the president, quote, "This is just the beginning. One day we'll be able to send an American into space indefinitely, and I hope it's a woman." In election news, the latest CNN poll shows Republican candidate Bob Dole pulling to within just 10 points of President Clinton. A spokesman for the Dole campaign said, "That's impossible." In Los Angeles this week, the defense suffered a setback in the second O.J. trial when Simpson was ordered to turn over a secret videotape which lawyers say contains proof of his guilt. What's on the tape? The first O.J. trial. America's most eligible bachelor, John Kennedy Jr., married fiancée Carolyn Bessette last weekend. The ceremony went off without a hitch, except for one embarrassing moment when a slightly tipsy Ted Kennedy bumped into the groom, dropped his trousers, attacked the maid of honor, attacked the maid of honor's roommate, attacked the maid of honor's aunt, vomited on the photographer, and finally passed out peacefully on the wedding cake. We at Weekend Update wish the couple well. This week, fighting along the northern Iraqi border escalated. 20,000 Turkish troops, backed by warplanes and helicopters, launched a massive attack against a tribe of Kurdish rebels. In retaliation, the Kurds fired back with their secret weapon, the tiny clump of dirt. In the Midwest last week, Bob Dole charged that if President Clinton is reelected, he'll put Hillary Clinton in charge of welfare reform. Asked to respond, President Clinton said, quote, "Yes, it's true. Also, Chelsea will be Secretary of State, and my brother Roger will take over as drug czar. Oh, and one more thing. I'm still going to win." Last week in Arizona, Marine Corps engineers extended a steel barrier between the United States and Mexico by 2.5 miles. It's all part of a plan to make illegal aliens walk an extra 2.5 miles. This week, Dr. Jack Kevorkian was granted an emergency 30-day permit to carry a handgun after telling a court that he fears, quote, right-wing nuts. But if you ask me, you know, I think Kevorkian's just getting a little lazy, you know? Civil rights legend Rosa Parks, heroine of the 1955 Alabama bus boycott, paid a visit last week to MTV's Choose or Lose bus. The visit turned ugly, however, when Ms. Parks was forced to give up her seat to Kurt Loder. It's a sad statement, really, when you think about it. Thank you. 20th Century Fox has announced that Macaulay Culkin will not be hired to star in Home Alone 3. Studio spokesman said that it was nothing personal, but with Culkin now 16 years of age, the only way to keep him in the film would be to make the character retarded. Speaking in Florida earlier this week, Bob Dole launched his harshest attack yet on President Clinton, accusing him of a, quote, naked failure of leadership and moral confusion in the fight against drugs. In response, President Clinton said, "Everything you say is true, but hey, guess what? I'm still going to win." The Federal Aviation Administration has come up with a list of 30 changes to make air travel safer. Number 1 on the list, no more crashes. They've decided to... At the box office, last week's #1 movie, The First Wives Club, was knocked out of the top spot by a new film, The Hotter, Younger Second Wives Club. In business news, 2 of the nation's leading office supply retailers, Office Depot and Staples Office Supply, have announced a merger. Wall Street insiders are calling it the most boring merger ever. Boxer Tommy Morrison, who is HIV positive, has announced plans to come out of retirement for one last fight. When asked about the possible health risks that his opponents face, Morrison said, "They might get AIDS." In Bridgeport, Connecticut, the Statakoti Indian tribe is seeking recognition by the Bureau of Indian Affairs in order to open either a manufacturing company or a casino. I wonder which one they'll choose. Manufacturing company or the casino? According to the EPA, it will cost an estimated $295 million to clean up toxic waste at the former Lockheed Martin military aircraft plant in California. The cause of the toxic waste? You guessed it, Frank Stallone. In Lexington, North Carolina, the principal of an elementary school has been harshly criticized for a controversial decision to suspend a first grader who kissed a girl in class on grounds of sexual harassment. Now, while this may sound like an overreaction, it should be noted that this is the first grader. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, in less than 24 hours, the first presidential debate of the campaign will be underway. And today, both candidates were at Hartford's Bushnell Auditorium for some last-minute fine-tuning. President Clinton is still deciding which themes to emphasize in his opening remarks, while Bob Dole is deciding whether to pull the fire alarm or phone in a bomb threat. A new CIA study may reveal that as many as 15,000 U.S. troops were exposed to Iraqi chemical weapons during the Gulf War. Although their exposure took place in March of 1991, the debilitating effects were not discovered until November of '92, when all 15,000 voted for Ross Perot. As Baltimore and Cleveland met this week in divisional playoff action, the big story in baseball continues to be Orioles second baseman Roberto Alomar. Under a dark cloud. Yes, none of us like him. Under a dark cloud for spitting in the face of umpire John Hirschbeck, then telling reporters the umpire's performance has been sloppy ever since the death of his son. Asked to comment, Cleveland catcher Sandy Alomar, not to be confused with Roberto Alomar, told reporters, "I'm Sandy Alomar, not to be confused with Roberto Alomar." According to newly released confidential memos, presidents of the nation's largest tobacco companies decided as early as 1964 that cigarettes should contain increasingly higher and higher levels of nicotine. Asked to comment, a spokesman for the tobacco industry said, "Really, that's interesting," then got plastic surgery and moved to France. Despite pressure, jailed Whitewater swindlers Jim and Susan McDougal are still refusing to testify about President Clinton's role in the scandal. And some are charging that the president has secretly promised them a pardon in return for their silence. Well, in a candid interview this week, the president admitted that he might consider pardoning the two, but only after making, quote, every effort to have them killed in prison. Washington, D.C. Mayor Marion Barry is in hot water again, this time for bringing 54 government employees with him on a trip to a posh West Virginia resort. According to Barry, quote, "That's how many guys it takes to keep me from smoking crack." Last week in Calcutta, India, Mother Teresa suffered a slight concussion when she slipped and bumped her head. Doctors say the 86-year-old nun is completely back to normal, except for one interesting difference. She now hates poor people. The October issue of Penthouse, now on newsstands, contains a picture billed as, quote, "The Alien, the world's first authentic photograph." A survey of Penthouse readers finds that 60% think the photo's a fake, while only 40% think it's real. All 100%, however, found it, quote, "surprisingly easy to masturbate to." Well, according to a new Entertainment Weekly poll, 72% of their readers say they would not be offended if a TV show lead character were gay. Though that figure shrinks to 1% when these same readers are reminded that being gay can involve anal sex. Walmart stores have banned singer Sheryl Crow's latest album because of a lyric in one of her songs that says, quote, Walmart sells guns to children. Oddly, the store made no objection to another lyric in the song, quote, Walmart sells crap. After numerous requests, the National Institute of Health has finally granted funds to the University of New Mexico in order to test mice for the deadly hantavirus. Although I'm sure the government would have acted a lot sooner if instead of mice, the hantavirus was killing off rich white guys. In Connecticut this week, Glastonbury High awarded Thomas Hennessy his high school diploma at the age of 102. Way to go, Thomas. In today's world, you know, without a diploma, you've got no future, really, you know? So good for him. Finally this week, lawyers in the new O.J. Simpson trial actually found a prospective juror who claims to know nothing about O.J. Simpson, the murders, or the first trial, and who told the court, quote, I don't even know when it started or ended. Unfortunately, the man had to be disqualified when it was learned that he had been a juror in the first O.J. trial. And that's it for now. Good night, folks. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, this week, presidential candidate Bob Dole sent his top campaign aide to Dallas in an effort to convince Ross Perot to drop out of the race and endorse the Dole ticket. Emerging from the 2-hour meeting with Perot, the aide announced, I'm voting for Ross Perot. In the final days of the presidential campaign, Bob Dole has $19 million left to spend, while President Clinton has more than $32 million. Dole plans to use his $19 million for TV ads, radio spots, and mass mailings, while a confident President Clinton has allotted all of his $32 million to a crooked Arkansas land scheme. Though more indictments are likely in the Whitewater investigation, President Clinton is still refusing to say whether he will pardon former Whitewater associates Jim and Susan McDougal. But when asked if he would pardon First Lady Hillary Clinton, the president was crystal clear, quote, she does the crime, she does the time. At his civil trial in Los Angeles this week, O.J. Simpson attorneys began their case with an attack on Nicole Brown Simpson's character. Outraged Brown family lawyers responded, quote, Nicole is a victim. No matter what she did, she certainly did not cut her own throat. To which Simpson's attorneys replied, on the contrary, that is precisely what we intend to prove. A new study funded by tobacco giant Philip Morris claims that the nicotine in cigarettes may actually help prevent Alzheimer's disease. Executives at Philip Morris caution that the study is not conclusive, but just to be safe, everyone on Earth should start smoking. This week, TWA announced plans to reconstruct the Boeing 747 that exploded in Flight 800. Man, talk about cheap, huh? These characters. Trying to save a few bucks by rebuilding a... It's ridiculous. I don't know what I'm talking about. At a campaign stop in Florida Thursday, a frustrated Bob Dole told a reporter, quote, something's wrong with America. I wonder sometimes what people are thinking about, if people are thinking at all. At which point the reporter said, can you repeat that? I was thinking about how I'm voting for Bill Clinton, and I missed that last part. Pop singer Madonna was outraged this week when a tabloid photographer snapped her picture while she was breastfeeding her new baby. Apparently, the baby was blocking her nipple. An independent study released this week confirms that President Clinton has appointed more minorities to high-level government posts than any other president. For purposes of the study, women were counted as minorities, and Attorney General Janet Reno was counted as a woman. Against the Jets last week, Buffalo Bills running back Thurman Thomas broke O.J. Simpson's career rushing record, and the week before, he surpassed Simpson in career touchdowns. Next up for Thomas, an attempt to kill 3 people at once. In Princess Anne, Maryland, state health officials have discovered what caused the mysterious death of 200,000 fish at a Somerset County fish farm. The culprit? You guessed it, Frank Stallone. In Topeka, Kansas, the fire department is now using a new weapon to fight arson. A black Labrador trained to sniff out chemicals used in setting fires. Although it should be noted, if this dog is correct, the culprit in every arson fire this month is some other dog's ass. And in Madison, Wisconsin, a painting that depicts a large rat sucking at the breast of the Blessed Virgin Mary was removed from a high school art display due to complaints by local residents. The artist blamed the complaints on a lack of art education, while I blame the complaints on the fact that it was a painting of a large rat sucking the breast of the Blessed Virgin Mary. So, you know, we both have our, all right. Finally, this week, fire destroyed the home of Latin singing star Julio Iglesias. Music lovers everywhere had the same reaction. Yes! Yes! They burned down his house. Well, that's all the news we have now. Hello, I'm Norm MacDonald. And now the fake news. Our top story tonight. According to a new CNN poll, Republican candidate Bob Dole now trails President Clinton by 15 points. A Dole campaign spokesman says that despite these numbers, it is still possible for them to reach their ultimate goal, to lose by 7 points. While jogging on the beach in San Diego this weekend, President Clinton was berated by tourist Valerie Parker, who shouted at him, quote, "You're a draft-dodging, yellow-bellied liar, and you're a disgrace to the office of the presidency, to your gender, and to this nation." And then added, "I'm still going to vote for you." During a recent interview on 2020, longtime O.J. Simpson friend Robert Kardashian said he now believes Simpson may be guilty. Though he did add that had he believed O.J. was guilty at the time, he never would have agreed to hide his bloody clothes and knife. Well, Jocelyn Elder's new book, Jocelyn Elder's M.D., came out this week. I read it. This week, London tabloids report that model Jerry Hall has filed for divorce from Mick Jagger, ending a 20-year relationship, although I'm sure this is a difficult time for Mick. You know, it must be kind of exciting after 20 years now he finally gets a chance to sleep with other women. So that'll be... Meanwhile, Bob Dole brought his struggling presidential campaign to New Jersey, vowing, in his words, to prove Yogi Berra was right when he said, "It ain't over till it's over." Reached for comment, Yogi Berra said, "It's over." Well, after a 15-year absence, the New York Yankees are back in the World Series. And some New Yorkers have come up with a novel way of snagging those hard-to-come-by tickets. Murdering guys with tickets and stealing them. Well, as I just said, the 1996 World Series will begin tomorrow. Joining us tonight on Weekend Update with his analysis of each team is a baseball legend and a dear, dear friend of mine. Please welcome Hall of Fame broadcaster Harry Carey. Hi, Harry.
everybody, Harry Carey here. I gotta tell you, folks, it's gonna be one heck of a series. These are two fantastic ball clubs with outstanding pitching. You've got Andy Pettitte and David Cohn for the Yankees, and of course the Braves have 24-game winner John Smoltz and Tommy Glavine. He's always tough, Norm. These teams are so evenly matched. Let's start with the Yankees. They play in New York City. Wow, what a town. This place is crazy. You people are nuts. I once saw an Armenian woman give birth to a baby in a subway. Beautiful, beautiful 8-pound, 3-ounce boy named Tanzu. He's now 11. We still keep in touch.
Okay. Well, Harry, what can you tell us about Atlanta?
Oh, Atlanta's a beautiful city. Many consider it the jewel of the South. You know, it's in Georgia.
Yeah, that's true, Harry, but hey, let's get back to the Braves and Yankees, buddy.
Norm, actually, I'd like to give a quick shout-out to Gail and Ron Anderson. They run Anderson Hardware out in Waukegan, Illinois. They're actually here on vacation. They wanted me to say hi to their beautiful daughter, Colleen, who's watching the store. Hey, Colleen.
Okay. Harry, listen, buddy, let's talk about the lineups for both teams, huh?
Hey, no. What about those hot dogs they serve at Yankee Stadium? Aren't they delicious?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I love them so much, I once ordered 12.
12 hot dogs?
Yeah, I only ate 2. I don't know what I was thinking. To this day, I still laugh at the idea that I thought I could eat 12 hot dogs. You can't do it, Norm. You can't.
No, I imagine not. Well, Harry, I know you have to run, but before you leave, hey, let's get your prediction on who'll win the series.
Yankees in 6.
Wow, how about that? That's great. So that's your prediction, huh? Yankees in 6?
Or the Braves. You never know, Norm. That's what makes baseball such a crazy game.
Okay, Harry Carey, everybody. Harry Carey. Thanks for joining us, Harry. Yeah, nice to have you with us. Good you could drop by. The New York Post reported last week that a prostitute charged with leaving her 4 youngest children alone in their roach-infested Brooklyn apartment had been under investigation for years as a negligent mother. What's more, apparently the woman was also a really lousy prostitute. Last week, a buyer in Oman paid $390,000 for a camel, the highest price ever paid for a camel. Even in the Middle East, many are wondering why anyone would pay that much. Good God, that's a sexy camel. That is a... Let me take a look at his... I think it's his eyes. In Virginia, police are looking for a stripper who stabbed a man for telling her she was too fat to strip. Police warn that the woman is armed and extremely fat. In England, a much-publicized videotape of a naked Princess Diana having sex with her lover, Captain James Hewitt, has turned out to be a fake. But on the bright side, it's still a video of 2 naked people having sex. And in Brunswick, Maine, an outbreak of the deadly canine parvovirus has led to the local Humane Society killing many of its dogs. Gee, I wonder if the Humane Society would kill off victims of canine parvo if instead of dogs, they were rich old white guys. And finally, Weekend Update would like to congratulate Madonna, who gave birth to a beautiful baby girl last Monday. The baby weighed in at 6 pounds, 9 ounces, making it the 4th largest object ever to pass through Madonna's birth canal. Congratulations, Madonna. And that is it. Good night. Good news. Take care.
With Norm MacDonald.
Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald. And now the fake news, our top story tonight, with growing indications that First Lady Hillary Clinton may be indicted for her role in Whitewater. President Clinton is reportedly starting to prepare for that possibility. Plans so far include renting a hall, hiring a band, and making a giant bathtub with margaritas. This week, President Clinton made history when he nominated Madeleine Albright to be first female Secretary of State. Responding to critics who say that she is not the best choice, the president insisted, quote, "She looks a lot better after a couple of drinks." Jonathan Schmitz, the Jenny Jones guest who killed his secret gay admirer because of his fear and hatred of homosexuality, has been sentenced to 25 years in prison. Well, I guess that plan backfired, huh? Well, the annual list of most dangerous holiday toys is out. Number 1 this year, Mattel's Eye Poker Outer. According to researchers in Australia, koala bears have fingerprints so close to those of human beings that they could easily be mistaken by police at the scene of a crime. It should be noted, however, that the research was funded by O.J. Simpson. So, the New York Post has reported that Michael Jackson wants his closest friend in the world, Elizabeth Taylor, to be the godmother of his child. However, those close to the pair worry that this could eventually lead to heated arguments over whether the child will be molested or eaten. This week, Donald Trump announced that he won $20 million by betting on Evander Holyfield in his recent fight with Mike Tyson. Trump says he went public with his huge gambling win, just in case there are a few people out there who still don't hate him. And it's been reported that Keanu Reeves is engaged to actress Amanda Decadina. Asked to comment, Keanu said, "What? I thought I was gay. I'd always heard I was gay. According to a new study, the less a woman weighs when she is born, the lower her chance of getting breast cancer later in life. The study was performed by the Centers for Stuff You Can't Do Anything About. In New York City, the city council has introduced a plan to give motorists 10 free minutes at parking meters. Cars left longer than 10 minutes will be stolen. In Amsterdam, a rubber factory has begun producing water beds for cows. Let that be a reminder to anyone who wants to legalize marijuana here in the United States. The newest trend in funeral homes across the nation is a casket with an outside layer that allows friends and family to write messages to their departed loved ones. The most popular message so far has been, "Stay as sweet as you are, have a great summer."
With NORM MACDONALD.
Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald. And now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Texaco Oil, reeling from the public outcry over racist remarks made by some of its top executives at a tape-recorded meeting, today announced a dramatic change in company policy. No more tape-recorded meetings. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army is dealing with a scandal of its own as dozens of female recruits have charged drill instructors with sexual harassment, intimidation, and even sexual assault. Analysts are calling it the best argument yet for gays in the military. Attorney General Janet Reno has assembled a task force to determine whether federal campaign finance laws were violated by Democrats, Republicans, or both. Another task force will attempt to determine whether Attorney General Reno is a man, a woman, or both. This week, in a secret ceremony in Australia, Michael Jackson was married for the second time. Asked what makes his new bride special, the King of Pop said, quote, "She has taught me about the power of imagination, like imagining that a grown woman is a 10-year-old boy." You know he's a homosexual pedophile, right? You understand? And yes, it is true, Michael Jackson is going to be a father. Already he has hired an entire staff of nannies, nurses, and extra bodyguards, which hopefully will protect the child from Michael Jackson. This weekend, veteran news anchorman David Brinkley apologized to Bill Clinton for an election night commentary in which he called the president, quote, boring and uncreative. Admitted Brinkley, there was certainly nothing uncreative about the way you moved Vince Foster's body. President's a murderer. You didn't know that? Nikki Barkutis, a young woman whose wealthy family owns a chain of profitable restaurants in New York, has won $23 million in the New York Lotto. This raises an interesting question. Nikki Barkutis, will you marry me? O.J. Simpson was in a different courtroom this week, attempting to regain custody of his 2 children. In order to prove to the court how much he loves his kids, O.J. pointed out, quote, hey, they're still alive, aren't they? Demi Moore is wrapped filming on G.I. Jane, in which she plays a Navy SEAL combat officer. Moore says that in contrast to other Hollywood portrayals of women in the military, her character will have giant breasts. Wildlife officials in Maryland say that increased hunting will be necessary to control the state's black bear population. Gee, I wonder if hunting would be the answer if instead of overpopulation of black bears, there were an overpopulation of rich old white men. Yeah. Yeah. Then I wonder. The New York City Transit Authority plans to put up signs in subway stations asking city residents to be more polite when getting on and off the subway. Most New Yorkers say the idea sounds great and that the new signs will make excellent urinals. Doctors have discovered that deer hunters are at an unusually high risk for stress-related heart attacks. Also at high risk for stress-related heart attacks, deer. In Washington, D.C., reporter Alan Etter was doing a story on violence at a local high school when he was attacked and severely beaten by a gang of students. The assailants say they have nothing against the reporter. They just love irony. "80-year-old Frank Sinatra, recovering from a bout of pneumonia, was apparently well enough last Saturday to bet daughter Tina Sinatra that Mike Tyson would defeat Evander Holyfield. Well, Tina made him pay the $10, although later he had his people rough her up and take back the money. Well, just when you thought things couldn't get worse for Bob Dole,
Yeah, I know, Art. You've had your fun now, Norm. You're out of work.
Well, I thought I'd just do a joke about you. I had a little
Yeah, what
joke.
you've been doing, those, I've been missing a lot of them, but your fun's over, the election's over. Unless there's a recount, you're out of work.
Oh, no. Okay, well, I guess that's it. Maybe we can go have a beer or something. How'd that be?
You are with me.
All right. Bob Dole, everybody. Good night, folks.
Update with Norm MacDonald.
I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Yesterday, in a dramatic finish to his White House bid, Bob Dole began a 96-hour, 15-state, non-stop campaign tour that will take him right through to Election Day. Political experts are calling the grueling marathon a, quote, last-ditch effort, while medical experts are calling it, quote, a suicide attempt. At a rally in California this week, Dole urged voters to ignore polls which have him trailing President Clinton by double digits. In addition, Dole asked them to ignore newspaper headlines next Wednesday that say, Dole loses in landslide. Meanwhile, a new development in the case of John Wong, the mysterious Indonesian accused of illegally raising millions for the Democratic Party. Earlier this week, Secret Service logs showed that Mr. Wong had visited the Clinton White House more than 60 times. But on Friday, administration spokesman revealed that there are actually two John Wongs. Furthermore, they stressed that the John Wong who visited the White House is a different man. He isn't the fundraiser. He's the guy who killed Vince Foster. Well, the New York Yankees are the 1996 World Series. And this week, 3 million Yankees fans gathered on the streets of New York to honor their heroes. While the fans were of different ages, races, and religions, they shared one thing in common. They were all standing in urine. The giant ticker tape parade for the Yankees left nearly 4 tons of confetti on Manhattan's streets and sidewalks. But New York officials do have a plan for dealing with the confetti, leaving it there to soak up all that urine. At an emotional press conference this week, a now exonerated Richard Jewell spoke about his ordeal as the chief suspect in the Olympic Park bombing. Quote, I couldn't think straight, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, he said. Then later he admitted, all right, I could eat. I couldn't sleep, though. I had trouble. In business news, a British company has announced its intention to purchase telecommunications giant MCI. This after MCI called the British company's owner at home 5,000 times. Ballots will be mailed out next week in the election for president of the Teamsters Union, with incumbent Ron Carey squaring off against Jimmy Hoffa Jr. Hoffa is eager to follow in his father's footsteps, except for that last footstep where he disappeared forever. That's the footstep he wants to avoid, just that last one. Otherwise, he's right there. Now that John F. Kennedy Jr. is a married man, who is the world's most eligible bachelor? Well, when reporters asked JFK Jr. himself who he thinks is the world's most eligible bachelor, he said, actually, it's still me. A French government survey finds that Disneyland Paris is the most popular tourist attraction in the country. And the most popular ride? Women who don't shave their armpits of the Caribbean. There's two ways to pronounce that, and I got neither. At the Simpsons civil trial this week, O.J. and Fred Goldman got into an explosive shouting match. Mr. Goldman bellowed at O.J., "Don't give me that damn look," while O.J. shouted back, "I wasn't even looking at you. You're just mad because I killed your son." In the December issue of Playboy, 60 Minutes reporter Mike Wallace reveals that he has not only smoked marijuana, but that it made him sexually aroused. According to Wallace, he made these comments in an effort to frighten young people off sex and drugs forever. In an interview this week, Bob Dole said he is strong enough to handle the pain of losing the presidential election, although he did admit that the shock of winning would give him a giant heart attack. In Detroit, under a new prison rehabilitation program called Fresh Start, employers will get a tax break if they hire an ex-convict. Employers who hire more than one ex-convict will get robbed and killed. In economic news, unemployment figures rose slightly for the month of October, with declines in the Dow Jones and NASDAQ. The reason for the sudden downturn? You guessed it, Frank Stallone. Finally, psychiatrist Kurt Freund, one of the world's leading experts on the study of deviant sexual arousal, passed away last week at the age of 82. Dr. Freund's last words were, quote, "Whatever happens to me, can someone please make sure that the headline of my obituary does not contain the phrase deviant sexual arousal?" Would that be too much to ask from you, you dirty bastards? Could you just... Okay. And that's it. Hey, vote for Bob Dole. Thanks, folks. Good night. And now the fake news, our top story tonight. This week in Los Angeles civil court, an FBI expert testified that shoe prints left by the killer exactly match shoes belonging to O.J. Simpson. In response, O.J. stood up and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Wait a doggone minute. I just figured it out. The real killer is me." Speaking in Australia this week about the problems of being America's first lady, Hillary Clinton joked, quote, "Perhaps I'll walk around with a bag over my head when I come out into public and have no opinions and never express them publicly or privately." To which the president replied, "Yes, yes, oh God, yes." Last week at a dramatic press conference about the crash of TWA Flight 800, ABC News correspondent Pierre Salinger displayed a document which he believes is proof that the jet was shot down by a U.S. Navy missile. Later, he proudly showed reporters his solid gold Rolex that he bought on the street for just $15. That's one ugly bastard, isn't it? On Tuesday, the Space Shuttle Columbia began a 16-day mission with a crew that includes astronaut Story Musgrove, at 61, the oldest person ever in space. NASA Command Center spotted the shuttle circling the Earth at 15 miles an hour with the left blinker on. That's not a good one. John Hinckley is reportedly confused and upset that prison officials won't give him weekend furloughs. In an angry letter this week, Hinckley wrote, quote, "Give me one good reason why, and don't tell me it's because of that one time I shot the president." Due to his recent heart bypass surgery, Russian President Boris Yeltsin is now restricted to 1 glass of wine a day. It should be noted, however, in Russia, this is a wine glass. Like a joke from the old Dean Martin show. Well, it's finally official. In a race marred by charges of voter fraud, California Congressman Bob Dornan has lost his seat to Democratic challenger Loretta Sanchez by just 665 votes. Ms. Sanchez credits her victory to hard work, determination, and the fact that she voted 665 times. Baywatch star Pamela Anderson filed for divorce this week from Tommy Lee, telling friends that even though they had sex almost constantly, it was not enough to keep Tommy Lee from sleeping with other women. You can read all about Tommy Lee's exploits in my new book, Tommy Lee, the Greatest Man Who Ever Lived. After Space Jam's smash opening last weekend, Michael Jordan's promoters have good reason to turn him into a movie star. Apparently, there is still some money in the world that he hasn't got yet. Actress Sherry Stringfield announced this week that she is leaving the hit series ER. Several actors have already expressed great interest in the part, including Shelley Long and David Caruso. In order to cut down on in-flight fatalities, American Airlines has decided to upgrade the medical kits on all its planes. Each kit will now contain common life-saving drugs, a heart defibrillator, and a spare plane. Last weekend, in a dramatic rescue off the coast of Long Island, fishermen pulled a 300-pound man from frigid waters. They were alerted by his desperate cries of, "Help! Help! I'm starving! I'm starving!" Big fat guy. Entertainment Weekly's list of the 101 most powerful people in show business is out. At number 1, Fox CEO Robert Murdoch. And at number 2, you guessed it, Frank Stallone. A Connecticut hotel where Bill Clinton spent the night has donated to a charity auction a bagel the president ordered from room service but never ate. Though potential bidders should be advised, while the president never actually ate the bagel, he did have, quote, relations with it. Sounds delicious. Well, yesterday, November 22nd, America's observed a milestone. The 75th birthday of Rodney Dangerfield. There's Rodney Dangerfield, folks. What a crowd, what a crowd. Well, what a crowd. I'll tell you How about that? They love you. Hey, Rodney, now you just turned 75. You just turned 75. And tell me now, has your attitude toward girls changed?
No, when you turn 75, your attitude towards girls does not change. It's when you turn gay, then your attitude towards girls. But I'll tell you, Norm, even though I'm getting older, with girls I can hold my own, you know.
Is that right?
Which is usually what they tell me to do. And the idea you get older is not to be lonely. Loneliness is the worst thing in the world. You know, I'm a lonely guy. I've always been lonely, very lonely. Give you an idea how lonely I am. The other day in traffic, a guy gave me the finger, and I enjoyed it. But I'm not as lonely as I used to be. Now, I got married 3 years ago, and I'm not lonely too much now anymore. And I got a good woman, I tell you. I got a woman who loves me for my money and my fame and not for what I am. Now, when I tell you, before I got married for years, I was just playing the field. Or to be more accurate, I was playing with myself in the field.
Well, you're 75 now, Rodney. This should be a happy time in your life. I mean, now you're into the golden years.
Golden years, golden years. That means you go to the bathroom 5 times a night. That's the golden years. When your toes outnumber your teeth, that's the golden years. And when a daily double is prune juice and enema, that's the golden years. If you get older, you get arthritis, too. Arthritis, that's a beauty. You get stiff in every place except the place you need it. You know when you're really old? When your family talks about you in front of you. Ever see those families? The guy's sitting right there. What do you want to do with Pop? Pop can't stay here. And Pop just sits there dribbling. Harry, put Pop in the garage. We got company coming. Okay, that's when you're old.
Now, Rodney, I understand you got a new movie coming out.
Oh, yes. You know about that movie.
I heard it.
I got a new movie coming out. It opens in January. It's called Meet Wally Sparks, and it's funny. In fact, it's freaking funny.
Freaking funny.
Freaking funny.
That's the
I cleaned that one up nice, too, didn't I? Okay, baby, all right. And I got a good deal with this movie, too. My lawyer, Nicky Pumpanese, took care of it for me. Nicky's a great lawyer. Had a rape charge reduced to tailgating. Well, Norm, I really have to run along. I have so many important things to do. I got nothing to do. I think I'll go backstage and hang out with the debris. Maybe I'll stand outside the ladies' room for a while. Hey, honey, you know me? But before I go, I want to leave you with one last thought. One last thought. Every man has his tale of woe. Unfortunately, in life, there's more woe than tale.
Oh, sad comment. Rodney
My
Dangerfield.
pleasure seeing you, baby. Thank you so much. All right, baby.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you, folks. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight comes from the O.J. Simpson civil trial, where this week it was revealed that in his first interview with police, Simpson had refused to take a lie detector test. His reason? It detects lies. Meanwhile, Simpson defense attorney Robert Baker argued that a dark spot in a crime scene photo was a, quote, mystery shoe print, suggesting that there were actually two killers. O.J. hopes this will support his theory that he did not act alone. President Bill Clinton and Russian President Boris Yeltsin have made tentative plans to meet early next year. According to the White House, the pair will use the meeting to resume their ongoing debate, drinking versus pot smoking. The FDA has approved a drug used for anti-depression to help people quit smoking cigarettes. Although it should be noted, the drug is crack. So... A top aviation watchdog group warned this week that the nation's airlines are vulnerable to terrorist attack. The biggest problem, apparently, watchdog groups pointing out to terrorists that airlines are vulnerable to attack. That's all right. Over the next 2 months, the murder, over the next, Over the next 2 months, the number of Border Patrol agents in Tucson, Arizona will double to 49. Meanwhile, the number of illegal aliens sneaking into the country will hold steady at 100 million billion. Did I screw something else up or something? Famed anthropologist Mary Leakey died this Monday at the age of 83. Leakey was buried near her home, where she will rest in peace until some nosy anthropologist digs her up in a couple of... That's a nice obituary for the lady. This week, renowned heart surgeon Michael DeBakey attacked the hypocrisy of Hollywood stars who oppose the use of animals in medical research and yet wear ribbons supporting the war on deadly diseases like AIDS. In response, animal activist Ricky Lake said, quote, "But the red ribbon diverts attention from my gigantic ass." If it wasn't for the red ribbon, people would notice my gigantic ass more. By wearing the red ribbon, less people... Well, a big seller this holiday season is Michael Bolton's Christmas album, This Is the Time. Happy birthday, Jesus. Hope you like crap. This week, security guard Richard Jewell, who had sued NBC over comments by Tom Brokaw suggesting that he was the Olympic Park bomber, settled out of court with the network for an undisclosed sum. Meanwhile, the FBI has a new 800 number for tips on the case. And curiously, the first call was from Mr. Jewell, who suggested that they check out Tom Brokaw. This week, the chairman of the board, Frank Sinatra, turned 81 years old, and he was honored by having the Empire State Building lit in blue. Also in Mr. Sinatra's honor, the Empire State Building had the Twin Towers rough up the Chrysler Building. Grocery and department stores across America have added reserved parking spaces for expectant mothers. Especially excited about this innovation are handicapped drivers, who will finally get to park in someone else's space. In a recent interview, actress Goldie Hawn says that she does not mind if the man she's married to cheats on her, explaining, quote, "Sexual experimentation is a basic need of all men." You can read more about Goldie Hawn's personal philosophy in my new book, Goldie Hawn, the Greatest Woman Who Ever Lived. And finally, the #1 selling doll this Christmas is Tickle Me Elmo. And the least popular selling doll? You guessed it, Tickle Me Frank Stallone. Jesus. Good night, everybody. Thanks. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news, our top story tonight. This Monday, the Supreme Court will begin hearing arguments over whether Paula Jones' sexual harassment suit against President Clinton may proceed. Jones, who claims that while governor of Arkansas, Clinton exposed himself to her in a hotel room, says that she can accurately and precisely describe the president's genitalia. But White House spokesman scoffed, quote, "Any woman who's worked in the state of Arkansas for the last 20 years could do that." This week at the O.J. Simpson civil trial, the focus shifted from the defendant to the alleged character flaws of Nicole Brown Simpson. Attorney for O.J. hammered away at her lifestyle, citing sexual promiscuity, drug use, and the fact that she married a double murderer. Eight letter bombs sent into the United States last week appear to have been mailed from the Middle East. FBI expert says that it is too early to jump to conclusions, but then added, "It's Richard Jewell." Russian President Boris Yeltsin was hospitalized for pneumonia this week, triggering new worries about his health. Yeltsin himself remains unconcerned, however, because he is completely hammered. As of next week, ValueJet Airlines says it will discontinue service to Mobile, Alabama. According to airline executives, this cost-cutting measure is expected to save the company over $200. Despite recent criticism, the School Board of Oakland, California has voted to proceed with its controversial Ebonics programs for city schools. In fact, school board officials today announced the winner of the first citywide Ebonics spelling bee, fourth grader Soonduk Kim. Congratulations to Soonduk Kim. Good job. Good job. Dallas Cowboys stars Michael Irvin and Eric Williams were cleared of sexual assault charges yesterday when their accuser admitted that she made up her story. According to the woman, she concocted the hoax under duress after being kidnapped and held at gunpoint by Green Bay Packers Andre Rison and Reggie White. Dallas police promise a thorough investigation. The artist formerly known as Prince says he now wants to be known as simply the artist. Meanwhile, I will continue to refer to him as simply the fruit. In other music news, several major acts are on tour this month, including the Counting Crows, Metallica, and The Fruit. The FBI, still pursuing its investigation of the Olympic Park bombing, has decided to launch an internet web page. Net users can log on to view crime scene photos, leave tips, and try to guess Richard Jewell's weight. In Norwich, Connecticut, a local museum has made a long overdue effort at racial reconciliation by returning 21 ancient tribal artifacts to the Mohegan Indians. But as for everything else in the country, we'll be keeping that. It's good news, really. We don't have to give any of it back. And in medical news, a new test can now detect prostate trouble months earlier than any previous test. The only downside, it involves shoving some huge device up your ass. It's not all gravy, you know? The most famous vineyard in France, Chateau Mouton Rothschild, has been getting complaints about a new wine label which features a sketch of a naked woman. It should be noted, however, that the sketch is of Sally Jesse Raphael. So, you don't want to see, nobody wants to see that. Finally, after 40 years in California, the Los Angeles Dodgers are for sale. And many New York fans are calling for the team to return to Brooklyn. It's all part of a plan to mess with Bob Dole's mind. Good evening, I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Late yesterday, the House Subcommittee investigating Newt Gingrich finally issued its long-awaited report, recommending that the Speaker be given a reprimand and a $300,000 fine for minor ethical violations. Gingrich has promised to come up with the money promptly, although he admits it is going to involve giant ethical violations. Meanwhile, with President Clinton's second inaugural approaching, attention has turned to what the women will be wearing at the festivities. According to the White House, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton will wear a gown by Oscar de la Renta. Tipper Gore will appear in a Jennifer George ensemble, and Attorney General Janet Reno will be outfitted by Rochester Big and Tall. This week, in arguments before the Supreme Court, lawyers for President Clinton asked that the sexual harassment suit brought by Paula Jones be delayed until he leaves office. According to Clinton's attorney, quote, if the president were hauled into court every time some nut accused him of sexual harassment, he'd have no time to scare up tail. He likes scaring up the tail. Okay. In dramatic testimony this week at a civil trial, O.J. Simpson said he didn't commit suicide only because, quote, my mother told me you don't go to heaven if you kill yourself. Oddly, his mother did say, quote, it's okay to kill other people. In Atlanta this week, 2 separate bomb blasts rocked a building which houses an abortion clinic. Asked if there were any suspects, FBI spokesman said, quote, we don't want to rush to judgment like we did in the Olympic Park bombing case, but then added, it's Richard Jewell. Basketball superstar Michael Jordan has scored a slam dunk with his new men's fragrance, selling 1.5 million bottles of Michael Jordan cologne in the first 2 months. No, the scent does not smell like Michael Jordan after a game. It smells like Patrick Ewing. So it smells good. This week, the Reverend Jesse Jackson called for an end to his boycott of automaker Mitsubishi, citing improvements in job opportunities for minorities, and also the fact that he couldn't find a word that rhymes with Mitsubishi. In New York, state-of-the-art self-cleaning public toilets may soon appear on city streets. In a survey, New Yorkers expressed their enthusiasm for the outdoor toilets, noting that they are very easy to urinate on. Beginning in March, DC Comics will change Superman's traditional red and blue costume to a new form-fitting bodysuit. The problem with the old costume? Not gay enough. What the hell's going on in the country? That's not Superman. All right. Last week in Canastota, New York, fight promoter Don King was elected to the International Boxing Hall of Fame. King graciously thanked the Hall of Fame for the honor, then took all its money and left it bankrupt. In Springfield, Missouri, the local cable company mistakenly aired 5 minutes of explicit sex scenes from the Playboy Channel on the Cartoon Network during an episode of The Flintstones. Experts say that children who saw the broadcast called it the greatest Flintstones episode ever. In literary news, the ever-reclusive J.D. Salinger will publish his first book in 34 years. Asked what inspired him to finally write again, Salinger said, "Get the hell off my lawn." Following the passage of a new city ordinance, strippers are now forbidden to give lap dances in the city of Houston, Texas, or as I refer to it, Nazi Germany. It's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Finally, according to the U.S. News and World Report 1997 Career Guide, the best job in the United States for the second year in a row is Interactive Business System Analyst. However, last year's worst job, Assistant Crack Whore, has been replaced by a new worst job, Crack Whore Trainee. And that's the way it is. Good night, folks. In a unanimous verdict this week, a Santa Monica jury found O.J. Simpson liable for the wrongful deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, awarding the plaintiffs damages of $8.5 million. Reacting to the verdict, Simpson insisted that he has nowhere near that amount of money and that his only remaining asset is 30 pairs of Brunei Mali shoes. As the jury's decision was announced, Nicole Brown's sister Denise Brown told reporters, quote, "I feel ecstatic," while Johnny Cochran said, quote, "I accept the verdict and now we must move on." Meanwhile, Cato Kalin said, quote, "Please, God, don't let it be over." The announcement of the verdict came toward the end of President Clinton's annual State of the Union address, and to many observers, completely overshadowed the event. Even the president was distracted during his speech, waiting to hear exactly how much it costs to kill your wife. In other news, authorities in Pontiac, Michigan are trying to determine if Dr. Jack Kevorkian was involved in the death of a woman whose body was found in the back of his suicide van. You know, I'm no expert in police work, but yes. Meanwhile, 5,000 disabled Americans were in Washington last week to protest doctor-assisted suicide. On a sad note, the demonstration turned ugly when all 5,000 disabled people fought over 2 handicapped parking spaces. I told you, it was sad. Disgraced former presidential advisor Dick Morris revealed this week that President Clinton phoned him 2 days after the election. Pressed as to what the two men talked about during their 3-hour conversation, Morris said, "Horse." Skater Tonya Harding, banned from competing for the United States because of her part in the Nancy Kerrigan attack, received a setback this week when her request to skate for Norway was also rejected. However, Harding remains optimistic that she'll get the okay to compete for the Republic of White Trashistan. And in business news, American Express has announced plans to lay off 3,000 workers. According to the company, employees will be notified of the layoffs with pink slips reading simply, "Don't leave home." This week, the California Department of Corrections confirmed that Lyle Menendez and model Anna Erickson were married in prison. Following the ceremony, Menendez spent a romantic wedding night being raped by 2 white guys and a big black guy. TriStar's Picture is planning a film about the 70s disco act The Village People. While the movie will be coming out next summer, it plans to wait until Thanksgiving to come out to its parents. Actor Bruce Willis is filming his next movie, The Broadway Brawler, in Wilmington, Delaware. Meanwhile, his wife, Demi Moore, is taking a break from movie work, saying she wants to spend more time with her huge breasts. Well, how's this for a coincidence? Last week in New York, 3 sisters each had a baby on the same day at the same hospital. Though it should be noted, the 3 women were in different hospitals. They're not sisters, and they didn't have babies. Also, it was 2 guys. Still kind of a coincidence, you know, when you think about it. According to a new ordinance in Kansas City, Missouri, anyone convicted of indecent exposure, prostitution, or soliciting prostitution will have his name posted on a local cable channel. If I can be permitted a personal comment, while the plan's goal of publicly shaming sex offenders is well-intentioned, it's important to remember in this democracy of ours that Norm MacDonald is a very common name. And finally, sources report that Michael Jackson's baby is due February 27th, and it's going to be named Michael Jackson Jr. Michael plans to be with the mother during the delivery, in his words, to make up for not being there for the Sources report that Michael Jackson's baby is due February 27th. It's conception. The last word was conception, so...
McDonald.
Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and this is the fake news. Our top story tonight, this week at the civil trial of O.J. Simpson, the jury, which had earlier found him liable in the deaths of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson, this week tacked on an additional $25 million in punitive damages. On hearing the news, Simpson declared, quote, "This is far from over." Asked to clarify that statement, O.J. said, quote, "I'm going to kill more people. What do you think I meant?" Just hours after, works both ways, just hours after President Clinton again pledged to clean up the Democratic Party's fundraising operation, the White House announced he will attend a $1 million fundraiser next week. However, spokesman Mike McCurry stressed that at this event, quote, "Donations from Indonesia or other foreign countries will not be accepted unless they are left in a brown paper bag under the sink in the men's room." Unquote. More bad news for the president. This week, convicted Whitewater swindler James McDougal claimed that his ex-wife, Susan McDougal, had an affair with Clinton while he was governor of Arkansas. The president denied the charges, adding, quote, "If you really knew me, you'd know that I was always faithful to Jennifer Flowers." In an angry speech last week, Cuban leader Fidel Castro called on the United States to give back the land he claims was stolen from Mexico, an area that includes California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. U.S. officials immediately denounced the idea, insisting that it would only lead to Mexicans sneaking into Nevada. At a veterans hospital in the Bronx yesterday, 4 Playboy playmates were on hand to wish the residents a happy Valentine's Day. One veteran who was there called it an afternoon of, quote, "hellish, agonizing sexual frustration." On Wednesday, Michael Jackson and wife Debbie Rowe became the proud parents of a 7-pound, 10-ounce baby boy. Asked about the baby's appearance, a family spokesman said he's got Debbie's eyes, LaToya's mouth, and one of Michael's noses. And according to his dad, the 3-day-old boy is a regular chip off the old block. In fact, he's already molested a 1-day-old boy. Here's an interesting sidebar to the story. During the delivery, the doctor allowed Jackson himself to cut the umbilical cord. Michael then took the cord home so that the Elephant Man's remains would have a new playframe. The Irish rock band U2 kicked off their new tour in New York City yesterday, making a surprise appearance at a downtown Kmart. Fellow Irish performer Sinead O'Connor was also on hand, but she works there. So. Well, it's Oscar time once again, and Breaking the Waves star Emily Watson was nominated for Best Actress. Asked to comment, Watson said, "Who the hell am I? I've never heard of myself." Senator Strom Thurmond, at 94, the oldest person ever to serve in Congress, has been hospitalized this week with a bout of the flu. Doctors who examined the senator thoroughly got kind of nauseous. Prince, the black Labrador from New Hampshire, sentenced to death for killing a rooster, won a reprieve this week. But although Prince is now officially off the hook with local authorities, he still must face the family of the rooster in the civil trial. So. He may be giving up a few milk bones or whatever that is. Stephen J. Hawking, the renowned astrophysicist, regarded as Albert Einstein's intellectual successor, conceded defeat this week in a wager he made 6 years ago with two professors at the California Institute of Technology. Hawking incorrectly bet against the existence of naked singularities, the mathematical point in a black hole where space and time are infinitely distorted, where matter is infinitely dense, and where the rules of relativistic physics break down. With all due respect to Mr. Hawking, what the hell were you thinking? I would have taken that bet, made a quick $20. In northern Florida, refuse from a paper mill has caused female fish to develop male sex organs. And in a related story, Attorney General Janet Reno. Connecticut legislatures are about to pass a law that would make it illegal to prohibit breastfeeding in public. Then, hopefully, these legislatures will also change the fascist law that the person being breastfed in public has to be a baby. Well, here's a sign of the times. This summer, for the first time ever, you'll need a reservation to get into Yosemite National Park. Officials say those hit hardest by the new regulations will be the squirrels. Gary Larson's writing for the show now. And finally, first place in Weekend Update's Most Romantic Valentine contest goes to David Della Fera of Kearney, New Jersey. Yesterday, Mr. Della Fera, who works as a fireman here in the city, climbed the ladder of a fire truck up to the third-floor office window of his girlfriend, Alexandra. There, with a dozen roses and a wedding ring, he proposed to her in front of all her co-workers. Congratulations, David. And coming in last place for the third year in a row, O.J. Simpson. And that's the way it is. Good night, folks. Enjoy your summer. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight, in a startling reversal, Kenneth Starr announced yesterday that he would not resign as Whitewater special prosecutor, and that now he intends to stay on until the investigation is completed. This new development apparently did not trouble a confident President Clinton, who still plans to resume making conjugal visits to Susan McDougal. This week in Moscow, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright and Russian President Boris Yeltsin sat down to discuss the delicate issue of NATO expansion. On emerging from what was described as a tense meeting, Ms. Albright said, quote, "For this, I traveled 5,000 miles to meet with some drunken Meshuggah. On my worst enemy, I wouldn't wish this." Meanwhile, the Indogate scandal continues to widen. Internal Democratic National Committee records now show that fundraiser John Wong was responsible for bringing two Chinese businessmen to the White House for a $180,000 coffee with the president. That works out to $90,000 for a cup of coffee. Although in the president's defense, the coffee was Starbucks. So Starbucks is a little pricey. Also this week in Washington, several prominent Democrats joined Republicans in pleading with Attorney General Janet Reno to investigate fundraising abuses and also to shave. At a book signing in New York this week, Fred Goldman once again offered to forget the millions owed to him by O.J. Simpson if he would simply admit to the Brentwood murders. A visibly annoyed O.J. responded, "Why in the world would I do that when I have no intention of paying you anyway?" After American Airlines decided this week to cut fares by 50%, the 4 other major airlines said they would match the bargain ticket prices. Also fighting to stay competitive, discount carrier ValueJet announced that it will now accept stolen credit cards and bad checks. Michael Jackson has reportedly stepped right into his new role as a dad, spending many hours a day with his newborn son, doing the changing, the burping, even the breastfeeding. So it's nice when a fella does that. In Wisconsin, students at Menominee High School are desperately fighting efforts by the politically correct to change their team nickname the Indians. Already, opponents of the name have rejected the students' first compromise, the Drunken Indians. They feel that's almost worse in a way, you know? Bessie the cow, the most famous bovine citizen of San Antonio, Texas, is now listed in Ripley's Believe It or Not after giving birth to her 10th set of calf twins. Bessie also made Ripley's under the category Least Original Name for a Cow. And finally, in medical news, there are reports that suicide doctor Jack Kevorkian is considering retirement. As Kevorkian put it, "I always said I'd quit the day it stopped being fun." I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Yesterday, President Clinton underwent a 2-hour operation to repair damage to his knee, suffered in a fall while visiting in Florida at the home of professional golfer Greg Norman. Many were surprised to hear that the two were on friendly terms, since Greg Norman had once threatened that if he ever caught Clinton with his wife again, he'd smash his kneecap with a 5-iron. The president spent last night at Bethesda Naval Hospital in a private room, which he shared with 3 Chinese businessmen who came up with the required $200,000. More bad news for O.J. This week, HarperCollins reached an agreement with the Brown family to publish his late wife's diary. Especially troublesome to Simpson is this final entry. "Dear Diary, I have to run now because O.J. is here to murder me." And also the guy who returned my glasses. I think he might murder him, too. In North Carolina, a legislative panel has agreed on a bill which guarantees a murder victim's family 2 front-row seats to watch the execution. The ruling has angered both North Carolina's death penalty opponents and death penalty season ticket holders. And in Fairbanks, Alaska, a new high-tech emergency phone system will give operators the name and address of anyone who calls 911. Note to self, don't make any more prank 911 calls in Fairbanks, Alaska. I know I have a pocket here somewhere. President Clinton this week declined an offer by Republicans to form a bipartisan commission to scale back annual increases in Social Security. Asked why he rejected the proposals, the president said, quote, "Personally, I like the idea of a bipartisan commission. However, the two Chinese guys who gave me $1 million, they didn't go for it. They just didn't like the idea." And in financial news, H.J. Heinz has announced plans to lay off 3,000 workers. According to company spokesman, employees who refuse to budge will be turned over and shaken vigorously until they slide out. Much like ketchup. In Portland, Oregon, 8 anthropologists are in court arguing the constitutional right to study a 9,300-year-old Native American skeleton, which a local tribe wants to rebury. Though the case has merit, authorities are suspicious that one of the people involved in the suit is not really an anthropologist. It's this guy over here. In New York, police have arrested a local Queens man whom they are calling the serial fondler. Apparently, the man suffers from an intense desire to run up behind women and squeeze their buttocks. Psychologists call this impulse, quote, normal. This week, the White House asked Congress to authorize $175 billion in funds for highway construction, mass transit, and other transportation projects. The president's plan has significant support in Congress, but many Washington insiders are wondering how exactly this benefits China. In New Mexico this week, lawmakers passed a measure to abolish the state's 15-year statute of limitations on first-degree murder. Note to self, cancel plans to return to New Mexico. Asked recently what will set his new Batman film apart from its predecessors, Batman and Robin director Joel Schumacher said, quote, "In this one, all the costumes will have nipples." Note to self, do not watch the next Batman and Robin. In Duluth, Minnesota, authorities suspect arson was to blame for a fire that destroyed a mobile home and killed 73 cats. The chief suspect so far? This dog. Dogs don't care for cats much, you know. What's that? Yeah, I know. Oh, you want me to say that? You'd like me to say that? Thank you, ladies and parents. Keep your kids out of show business. I said it. Weekend Update's 1997 survey of the most dangerous jobs in America is out today. The biggest change, last year's #1 West Coast rap star. You know, it'd probably be better if I was over on this camera. Okay, well, now that I'm over on this camera, it'd probably be better if you put the cards over here. Last year's #1. Why don't we start at the start of the joke now? Okay, no, that's all right. I'll just make it up. The 1997 Most Dangerous Jobs in America is out, and this year, a little bit of a change. Last year's #1 West Coast rap star has been knocked out of the top spot by the new, most dangerous job in America, East Coast rap star. Imagine if it had all gone well. And finally, next week, people everywhere will celebrate St. Patrick's Day, or as alcoholics refer to it, Monday. That's it, folks. Good night. Fake news. Our top story tonight. Late this week, President Clinton and Russian President Boris Yeltsin met in Helsinki to discuss the sensitive topic of NATO expansion. For his part, Yeltsin stood firm, saying he must do what is right for Russia, while Clinton also stood firm, saying he must do what is right for China. On Thursday, in a stunning admission, the Liggett Group, makers of Chesterfield, Lark, and L&M cigarettes, acknowledged publicly that their cigarettes are addictive and do cause cancer. Hours later, the four other major tobacco makers, Reynolds, Philip Morris, Lorillard, and Brown & Williamson, issued a joint statement saying, quote, "Today's announcement comes as no surprise. Everyone knows Liggett cigarettes cause cancer." Also this week, a California newspaper revealed that O.J. Simpson was awarded custody of his children mainly because a court-ordered psychological test showed that he is a loving father. It should be noted, however, that the same test also showed that he was a loving husband. Following the surprise withdrawal of his nominee, Anthony Lake, President Clinton has chosen acting CIA Director George Tenet to head up the agency. Now all he needs is the approval of the House, the Senate, and this Chinese guy. In Washington this week, the Supreme Court is having arguments on whether or not pornography should be banned from the Internet. According to veteran court watchers, 8 justices are leading toward a ban, with 1 against. Gee, I wonder which one would be against a ban on pornography. What do you say now? I don't want to know. Meanwhile, at the University of Nebraska, computer scientists have developed a version of the Internet that is up to 100 times faster than the current system. According to analysts, those using the new system to log on to America Online will now be disconnected in 3/1000th of a second. You ever get on the computer? Do you know anything about them? In Congress, members of the House Women's Caucus say prosecution of sex offenders must be the Army's top priority, despite concerns of racial insensitivity on the part of investigators, which would be the second priority. Then I guess the Army's third priority would be defending the nation. That would, that'd be third. Well, this coming Monday is Oscar night, and 3 films, The English Patient, Secrets and Lies, and Shine, are locked in a tight race in the category Best Picture There's Not a Chance in Hell I Will Ever See. A person who suffers 2 sharp, powerful blows to the head within a short period of time can suffer brain damage or even die. This, according to a new study in the medical journal Duh. This week, a London tabloid published the first exclusive pictures of Michael Jackson's baby, secretly taken by a guest at the King of Pop's Neverland Ranch. Upon seeing the pictures, Michael said, "This is not my baby." Then quickly added, "I'm not saying he isn't hot. He's hot. It's just not my kid." I'm not saying he's a very sexy infant. It's just not mine. I would love to have sex with him. He's just not my child, is all I'm saying. This week, pilot Linda Finch marked the 60-year anniversary of Amelia Earhart's attempt to fly around the world by setting out on her own round-the-world flight. Finch took off Monday from the same Oakland, California airfield as Earhart and hopes to reach Europe by next Wednesday. By Sunday evening, if all goes well, she plans to have mysteriously disappeared forever. In music news, Dr. Jack Kevorkian has performed and recorded a 1-hour CD of his own jazz compositions for the flute. You know, Dr. Kevorkian, I've listened to your CD, and I've got some advice. Don't quit your day job, all right? You know, murdering old people, stick with that. Stay away from the flute and stick with the murdering old people. This is my advice. A report by Assistant Treasury Secretary Jim Johnson shows that the arrest rate for church arsons is more than twice the national average for arsons in general. Note to self, start setting fire to something other than churches. Earlier today, the biggest auction ever of Beatles memorabilia took place in Tokyo. Among the one-of-a-kind items on the block were Paul McCartney's birth certificate, a white Mercedes-Benz owned by John Lennon, and rarest of all, a photo of George Harrison not looking haggard. Have you ever seen one when you think about it? And the British Sunday Times is reporting that Belgian doctors have accidentally cloned a human being. The human being? You guessed it, Frank Stallone. Well, Reader's Digest has released its 1997 list of the best and worst places to raise a family in the United States. The best place? Sheboygan, Wisconsin. While the worst place in America to raise a family? The Neverland Ranch. Thank you, I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news, our top story tonight. This week, after months of speculation, sitcom star Ellen DeGeneres finally admitted that, yes, she is gay. Inspired by her courage, today, diet guru Richard Simmons admitted that he is really, 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 really gay. In a radio interview this week, First Lady Hillary Clinton scoffed at conspiracy nuts, as she called them, obsessed with Whitewater, and compared them to cult figures, or cult groups rather, fascinated by UFOs and the Hale-Bopp comet. Although she did concede 1 point of similarity between Whitewater and Heaven's Gate, 39 castrated dead people. Two professors of medicine at Rutgers University say they are developing a pill which can give women orgasms without having sex. Read all about this revolutionary discovery in my new book, The World's Most Dangerous Drug. The women clapped at the premise and the men clapped at the punchline. The White House says that surviving relatives of those who died in a 40-year-old federal study which allowed men infected with syphilis to go untreated will get an official apology from President Clinton. According to the president, quote, "If not for the sacrifices of these brave men, I would not be alive today." On Capitol Hill this week, the House unanimously passed a measure which would prevent prison inmates from being counted as household members for purposes of food stamp eligibility. Note to self, find new way of fraudulently obtaining food stamps. Recently, a group of Orthodox rabbis declared that other branches of Judaism are, quote, not Judaism at all, thus challenging the religious status of millions of American Jews. This week, that statement was rejected by Reform leader Rabbi Don Schonstein, who said, quote, "Our legitimacy as Jews flows from the richness of our Jewish lives, the strength of our Jewish communities, and most important of all, our deep and abiding belief in Jesus Christ." Recent photos sent from the Galileo space probe orbiting Jupiter's moon Europa suggests that it meets the conditions necessary to support a primitive life form. Just what kind of life form? You guessed it, Frank Stallone. Oprah Winfrey's longtime boyfriend, Stedman Graham, has written a new book called You Can Make It Happen, a 9-step plan for success. Step number 1, become Oprah Winfrey's boyfriend. Then the other 8 are just hang around. Last weekend in Washington, a new museum dedicated to broadcast What the fuck was that? Last weekend in Washington, a new museum. My farewell performance. Last weekend in Washington, a new museum dedicated to broadcast journalism opened, where visitors can appear on camera and pretend they are news anchors. So far, the museum has been visited more than 200 times by Tabitha Soren. In St. Louis, Missouri, a father who lost joint custody of his 2 sons after undergoing a sex change operation now plans to ask an appeals court to reconsider its ruling that gave sole custody to the boy's mother. I wonder who's going to win this case. The mother of the 2 children, or the guy who had his penis twisted into a fake vagina? It's a tough call. You got the guy who fashioned a vagina-like thing, and then you got the mother. In Michigan, State Historical Commission officials say they will not interfere with the building of a new major sports stadium, even if construction unearths historical artifacts. However, state Indian Affairs officials say that if relics from a Native American tribe are found, they would like to have the land set aside and designated as a sacred tribal burial ground / giant casino. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has warned that an industrial camera stolen from a Montana company could pose a radiation hazard if its casing is open. Oh. Note to self, after show, remember to close the casing on that industrial camera that I borrowed from a thing while I was in Montana. And finally, in California. And finally, in California, pet owners. Pet owners can now take their canine friends to the world's first doggy wedding chapel, where dogs can actually be married in a civil ceremony. The ceremony ends when the Justice of the Peace says, "You may now sniff the ass." All right, folks. Maybe we'll see you next week. Good night. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Embattled House Speaker Newt Gingrich may finally have solved his financial troubles. On Thursday, Gingrich announced that former Senator Bob Dole has loaned him the $300,000 needed to pay his ethics committee fine. And today, more good news for Gingrich. Dole has already forgotten he loaned him the money. Meanwhile, Gingrich this week criticized Attorney General Janet Reno's decision not to seek an independent counsel to investigate Democratic fundraising, even comparing her to notorious Watergate figure John Mitchell. Reno called the comparison ridiculous, saying, quote, "For one thing, John Mitchell did not have a mustache." In an interview this week with Diane Sawyer, Mafia turncoat Sammy the Bull Gravano revealed that John Gotti once considered trying to buy a presidential pardon for $5 million. According to Gravano, however, he and Gotti were too afraid to get involved with, quote, those kinds of people. According to O.J. Simpson niece Terry Baker, when O.J.'s mother, Eunice Simpson, first heard about the slaying of Nicole Brown, she exclaimed, he did it. Reached for comment, O.J. said, my mom was just guessing. I hadn't even told her yet. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright has announced that she will represent the United States this summer at ceremonies marking the transfer of British Hong Kong to Chinese rule. President Clinton also plans to attend the event, but he will be representing China. So... This week, as America marked the 50th anniversary of Jackie Robinson's entry into Major League Baseball, there was a sobering reminder that racial prejudice in sports is not yet a thing of the past. In a shocking move, today, all but one of the 125 playing members of the Professional Golf Association has signed a petition to ban African American golfers from the tour. In Los Angeles this week, actor Arnold Schwarzenegger underwent heart surgery to repair a faulty heart valve. Doctors were concerned because during a routine examination of Schwarzenegger, they got a little turned on. They became concerned, and something like that will happen, Let's pause for thought for whatever. In Indiana, the state legislature has approved a law requiring professional hypnotists to be trained at accredited institutions and certified by the State Medical Licensing Board. Note to self, cancel plans to tour Indiana as hypnotist this summer. Oh, wait. Ignore previous note. Instead, note to self, get fake hypnotism diploma and proceed as planned. According to a survey in the new issue of Men's Health magazine, men are more likely to procrastinate than women, except when it comes to having orgasms. Last week in Tampa, Florida, William Santiago, a mail carrier for 27 years, was fired from his job and now faces up to 5 years in jail for keeping 2 magazines which had been sent to a non-existent address. Postal officials admit that they could have let him off with just a warning, but then he wouldn't come back someday and shoot 30 people. So they decided to be a little strict. Last week in Kansas City, 2 people that were oh, drats. Two homeless people who met at a soup kitchen were married in front of homeless guests at the very same soup kitchen. For those who want to give the couple a wedding gift, they are registered at Kansas City's District 5 recycling pen. In South Dakota, inmates at the state penitentiary say that a new policy which allows officials to read their mail is an example of the routine violations of individual rights in prison. A better example would be the daily anal rapes, but I guess they want to start off small and then work up to the daily anal rapes. They'll start off with the reading their mail, With the resignation of 2 police officers in Vergennes, Vermont, the city's 2,500 residents are now left with only 1 policeman. Note to self, if I get fired for cursing on the air last week, drive up to Virginia's, Vermont, hypnotize the remaining policeman, and loot town. That's it. And finally, the votes are in. And Entertainment Weekly has chosen its funniest man alive. And who is the funniest man alive? You guessed it, Frank Stallone. Congratulations, Frank Stallone. And that's the way it is. Good night. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news, our top story tonight. In court documents made public this week, independent counsel Kenneth Starr told a federal judge that Hillary Clinton is now a, quote, central figure in the Whitewater criminal probe. Reacting to the news, President Clinton called the investigation a partisan witch hunt, vowing, quote, if the First Lady is somehow convicted and has to go to jail, I will do everything in my power to wait 2 weeks to start dating. Meanwhile, FBI Director Louis Freeh said this week that Attorney General Janet Reno might have a conflict of interest in her investigation of Democratic fundraising. Freeh also pointed out that Reno might have a conflict of interest between her X and Y chromosomes. There was some good news for Michael Kennedy this week when the parents of the teenage babysitter with whom he had a 5-year affair decided not to pursue criminal charges. However, a lawyer for the babysitter's family called Kennedy a, quote, sick, pathetic individual, while the county district attorney described him as a, quote, alcoholic cradle robber. The only kind words came from his uncle, Senator Ted Kennedy, who called him, quote, an inspiration. Real estate mogul Donald Trump announced this week that after 3.5 years of marriage, he is seeking a divorce from wife Marla Maples. According to Trump, Maples violated part of their marriage agreement when she decided to turn 30. Unacceptable. At their annual convention this week, board members of the National Rifle Association narrowly elected actor Charlton Heston vice president of the powerful gun lobby. According to Heston, his first priority will be a push to legalize the hunting of, quote, damn dirty apes. In Alabama, a new state law will dramatically increase the penalty for bouncing a check. Note to self, cancel summer vacation plans in Alabama. Find state more accommodating to the Norm MacDonald lifestyle. On Wednesday, world chess champion Garry Kasparov tied Deep Blue, the IBM supercomputer that can examine 200 million positions per second, in the fourth game of their 6-game series. Earlier in the week, Kasparov admitted he made a catastrophic blunder in Game 2 when he failed to force a draw by moving rook to E8, opting instead for a Caro-Kann defense that soon transposed into a Pribble defense, which, after Deep Blue moved bishop to E7, gave him the advantage with his knight position. With all due respect to Mr. Kasparov, what the hell were you thinking? Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news. Our top story tonight, court-martial proceedings are set to begin Tuesday against Air Force Lieutenant Kelly Flynn, the nation's first female B-52 pilot. Flynn is accused of conducting an adulterous affair with a married man, as well as having a brief fling with a second airman, and then lying about it. An Air Force prosecutor called her, quote, a sexual predator, while her commanding officer called her a, quote, lying sex addict. Meanwhile, President Clinton called her this year, the Liga Group paid out more than $750 million in a court settlement when it was admitted that its cigarettes are addictive. And this week, the tobacco company unveiled its new warning label. It reads, "Warning, don't try to sue us. We don't have any money left." Yesterday, the House Budget Committee approved an outline of the deal between President Clinton and congressional leaders to balance the budget. But both sides caution it is not set in stone. In order to become official, of course, it must still be approved by this Chinese guy here. He's got a... Boo, what the hell? No reason to boo anything. It was reported this week that Simpson prosecutors Marcia Clark and Chris Darden often passed sexually explicit notes back and forth at the trial. Notes which discussed each other's, quote, turn-ons. And according to the notes, both Darden and Clark are turned on by the same freakish thing, Alan Dershowitz. Meanwhile, O.J. himself may have some explaining to do. For months, he has denied hiding financial assets, including valuable sports mementos, from the Brown and Goldman families. But earlier today, Simpson pal A.C. Cowlings was stopped as he tried to leave the country. In the back seat of his Bronco, police found O.J.'s Heisman Trophy, disguised with a tiny fake beard. According to prosecutors in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Henrietta Collins, a 90-year-old widow, was bilked out of her life savings by the trustees of her estate. Note to self, forget trying to bilk Henrietta Collins out of her life savings. Some dirty bastard got there first. This week, talk show host Kathy Lee Gifford addressed published reports that her husband had an extramarital affair, saying, quote, "Frank did and always does what is right." Kathy Lee's statement has been widely interpreted as a public admission that her husband beats her. In San Francisco last week, a birthday party for one of the area's leading political figures, attended by the city's mayor, sheriff, and members of the Board of Supervisors, culminated with a performance in which a dominatrix used a razor blade to carve a satanic star into the back of her male partner, then urinated on him, before finally sodomizing the man with a liquor bottle. After learning of the incident from press reports, San Franciscans expressed shock and outrage that the liquor bottle was not recycled. In his new film, Legionnaire, action star Jean-Claude Van Damme will join the French Foreign Legion. In the film, Van Damme is a playboy in 1920s Paris who flees a mob boss after falling in love with the man's mistress. Also, although it doesn't say anything here about it, I'll bet there's plenty of kicking. Tonight we are proud to present a new feature on Weekend Update, In Their Own Words. As you remember last month in the televised town meeting on kids and drugs, President Clinton moved Peter Jennings and the audience as well when he said, quote, "I've received many letters from 5-year-old kids around the country telling me that they are frightened and asking for my help." Earlier this week, the White House released the text of some of these letters. Walker D. of Connecticut, a 5-year-old child, writes, "Dear Mr. President, when the Republicans are finished wasting taxpayer money on their Whitewater witch hunt, perhaps they can join you in your efforts to protect Medicare and the environment and to expand the Earned Income Tax Credit. P.S. Paula Jones was asking for it." Here's one from Elizabeth A. of Long Island, who wrote, "Dear President Clinton, Newt Gingrich is a bad, bad man." Also, Paula Jones was asking for it. In their own words. Under a new law passed by the State Assembly, effective next year, Michigan will set aside an allotment of hunting licenses for blind people. This after years of relentless lobbying by deer. Good news for Hawaii. Next year, the state will receive $20 million in federal funds to help teach poor children how to read. Oh. Note to self, swindle poor Hawaiians out of $20 million by pretending to be a guy who teaches reading. Note to self, before I start, also learn to read. That will help give the scam what we like to call credibility. That's a big word. A new survey by the Washington Post reports that D.C. Mayor Marion Barry's popularity among city residents has dropped to its lowest point in 5 years. However, Mayor Barry insists he has no interest in polls, or for that matter, anything else that isn't crack. Yes. Really has no interest in how good are polls going to do it? Finally, reports out of Germany continue to indicate that David Hasselhoff is a major recording star in that country, where his concerts routinely sell out and his albums turn platinum. Which once again proves my old theory, Germans love David Hasselhoff. And it's been fun, folks. Thank you.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news. Our top story tonight. This Thursday in an Arlington, Virginia courtroom, sportscaster Marv Albert accepted a plea bargain in his trial on forcible sodomy charges. This following revelations of Albert's compulsion for biting women, three-way sex, and wearing panties and garters. Said Albert about his decision, quote, "At least I've still got my dignity." Attorney General Janet Reno said this week that she is fed up with Republicans complaining to the press that she has not named an independent counsel to investigate President Clinton's fundraising. Said Reno, quote, "If these people don't like the way I'm doing my job, let them come talk to me man to man." Well, the White House is an empty nest this week following Chelsea Clinton's departure to begin studies at Stanford University. A wistful President Clinton says that while it's difficult to see his daughter grow up, at least now he'll feel less guilty about hitting on her friends. According to the U.S. Bureau of the Census, California's population is expected to grow nearly 18 million by the year 2025. Also by the year 2025, it will be much easier to find a vacant apartment in Mexico. In international news, French President Jacques Chirac met this week with NATO Secretary General Javier Solana. During their meeting at the Élysée Palace, the two discussed possible reasons why Marv Albert would dress up in lingerie and bite women on the back while another guy watched. After closing out a successful first season, the WNBA is considering several changes to improve the level of play in the league next year. Among the proposals, extending the playoffs, increasing salaries, bringing back the three-point line, and replacing all the female players with guys. Well, as you're no doubt aware, Elton John's musical tribute to Princess Diana, Candle in the Wind 97, has become the fastest-selling CD in history. Well, in Dayton, Ohio, a local music chain had a wonderful idea to donate all its profits from the single to a local AIDS group. However, In a tragic piece of irony, Weekend Update has learned that the local AIDS group now plans to spend all of the money on landmines. What a world we live in. Dirty, dirty landmines. Richard Thomas of Chicago is taking a novel approach to getting his wife Sally to quit smoking. He is suing her in U.S. District Court, asking a judge to order her to quit. Legal experts say that considering all factors, Mr. Thomas actually has a very good chance of never having sex with his wife again. According to published reports, Michael Jackson's wife is now pregnant with the pop star's second child. Asked why he decided to become a father again so soon, Jackson explained that his 7-month-old son is starting to lose his looks. Next month, the U.S. Postal Service will begin issuing stamps depicting Dracula, the Mummy, and Frankenstein's monster. These stamps are part of a new series called People Who Abbott and Costello Have Met. According to new medical research, crack babies are as happy and healthy as normal children. You know, that's amazing, you know, because I thought they'd be much happier with all that crack in their system. You know, it's crazy. Former President Ronald Reagan is selling his Santa Barbara ranch to the federal government, which will turn it into a California state park. In what can best be described as a sweetheart deal for Reagan, he will get $5 million for the 700-acre ranch, and he will still think he owns it. The rich get richer, you know? Ridiculous. David Kaczynski, the brother who turned in Unabomber defendant Ted Kaczynski, said he plans to share the $1 million reward money he will receive with the bombing survivors. He says roughly $400,000 will go to the bombing victims, and the other $600,000 he will blow on whores and cocaine. And in Central California, investigators have convened at the Tulane Canal to find out what killed 1,600 birds and over 1 million fish. Experts say ammonia poisoning is the probable cause, but if you ask me, what really killed them was the paparazzi. In a recent interview, Paul McCartney confessed that Bob Dylan turned the Beatles on to marijuana. In return, George Harrison turned Dylan on to looking old and haggard. Well, finally, our congratulations to musician Ike Turner, who recently got married for the 13th time. The ceremony marked the first time that a minister performing a wedding has ever asked, "Does anyone here not object?" And that's the news, folks. Good night. I'm Norm MacDonald, now the fake news. Our top story tonight, just yesterday in a letter to Congress, Attorney General Janet Reno absolved President Clinton of almost all charges of campaign finance reform. According to Reno, there is no evidence he misused his office to raise money, improperly allowed contributors to stay overnight at the White House, or sought contributions in exchange for political favors. You know, it's hard for me to believe this, but for Janet Reno to send this letter, I guess it must be true. The president's sleeping with her, too. It's beyond comprehension, but earlier today, some 600,000 members of the Promise Keepers, the evangelical men's group, convened in Washington, D.C. for a day of prayer and repentance. Oh, no, I promised to go to that thing, and I forgot. Damn it to hell! It's my wife's fault. She didn't remind me, that dirty... Oh, well. More bad news for O.J. Simpson. This week, a Los Angeles court ordered him to turn over his Heisman Trophy to the Goldman family. In addition, The same court may order Simpson to surrender a coffee mug inscribed, "World's Greatest Husband." A new development in the Marv Albert story. This week, his accuser, Vanessa Perhatch, decided to go public, allowing news agency to print her name and picture. Following the publications of the photograph, legal experts were left wondering, who was the real victim? Not easy on the eye. In a recent interview on the subject of parenting, Jane Fonda admitted that it wasn't easy to talk to her children about sex, but she felt it was necessary because she did not want them to learn about sex the way that she did, by reading North Vietnamese propaganda pamphlets. We're not going to forget that. Hanoi Jane. It was a bad week for the restaurant chain Hooters. The company has been forced to pay $3.75 million to settle a sex discrimination suit brought by male job applicants who claim that its policy of hiring only women is unfair. The settlement was hailed as a landmark case for guys who try to ruin everything. You want to go to Hooters and a dude shows up at your table, you know? Action star Arnold Schwarzenegger is reportedly planning to appear in an upcoming production of the Broadway musical The King and I. Schwarzenegger says that in contrast to other actors' portrayals of the King of Siam, his will be really, really horrible. Also in entertainment, the play Hiroshima, a tribute to the victims of the first atomic bomb, with music and singing by Yoko Ono, opened in New York City this week. One tearful Japanese survivor of the attack who attended the premiere called the play, quote, "the most horrifying experience of my life." And in entertainment news, Ellen DeGeneres and lover Anne Hesh have announced that they want to have a baby. However, their plan has hit a snag. They are both women. It is not possible to have a child. Well, Bart, the 1,800-pound bear who co-stars with Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin in the movie The Edge, reportedly earns a whopping $10,000 per day as a Hollywood actor. A small amount of the grizzly's income goes toward the preservation of bears' natural habitat. Bart spends the remaining money on bear whores and cocaine. And on a happier note, in Massachusetts, the 119-acre Dunn Pond State Park has the state's first nature trail designed for the handicapped. Along the trail, you will find a rich variety of birds, lizards, and insects, all of them handicapped. So, it's not really a very good trail, you know? And next summer in Battle Creek, Michigan, Kellogg's will open Cereal City, a new $18 million theme park. Note to self, start buying up land next to Cereal Theme Park, then open Milk Theme Park. And watch the money roll in. Well, finally, the Guinness Book of World Records announced this week that Gul Mohammed of New Delhi, at 22.8 inches tall, is the shortest man in the world to have Eddie Murphy's head. And that's it, folks. Thanks a lot. Our top story tonight, does President Clinton have a bent penis? Well, according to a doctor who examined him last week, the president's genitals are, quote, completely 100% normal. It should be noted, however, that the doctor who examined him also has a bent penis. So, that may color his findings a little. While this controversy raged, the president himself was on a state trip to South America, where he met with various leaders and repeatedly stressed his strong ties to the region. Finally asked to elaborate on these ties, Clinton replied, "Are you kidding me? My brother Roger was a huge coke dealer." As his last stop on the trip, the president met in Buenos Aires Thursday with Argentinian President Carlos Menem. During the meeting, Clinton asked Menem to continue with economic reform and protect democratic freedoms. Menem, in turn, asked Clinton to show him his bent penis. According to a new survey by the Women's Vote Project, women would be more likely to vote if they could send in ballots by mail or if polls were open longer. Also, more women would vote if you were permitted to bake your vote. They like to bake. Rejecting conspiracy theories that President Clinton killed Vince Foster, a report out this week from independent counsel Kenneth Starr has officially concluded that Vince Foster took his own life. Among other things, the report cites evidence that Foster was deeply depressed in the days leading up to his death. Although the report does concede Foster was deeply depressed because President Clinton was trying to murder him. Visitors to Yellowstone National Park are being advised to carry pepper spray to defend themselves against bears. According to park officials, pepper spray is inexpensive, and it is far more effective against bears than their first idea, which was honey spray. That didn't work out at all. That worked completely counter to the sources in Hollywood report the on-again, off-again relationship between actor Johnny Depp and supermodel Kate Moss is on again, and that Depp and Moss are now engaged. According to her friends, Moss is so excited she hasn't eaten a thing in 23 years. In other entertainment news, a religious group in Chile is trying to ban a new Claudia Schiffer film which features explicit lesbian sex scenes. According to the group, sex between two women is an abomination before God, almost as blasphemous as sex between a woman and David Copperfield. I don't know which is worse, which is more of an abomination. Well, the 1997 World Series began tonight with the Marlins beating the Indians 7-4. Joining us on Weekend Update with an analysis of each team is a baseball legend and a dear, dear friend. Please welcome Hall of Fame broadcaster Harry Carey. Hey, Harry.
Hi, everybody. Harry Carey here. I gotta tell you, folks, it looks like we've got a very exciting World Series on our hands. The American League is represented by the Cleveland Indians, and for the National League, the Florida Marlins. It sure is exciting, Norm.
Yeah, well, it certainly is, Harry. Now, who do you like in the series?
It's tough to say, Norm. On one hand, you've got the Marlins. Now, that's an odd mascot, a Marlin.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Of course, pound for pound, it's the smartest fish in the ocean. With its sword-like snout, it'll carve your eye out and not think twice about it. Norm, to this day, if I walk into a seafood restaurant and I see a marlin on the wall, I just grab my wife and leave.
Is that a fact, huh?
Of course, on the other hand, you have the Indians, a group of untrustworthy savages. You look away, next thing you know, they steal your land.
That's true. Well, Harry, you're talking a lot about the mascots now. What about the players?
They won't be a factor, trust me. Hi, Norm. You ever been alone in a room face to face with a marlin?
No.
No matter where you go in the room, its eye follows your every move. You should try it sometime. It's a rush. I should know. I used to hunt them.
Really? You hunted marlins, huh?
No, Indians. I've got a whole closet full of scalps at home. They're just collecting dust. The government stopped buying them years ago. Hey, Norm, you interested in buying a scalp?
Well, I mean, I guess...
It's a simple yes or no question.
Well, what does this have to do with the World Series?
This sale isn't going to make or break me, Norm, so don't jerk me around. Do you want to buy a scalp or not?
No, I don't, no.
Fine. Just take my card and give me a call when you want to get serious.
Okay, thanks.
And peruse through this when you get a chance.
What's that?
A catalog of all the scalps available.
Good Lord.
I got all of them, Apache to Zuni.
Oh, well, you got any mohawk in there?
Oh, Norm, if I had a mohawk scalp, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I'd be relaxing on a tropical island.
Why is that?
Because they're highly valuable.
All right, well, thanks for stopping by.
Mohawk. You can't find one.
No?
No.
Harry Carey, everybody.
Come to win.
Exotic dancers say city ordinance requiring them to keep 4 feet away from their customers will put them out of business in Shoreline, Washington. Or, as I now refer to it, Nazi Germany. Quite a world we live in. And in Oklahoma, prison officials are considering an interactive video system for parole board hearings, which would eliminate the need for inmates to travel to hearings from prison. Inmates say they will go along with the video idea, but they will not rule out raping the camera guy. And in Idaho, a $5 million project to fix cracks in the Dworshak Dam has been a huge success, according to officials from the Army Corps of Engineers. However, the dam could easily have been fixed at a far more reasonable price tag, according to this beaver. They'll have to agree to disagree. Finally, the Rolling Stones are back on tour again, and Keith Richards says that he is thrilled to still be doing what he's been doing for 25 years. Cheating death. That's the news.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Tomorrow, Chinese President Jiang Zemin begins a week-long visit that could define U.S. relations with China for years to come. President Clinton plans to ask Jiang for several things, including human rights reform, trade expansion, and a Chinese herb said to have the power to straighten a bent penis. Well, it's official. Sportscaster Marv Albert, convicted last month on assault and battery charges, will serve no jail time. But the big story was outside the courthouse, where the second accuser from his trial, Patricia Maston, showed her face in public for the first time. This new development had legal experts asking once again, who was the real victim here? Incidentally, Ms. Maston will be represented in her civil suit by feminist attorney Gloria Allred, who is also quite unattractive. No box of chocolates, that one. Well, this week, Attorney General Janet Reno charged software giant Microsoft with trying to monopolize access to the internet and has asked a federal court to fine the company $1 million per day. Analysts say that at this rate, Microsoft CEO Bill Gates will be broke just 10 years after the Earth crashes into the sun. He's got a hefty pocketbook. According to new medical studies, exposure to secondhand smoke dramatically increases a non-smoker's risk of getting heart disease and lung cancer. Jubilant tobacco company executives say the study proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that non-smoking can kill you. That one wasn't very good, but try to laugh anyway, because it helps Farley have a little rest. Dr. Jack Kevorkian announced this week that he will start to offer organs taken from his suicide patients to people who need transplants. In addition, Kevorkian promised that anyone who does not get a life-saving organ will receive a free murdering. And in London, British scientists have created a frog embryo without a head, a breakthrough that could lead to the production of headless human clones to provide organs and tissue for transplant, as well as horrific nightmares for the rest of my life. I can't deal with this kind of stuff anymore. Well, in Maine, political activists are trying to push through a constitutional amendment that would expand voting rights for the mentally ill. But according to insiders, it's really just a ploy by supporters of Ross Perot. Okay. And in New Orleans this week, Doonesbury creator Gary Trudeau was honored by the Drug Policy Foundation, a group which seeks to legalize marijuana. Also honored this week by the foundation, weed. Yeah, they honor that every year. It's a multiple honoree. A Minnesota man is being sued by a woman who claims that he promised to marry her, but called off to the wedding after he convinced her brother to give him a kidney. Don't I know it? Well, according to fire department officials in Wisconsin, many of the state's communities can't find enough people to be volunteer firefighters. As a possible explanation, officials cite the extreme danger of the job combined with the complete absence of pay. Finally, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a man allowed his 8-year-old daughter to take the wheel of his car, and an accident ensued that damaged 7 other cars and injured 6 people, which once again proves my theory: women can't drive. Okay, folks, that's the news. Thank you. I'm NORM MACDONALD. Now the fake news. Our top story tonight. Last night, ex-sportscaster Marv Albert and fiancée Heather Faulkner appeared on 20/20 with Barbara Walters in what Albert admitted was an uphill battle to have a really hot three-way. Earlier today, following 2 weeks of provocation by Saddam Hussein over UN weapons inspection, President Clinton has issued his clearest warning yet to the Iraqi leader. The unusually frank, strongly worded letter reads as follows, quote, "Should your government persist in flouting international law, I will have no choice but to order military action which will be both swift and devastating. Of course, when the time for military action comes, I may simply panic, flee to England, and smoke dope until the whole thing's over. But then again, I may not." More followed from the recent conviction of British au pair Louise Woodward on murder charges. This week, her attorney Barry Scheck lashed out at the legal system, saying, quote, "What kind of sick society do we live in where an innocent girl is sent to prison, while a double murderer like O.J. Simpson goes free?" Kind of a... Meanwhile, O.J. Simpson's Brentwood estate officially went on sale this week with an asking price of $3.9 million. According to realtors, some of the home's highlights include a newly renovated gourmet kitchen and a luxurious master bathroom with separate sinks for murderer and murderee. Murderer, murderee. On Capitol Hill this week, 17 Republican congressmen formally asked the House Judiciary Committee whether there is sufficient evidence to begin impeachment proceedings against President Clinton. In response, the president said, quote, "Hey, you know who would have the answer to that question? Vince Foster." With the release of over 100 hours of videotape of President Clinton and campaign fundraisers, the pressure continues to mount on Attorney General Janet Reno to name an independent counsel to investigate the president. In addition, some senators are said to be furious that instead of watching the videotapes, Reno has been taping over them with episodes of Xena Warrior Princess. On Tuesday, New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani cruised to re-election with 57% of the vote. The mayor credits his victory to strict enforcement of quality of life ordinances, while loser Ruth Messenger blamed her defeat on low voter turnout by aggressive panhandlers and squeegee men. She was expecting them to show up strongly. This week, the crew of the trouble-plagued Russian space station Mir took a much-deserved break, using their onboard computer to do some shopping on the internet. Among the cosmonauts' purchases this week, a VCR, an exercise bike, and a new space station. The Franklin Mint has announced plans to market a Princess Diana porcelain doll, and the timing of the move has made some people very unhappy. Critics charge that the doll is in poor taste, and they're even more upset about the Franklin Mint's other new offering, porcelain landmines. You can play with them together if you want. This week, a milestone in rock music. REM drummer Bill Berry has announced that he is quitting the band. Berry, who has been with REM for 17 years, says the decision to leave was entirely mutual between himself and his giant eyebrow. They talked it over and they decided it was best for both of them. A sad story from the world of entertainment this week. Talk show host Ricki Lake had to get rid of her dog Dudley after the pooch became too aggressive with her 7-month-old son Milo. A clearly saddened Lake said, "It broke my heart to get rid of that dog, but he was delicious." She ate a whole dog. In aviation news, a new study suggests there might be more survivors of plane crashes if all seats were equipped with airbags. According to the study, this is especially true for plane crashes under 50 miles per hour. The other one, that doesn't do much good. In Waukesha, Wisconsin, 5 grade school students have been charged with holding down a boy and giving him a wedgie, tearing his underwear in the process. The students now face 3-day suspensions as well as fines of up to $140. Meanwhile, the boy himself faces more wedgies. In New Zealand, a convicted swindler who weighs 670 pounds has been sentenced to house arrest because he is too big for prison. According to prison officials, it took 4 inmates just to rape him. Huge man. And finally, when Richard Gere made his first appearance recently on the Oprah Winfrey Show, the two got along famously. But all that may change when the actor hears about this month's Oprah Winfrey Book Club selection. It's called What Really Happened by Richard Gere's Gerbil. Crazy. Okay, folks, that's the news. Have a good thing.
Weekend Update with Norm MacDonald.
I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news, our top story tonight. As the war of words between the U.S. and Iraq continues to heat up, President Clinton today sent his latest blunt message to Saddam Hussein. Quote, "As our two nations appear headed toward military conflict, let history record that all this could have been avoided with a simple $50,000 contribution to the Democratic National Committee. The blood is on your hands." In Sacramento this week, jury selection began in the trial of accused Unabomber Ted Kaczynski and appears to be moving briskly. In fact, lawyers for the defense had only one question for each prospective juror. What is your mailing address? Just days after she was freed by a Massachusetts judge, British nanny Louise Woodward has received numerous job offers from families seeking an au pair. Although her attorneys refuse to say precisely who has made these offers, speculation has surfaced that JonBenet Ramsey's parents are expecting. Yeah, they're going to have a little bundle of joy there in their life. A frightening moment this week for First Lady Hillary Clinton. Her plane, en route to the former Soviet Union, was forced to make an emergency landing when it was discovered that a frayed wire in the engine was causing serious malfunctions. The president was said to be furious and demanded an immediate investigation of what went wrong with Operation Frayed Wire. There was outrage in Detroit this week when Dr. Jack Kevorkian helped a woman commit suicide in a local church, leaving her body inside the church building. According to Kevorkian, murdering people in his van has almost completely lost its sense of blasphemy. Hello, how are you? In a statement with profound legal implications, the FBI announced this week that for the first time, its experts can now identify an individual with 100% accuracy through his DNA. And really, when you think about it, the timing could not have been better, said former football great O.J. Simpson. He was good on the gridiron. A celebrated Hollywood cosmetic surgeon whose clients include Michael Jackson, Phyllis Diller, and Joan Rivers has been accused of fondling patients while they were under anesthesia. The case has legal experts wondering, who is the real victim here? In Bridgeport, Connecticut, Robert Auger, who suffers from emphysema, blew up his home trying to smoke a cigarette while breathing with an oxygen tank. In response, the R.J. Reynolds Company has presented him with its Lifetime Achievement Award. In Washington, D.C., several local activists are trying to gather enough signatures by December to put a medical marijuana initiative on the ballot. Meanwhile, one local activist is trying to do the same thing for medical crack. The WNBA officials expanded to 10 teams this week, adding franchises in Detroit and Washington, D.C. But before you get too excited about the new additions to the league, remember, all of the players are still women. They stink at basketball, that's the problem. Other than that, it'd be a good, good game, but they're all horrible, so it makes for a kind of a boring game. 4 Wisconsin men have been charged with felony hate crimes after burning a man's buggy simply because he was Amish. If convicted, the men face up to 25 years in prison. But furious Amish leaders say that is not enough. They want the dunking wheel. A Tampa businesswoman who bought several of Princess Diana's gowns as a collector is now putting them on display to raise money for charity. However, her method of display is being described by many as inappropriate. Still, for 4 bits, it's a good deal. According to a recent study published in New Choices magazine, the more household chores a husband does, the more likely his wife is to report having good sex. The article explains that when a man does a substantial amount of housework, it gives his wife some time to go out and find a real man to have sex with. And in Sugarland, Texas, a Florida-bound Amtrak train collided with the back of a tractor-trailer carrying bagged sand. Thankfully, no serious injuries were reported. However, the accident did draw protests from the group People for the Ethical Treatment of Sand. Yeah, those people. And finally, in Burien, Washington, elementary school teacher Mary Kay Letourneau pled guilty this week to having sex with a 6th grade student whose child she bore in May. Miss Letourneau has been branded as a sex offender, or as the kids refer to her, the greatest teacher ever. And that's it, folks. Thanks, I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news. Our top story tonight. This week, the Clinton White House angrily denied charges that burial plots in Arlington National Cemetery were being handed out as political favors. Although presidential spokesman Mike McCurry did acknowledge that it is not easy to explain the tomb of the unknown Asian contributor. This week, an angry President Clinton demanded that Congress stop dragging its feet on something he has long championed, a medical Bill of Rights for U.S. citizens. In all, there are 10 items in the President's Bill of Rights, running from number 1, a rich, satisfying sex life is the foundation of good health, to number 10, a straight penis is not a privilege, it is a right. Toy maker Mattel has decided to give its Barbie doll a new and less curvaceous body. This in response to criticism that Barbie's current measurements, if she were 6 feet tall, would read an unrealistic 38-18-34. Feminists are applauding the move, but personally, I think that instead of all this petty tinkering with measurements, they should just make her 6 feet tall. Speaking of toys, this year's survey of the 10 most dangerous toys has been released. Topping the list this year, Tyco's new throat clogger upper. The FDA is considering approval of a new, highly effective treatment for baldness. The drug Propecia has been shown in trials to grow thick, luxuriant hair. Although there is a downside, it only works on ears, noses, and backs. In next week's Life magazine, pop star Michael Jackson appears in a pictorial with his infant son. The photos show Jackson changing, feeding, and cradling the baby boy in what Jackson himself promises will be Life magazine's sexiest issue ever. First Lady Hillary Clinton has been out of the country this week visiting the remote region of Siberia. Said the president, quote, "When the cat's away, the mice..." Oh, who am I kidding? The mouse screws plenty of women even when the cat's right here. Has the lure of the almighty dollar finally made us forget the true meaning of Christmas? Well, in my opinion, the answer is yes. When you consider that it's not even Thanksgiving, but the Christmas issue of Blacktail magazine is already on newsstands. Shame on you, people at Blacktail magazine. Wednesday on CBS's This Morning program, correspondent Eleanor Mondale went toy shopping with Kato Kalin. According to producers, it was part of a new segment on the show called Let's Punish the Audience. Well, now there is finally a matchmaking service for dogs. At Happy Animals, matchmakers guarantee to find your dog a perfect mate based on height, weight, age, and breed. So far, the dog dating service has had a 100% success rate because, according to its founders, any dog will have sex with any other dog. An extremely rare albino lobster found recently in Maine will not end up on a dinner table, but will instead live out its days in a private aquarium. The lobster has already been flown from Casco Bay to Texas, where it will be lovingly cared for by rock legend Johnny Winter. I'd like now to make a correction to a story that we reported earlier tonight. It seems that the Christmas issue of Blacktail is not yet available on newsstands. I'm sorry. So far, it's only gone out to those of us who subscribe. Our apologies to the editors of Blacktail, and keep up the good work, boys. On Wednesday, NASA launched the Space Shuttle Columbia on its 87th voyage. This trip by the shuttle will feature the first spacewalk ever by a Japanese astronaut who will get to take in the unique perspective of Earth from space. Gee, I wonder if there's any chance he'll take a picture. Thanks, I'm Norm MacDonald. Now the fake news. Our top story tonight. This week, Attorney General Janet Reno announced she will not name an independent counsel who will investigate campaign fundraising by the president. At a press conference, she said, quote, "The decision was mine. It was based on the facts, on the law, not pressure, not politics, not any other factor." She was then led away at gunpoint by the First Lady and 9 Chinese guys. Meanwhile, President Clinton was in Akron, Ohio this week, presiding at a town meeting about race relations in America. The president chose Akron as the site of the meeting, partly because it is the home of the Coming Together Project, an organized effort to end racism, and partly because it is the home of Suzanne Rosenberg, an old classmate from Oxford the president still has sex with. The trial of Unabomber suspect Ted Kaczynski underway. His lawyers are making arrangements now to move their client's 10 by 12-foot shack into the courtroom. After the trial, the cabin will be carefully repacked and moved to Hollywood, where it will serve as home to actor Mickey Rourke. Well, a sad story from Britain this week. According to the Earl of Spencer, several intruders have recently broken into his family estate in search of souvenirs from Princess Diana's grave. But the Earl says he knows just how to protect the site: landmines. This week in the former Soviet Union, an American engineer for a San Diego-based company was arrested and charged with spying for the United States. Russian authorities say he was caught attempting to smuggle out their secret formula for alcoholism and despair. A new study has found that Americans are in the best of health and the worst of health, with lifespans that can differ by as much as 40 years from one U.S. locality to another. The longest lifespans are found in Stearns County, Minnesota, while the shortest lifespans are found in Drunk Driverville, New Jersey. In January, production will begin on the 7th season of MTV's The Real World. The 7 young people appearing in the series will represent different backgrounds, ages, religions, and sexual orientations. However, this year, they will share one trait in common: I will hate them. In Maryland, Bell Atlantic plans to offer a service that would allow customers to learn the address of any listed telephone number in the state. Critics say the service would be an invasion of privacy, while proponents of the plan say it will help them invade people's privacy. On Tom Snyder this week, actor Tony Danza said he thought the recent open display of affection by lesbian couple Ellen DeGeneres and Anne Hesh in front of President Clinton was extremely disrespectful. On hearing the comment, President Clinton responded, "Someone should tell Tony Danza to shut the hell up." Playing in a music store in New York this week, Kenny G set a world record by holding a saxophone note for 45 minutes. While he did warn spectators that it would be quite boring, it should be noted that it is every bit as boring to hear Kenny G play different saxophone notes for 45 minutes. Thank you. I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Our top story tonight this week, following revelations that he lied about his military service, the body of former diplomat and Democratic contributor Larry Lawrence was removed from Arlington Cemetery. Commenting on the affair, an angry President Clinton called it, quote, "the most outrageous deception regarding one's military service since me." At a press conference this week, FAA officials studying last year's crash of TWA Flight 800 announced that they have pinpointed the cause, a frayed wire leading from the jet's fuel tank. According to the investigators, the wire became frayed when it was struck by a missile. That'll fray a wire. Golden State Warrior star Latrell Sprewell, suspended last week for attacking and choking his coach, has hired attorney Johnny Cochran to represent him. At a press conference Tuesday, Cochran said that his client did not choke his coach and even offered a reward to help find the real chokers. President Clinton met this week with Chinese dissident Wei Jiangsheng, a leading advocate of democracy in China who had been imprisoned and tortured for nearly 18 years. However, the meeting had to be abruptly cut short when the president learned that Mr. Jiangsheng is broke. At a congressional hearing this week, Republicans blasted Attorney General Janet Reno for her refusal to investigate White House fundraising. Responding to criticisms, Reno said, "Wow, some congressmen must really want their homes firebombed and run over by tanks, huh?" Well, our best wishes to North Carolina Senator Jesse Helms, who at 76 years old recently underwent surgery to repair an old knee injury. Doctors say the senator will no longer need his cane for walking, but Helms says he will continue to use it to scare off young whippersnappers. Nothing better than a cane to scare off young whippersnappers. This week, computer hackers broke into Yahoo, the internet's most popular website, and vowed to unleash a crippling computer virus if a fellow hacker is not released from prison. Experts warn that catching these cyber terrorists will not be an easy task and may require the cooperation of both nerds and geeks. Well, President Clinton received an early Christmas present this week, an adorable Labrador puppy. And presidential historians say that it will be good for his image. According to these scholars, in comparison to a male dog, the president's sex life will seem relatively normal. Well, this week, after a Los Angeles restaurant refused to seat him, O.J. Simpson demanded and got $500 in compensation. In addition, the restaurant must now offer separate murderer and non-murderer sections. Who are safer drivers, men or women? Well, according to a new survey, 55% of adults feel that women are most responsible for minor fender benders, while 78% blame men for most fatal crashes. Please note that the percentages in these pie graphs do not add up to 100% because the math was done by a woman. For those of you hissing at that joke, it should be noted that that joke was written by a woman. So now you don't know what the hell to do. No, I'm just kidding. We don't hire women. Tel Aviv's Hard Rock Cafe, which is sandwiched between the sites of two gruesome suicide bombings, has closed due to slumping tourism in Israel. Also contributing to the closing of the Hard Rock, the restaurant's best piece of rock memorabilia is Henry Kissinger's ukulele. Well, a sad story from the world of entertainment this week. Actor Bob Bell, better known to millions as Bozo the Clown, has died at the age of 75. Commenting on his passing, President Clinton said, quote, "You know, for $50,000, he can be buried next to JFK." Finally, in entertainment news, there are rumors that actor Don Johnson is dating 71-year-old San Francisco socialite Denise Hale. An observer who spotted the couple necking in a restaurant will have trouble getting an erection for the rest of his life. That's the news, folks. Thanks.